Hey everyone, welcome to the Ethical Hacking Using Linux full course. Imagine finding the lock before a thief does. Only this lock is a cloud instance, a web app, or a corporate network. Ethical hackers do exactly that. They think like attackers so organizations can fix weaknesses before they are exploited. In a world where breaches cost millions and reputation evaporates overnight, proactive security isn't optional. It's mission critical. This course teaches you the defensive mindset through offensive techniques, vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, exploit analysis, and incident response, always within legal and ethical boundaries. You will get hands-on lab, practical workflows, and real-world scenarios to show how to discover flaws, report them responsibly, and help build resilient systems. Companies need red teamers, blue teamers, security analysts, and compliance experts, meaning the demand for skilled, ethical hackers is huge and growing. And by the end, you won't just know how attacks work. You will know how to stop them, document findings, and drive security improvements that matter. So guys, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and let's get into ethical hacking. Before we begin, if you're interested in growing your career in cybersecurity, then an executive certification is a great way for you to start. The Advanced Executive Program in Cybersecurity by Simplilearn is the right choice for you. This is a 6-month live interactive online program from IIIT Bangalore, CompTIA, and Microsoft as authorized training partners. This program helps you master key in-demand skills like Metasploit IT, Nmap, and many more. This adds great executive certificates from IIIT Bangalore and Microsoft. You'll also get career support including resume help, work interviews, and job assistance. And in just 6 months, you will master ethical hacking, penetration testing, ransomware analysis, security architecture, along with 16 plus skills. So guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link below.
We humans are highly tech-savvy in today's times. With the extensive use of the internet and modern technologies, there is a massive challenge in protecting all our digital data, such as net banking information, account credentials, and medical reports, to name a few. Have you heard about the deadly WannaCry ransomware attack? The attack happened in May 2017 in Asia, and then it spread across the world. Within a day, more than 230,000 computers were infected across 150 countries. The WannaCry cryptoworm encrypted the data and locked the users out of their systems. For decryption of the data, the users were asked for a ransom of $300 to $600 in Bitcoin. The users who used the unsupported version of Microsoft Windows and those who hadn't installed the security update of April 2017 were targeted in this attack. The WannaCry attack took a toll on every sector. Top-tier organizations like Hitachi, Nissan, and FedEx had to put their businesses on hold as their systems were affected too. Now, this is what you call a cyber attack. To prevent such attacks, cybersecurity is implemented. We can define cybersecurity as the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital attacks. These illegal attacks are often referred to as hacking. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. This is a misconception that hacking is always wrong. There are hackers who work with different motives. Let's have a look at 3 different types of hackers. Black hat hackers are individuals who illegally hack into a system for monetary gain. On the contrary, we have white hat hackers who exploit the vulnerabilities in a system by hacking into it with permission in order to defend the organization. This form of hacking is absolutely legal and ethical. Hence, they are also often referred to as ethical hackers. In addition to these hackers, we also have the gray hat hackers. As the name suggests, the color gray is a blend of both white and black. These hackers discover vulnerabilities in a system and report it to the system's owner, which is a good act. But they do this without seeking the owner's approval. Sometimes gray hat hackers also ask for money in return for the spotted vulnerabilities. Now that you have seen the different types of hackers, let's understand more about the hacking that is legal and valid, ethical hacking, through an interesting story. Dan runs a trading company. He does online training with the money his customers invest. Everything was going well, and Dan's business was booming, until a hacker decided to hack the company's servers. The hacker stole the credentials of various trading accounts. He asked for a lump sum ransom in exchange for the stolen credentials. Dan took the hacker's words lightly and didn't pay the hacker. As a result, the hacker withdrew money from various customers' accounts, and Dan was liable to pay back the customers. Dan lost a lot of money, and also the trust of his customers. After this incident, Dan gave a lot of thought as to what could have gone wrong with the security infrastructure in his company. He wished there was someone from his company who could have run a test attack to see how vulnerable his systems were before the hacker penetrated into the network. This was when he realized he needed an employee who thinks like a hacker and identifies the vulnerabilities in his network before an outsider does. To do this job, he hired an ethical hacker, John. John was a skilled professional who worked precisely like a hacker. In no time, he spotted several vulnerabilities in Dan's organization and closed all the loopholes. Hiring an ethical hacker helped Dan protect his customers from further attacks in the future. This, in turn, increased the company's productivity and guarded the company's reputation. So, now you know hacking is not always bad. John, in this scenario, exposed the vulnerabilities in the existing network, and such hacking is known as ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is distributed into 6 different phases. Let us look at these phases step by step with respect to how John, our ethical hacker, will act. Before launching an attack, the first step John takes is to gather all the necessary information about the organization's system that he intends to attack. This step is called reconnaissance. He uses tools like Nmap and hping for this purpose. John then tries to spot the vulnerabilities, if any, in the target system using tools like Nmap and Nexpose. This is the scanning phase. Now that he has located the vulnerabilities, he then tries to exploit them. This step is known as gaining access. After John makes his way through the organization's networks, he tries to maintain his access for future attacks by installing backdoors in the target system. The Metasploit tool helps him with this. This phase is called maintaining access. John is a brilliant hacker. Hence, he tries his best not to leave any evidence of his attack. This is the 5th phase, clearing tracks. We now have the last phase, that is reporting. In this phase, John documents a summary of his entire attack, the vulnerabilities he spotted, the tools he used, and the success rate of the attack. Looking into the report, Dan is now able to take a call and see how to protect his organization from any external cyber attacks. Don't you all think John is an asset to any organization? If you want to become an ethical hacker like John, then there are a few skills that you need to acquire. First and foremost, you need to have a good knowledge of operating environments such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Macintosh. You must have reasonably good knowledge of programming languages such as HTML, PHP, Python, SQL, and JavaScript. Networking is the base of ethical hacking, hence, you should be good at it. Ethical hackers should be well aware of security laws so that they don't misuse their skills. Finally, you must have a global certification on ethical hacking to successfully bag a position of an ethical hacker like John. Few examples of ethical hacking certification are Certified Ethical Hacker Certification, CEH, CompTIA Pen Test Plus, and Licensed Penetration Tester Certification, to name a few. Simplilearn provides a Cybersecurity Expert Master's program that will equip you with all the skills required by a cybersecurity expert. You could have a look at it by clicking the link in the description. So, here's a question for you. In which phase of ethical hacking will you install backdoors in the target system? A. Scanning. B. Maintaining access. C. Clearing tracks. D. Reconnaissance. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comments section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. The endless growth of technologies in this area is directly proportional to the number of cybercrimes. Cybercrimes are estimated to cost $6 trillion in 2021. Hence, to tackle these cybercrimes, organizations are continuously on the lookout for cybersecurity professionals. The average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is $91,000 in the US and approximately rupees 7 lakhs in India. So, what are you waiting for? Get certified and become an ethical hacker like John and put an end to the cyber attacks in the world.
Picture this, you wake up one morning and $1 billion company is under attack. Every critical system is frozen, customer data is locked behind layers of ransomware, and chaos is spreading faster than anyone can react. Executives are panicking, millions are at stake, and it feels like digital world is collapsing. Now let's flip the scenario. Imagine you're the person who stopped this before it even starts. You have built a defense, trained the teams, and created systems that hackers don't touch. That's the power of cybersecurity. But here's the real question. How do you get there in 2025? Is it about collecting certifications or having a computer science degree? Or is there a smarter step-by-step path that combines knowledge, hands-on skills, and real-world experience? In this video, I'll take you through a complete cybersecurity roadmap from a zero to advanced and show you how most of it can be learned without spending a dime. Stick around till the end because I'll reveal a hidden strategy that can put your leagues ahead of everyone else. Here's a quick question for you. What do you think is the most common reason companies get hacked today? Is it because of a weak or stolen passwords? Outdated softwares and unpatched systems, misconfigured cloud services, or is it phishing emails? Cybersecurity is built on solid IT knowledge. You need to understand how computers actually work, from hardware components to operating systems like Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Think of it like building a house. If you don't understand the structure, you won't know how to reinforce it. Next comes networking. This is critical. Every cyber attack, malware data breaches travels through a network. You need to know IP address, ports, DNS, HTTP, and how packets move across the OSI model. If networking sounds intimidating, don't worry. Tools like Cisco Packet Tracer and Wireshark makes it easier to visualize what's happening behind the scenes. Now here's a point many beginners miss. Most security tools are built for Linux. And almost every server you'll defend or attack runs on it. Learn how to navigate the terminal, manage files, and use commands. A site like Over-the-Wire Bandit is perfect for this. It runs Linux into a fun games. And then comes programming. Don't panic, you don't need to become a full-time developer, but you should learn Python to write scripts, automate tasks, and analyze data. Bash is great for automating in Linux, and JavaScript is crucial for web security. Since so many attacks target web applications. Think of it this way, if you can read and tweak code, you will immediately stand out from others who only rely on pre-built tools. So the next question is, where do you learn all of these? Simplilearn offers free courses on IT and networking. Professor Mesa has legendary tutorials on CompTIA, A+, and Security+. Free Code Comp covers Python basics brilliantly. And the best part? You don't even need to spend a dime to build these foundations. Once your basics are strong, you step into cybersecurity fundamentals. This is where you learn the CIA triad, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The three pillars of security. You will explore threats like phishing, malware, ransomware, and DDoS. You'll understand how firewalls, encryption, and access controls keep systems secure. But remember, theory isn't enough. This is where labs and hands-on practice comes in. Platforms like TryHackMe are fantastic for guided labs. Hack the Box gives you tougher real-world machines. World Hub lets you build your own virtual hacking lab at home. Imagine downloading a vulnerable machine, attacking it with Kali Linux tools, and then documenting how you got in. That's real experience. Now comes the exciting part, which is specialization. Cybersecurity isn't one job. It's an entire ecosystem of careers. Let me give you a few examples. If you like action and working under pressure, you will love security operations. Picture yourself monitoring alerts, analyzing suspicion, traffic, and responding to incidents in real time. If you're more into detective, threat hunting and intelligence might be your path. Here you proactively search for hidden attackers inside systems, studying logs using tools like Splunk and ELK, and mapping attacks to framework like CK. If you're curious about the cloud, there's a huge demand for cloud security specialization. With most companies moving to AWS, Azure, and GCP cloud, misconfigurations have become the number one reason for breaches. Knowing how to secure LAM roles, set up logging, and design secure cloud networks makes you extremely valuable. If you love building, application security and DevSecOps must be your space. You'll work with developers, review code for vulnerabilities, and integrate security into CI/CD pipelines. And if you prefer structure and policy, governance, risk, and compliances, which is GRC, could be your home. Here you will work with frameworks like ISO 27001, NIST, GDPR to ensure business meets security and legal standards. As you grow, advanced skills will separate you from the rest. Malware analysis using tools like Remnux and Ghidra. Digital forensic to investigate breaches using event logs and Sysmon. Detection engineering, which is writing customer SIEM rules to detect insider threats or usable activity. And don't forget the purple teaming. Collaborating with ethical hackers to simulate attacks and test defenses. Now let's talk about certifications. Start with CompTIA Security Plus for beginners. If you're into ethical hacking, CEH and OSCP are fantastic. If you want leadership roles, CISSP and CISM carry a lot of weight. And for cloud roles, CCSP is in demand. But here's the truth. Certification only opens doors. Real-world practice is what gets you hired. So how do you prove your skills? Build a lab at home with a few virtual machines. Volunteer with small organizations to secure their systems. Join Capture the Flag competitions. Contribute to open source security tools. Even try bug bounty hunting. Real companies will actually pay you to find vulnerabilities. And here's the hidden tip I promised. Every time you solve a lab, detect an attack, or build a script, document it. Write a case study. Here's the problem, here's my approach, and here's how I solved it. Share it on LinkedIn or a blog. Recruiters or hiring managers love seeing proof of your skills. It shows initiative, problem solving, and passion. Honestly, these case studies are often more powerful than certifications. So to wrap it up, your 2025 roadmap looks like this. Build a strong IT and networking foundation, master security basics, explore specialization, validate with certification, and constantly practice in real-world environments. But above all, share your journey, show the world that you're learning and how you're applying it. Cybersecurity is not just a career, it's a mission. It's about protecting people, businesses, and data from real threats. If you follow this roadmap, not only will you build an amazing career, you will also be part of a community that makes digital world safer. So are you ready to start your cybersecurity journey? Do let us know if you have any queries in the comment section below, and our team of experts will get back to you as soon as possible.
Next is Vulnerability Accessor. This role involves identifying and accessing potential vulnerabilities in computer systems, networks, and applications using various tools and techniques to determine the level of risk associated with those vulnerabilities. The average salary of a vulnerability accessor is $9,50,000 in India and $61,000 in the United States. Next up, we have Information Security Analyst. An information security analyst is a professional responsible for protecting an organization's information assets, including data systems, network, and applications from potential security breaches and cyber threats. Information security analysts play a critical role in safeguarding sensitive information and ensuring the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data. The average salary of an information security analyst is 6 lakhs per year in India and $99,000 per year in the United States. This role involves monitoring and analyzing computer systems, networks, and applications for security incidents and breaches and taking appropriate actions to respond to and mitigate these incidents. The average salary of an information security analyst is 6 lakhs per year in India and $99,000 per year in the United States. Now, let's discuss skills required for a career in ethical hacking. A successful career in ethical hacking requires strong foundation in cybersecurity and a diverse skill set. Some of the key skills that aspiring ethical hackers should possess include proficiency in programming languages such as Python, C++, and Java, understanding of networking concepts like protocols, knowledge of operating systems, and databases. Expertise in tools and technologies used in ethical hacking such as Metasploit, Wireshark, and Nmap, and familiarity with cybersecurity frameworks and best practices. Additionally, ethical hackers should have excellent problem-solving skills, critical thinking abilities, attention to detail, and the ability to work independent or as a part of the team. Continuous learning and staying updated with the latest developments in cybersecurity is also crucial for successful career in ethical hacking. Now let's have a look at some tips. Starting a career as an ethical hacker can be exciting and rewarding. Here are some tips to help you kickstart your journey. First is demonstrate an ethical hacker mindset. Develop curiosity, problem solving, and continuous learning mindset to excel in the field of ethical hacking. Second is obtain relevant certifications, add credibility, and demonstrate expertise. These certifications will help you in securing a nice job in the market. Third is build practical experience. Practice ethical hacking in a controlled environment such as setting up your own lab or practicing in CTF competitions to gain hands-on experience. Real-world experience will help you develop practical skills and insights into different types of systems, networks, and applications. Next is stay updated with the latest threats and technology. Cybersecurity landscape is a constantly evolving, and it's crucial to stay updated with the latest threats, vulnerabilities, and technologies. Follow industry blogs, forums, and news sources. Practice in online communities and attend conferences and workshops to stay informed and continuously improve your skills.
Cybersecurity is not just a job, it's a war zone where organizations fight daily to protect their most valuable assets, data and systems. The stakes have never been higher, and the demand for skilled professionals is rapidly growing. A trusted survey predicts that millions of cybersecurity job openings in India alone by next year. But here's the harsh reality. Most candidates lack the skills and the industry demands. This is where certifications comes in. You have probably heard people ask, why do certifications? Why not just get a degree? Wait, let me tell you the truth. College programs often fail to keep up with the fast changing demands of cybersecurity industry. Certifications, on the other hand, are laser focused on the skills you actually need. They are faster, more affordable, and targeted. So whether you're a fresher or a professional looking to climb up the ladder, certifications are your best bet. Let's explore the top 5 certifications that can give you an edge to help you land that dream cybersecurity job. Now you might be thinking, I'm not from an IT background, can certifications really help me? Or maybe you have graduated with a computer science degree and are wondering, why bother with certifications? Let me explain why certifications are so powerful. First, if you are from a non-IT background, certifications can open doors you never thought possible. They provide you with hands-on practical skills that employers value far more than theoretical knowledge. For example, even if you have never written a single line of code, certifications like CompTIA Plus Security or Certified Ethical Hacker can teach you the foundational skills needed to land your first job in cybersecurity. On the other hand, if you're already a computer science graduate, certifications allow you to specialize. Cybersecurity is a vast field, and employers look for specialists in areas like penetration testing, risk management, or compliance. A certification like CISSP can turn your general degree into a targeted resume that screams expertise. Here's why certifications are such a game changer. At first, it will help you to boost your resume by adding instant credibility, showing you have invested in gaining expertise. They also align with industry trends, ensuring your skills match with current standards. They also demonstrate your commitment to your career and give you a competitive edge, making you stand out to hiring managers in a crowded job market. So now let us explore the top 5 certifications that you can take your cybersecurity career to the next level. So let's get started.
So now let's begin with the very first certification at the top of the list, which is Certified Information System Security Professional, CISSP, widely regarded as the gold standard in cybersecurity certification. It's offered by ISC and it is one of the most respected organizations in this field. This certification is very essential for professionals who want to lead cybersecurity efforts at an enterprise level. Well, CISSP is a comprehensive certification that covers 8 key cybersecurity domains, such as risk management, security operations, and software development security. It's highly designed for experienced professionals and proves you have the expertise to design, implement, and also manage a robust cybersecurity program. Organizations worldwide trust CISSP certified professionals to handle sensitive security needs. Talking about the eligibility to qualify, you need to at least have 5 years of professional experience in at least 2 of the 8 domains, a bachelor's degree in computer science, or any one of the experiences preferred. Even without full experience, you can take the exam and earn the title associate while you complete the required work experience. Let's talk about the exam details and cost. Well, the CISSP exam is about 6 hours long with 250 questions, and the cost of the exam is rupees 61,409 Indian rupees, and for US it's around $749. This is one of the fee to register and sit for the certification exam. CISSP opens doors to senior roles such as Chief Information Security Officer, who can earn around 76 lakhs a year in India and $150,000 plus per year in the US. Also, Senior Security Consultant, who can earn around 13 lakhs per year in India and $120,000 per year in the United States. Well, CISSP is more than just a credential. It's a symbol of expertise, leadership, and trust in the cybersecurity world. For anyone serious about advancing in this field, this is the certification you should aim for. Also, if you're looking for specialized training to ace the CISSP examination, consider Simplilearn CISSP certification training. This is globally acclaimed program and is aligned with the latest ISC exam pattern, offering comprehensive coverage of all the 8 domains with live online classes, hands-on lab, and also expert guidance with features like simulation tools, test papers, and included CISSP exam voucher. Simplilearn ensures you are exam ready, plus their 100% money back exam pass guarantee also adds extra confidence as you work towards elevating your cybersecurity career. Next on our list is CISA, which is Certified Information System Auditor, a highly respected certification from ISACA, focusing on auditing, compliance, and risk management. It's perfect for professionals responsible for evaluating and improving an organization's security framework. CISA is recognized worldwide, especially in highly regulated industries like finance, healthcare, and government. It demonstrates expertise in identifying vulnerabilities, ensuring compliance, and improving security controls. Let's talk about the eligibility for this certification. Well, to qualify, you need to have at least 5 years of work experience in IT audit, control, or security. You also need to have a bachelor's degree that can waive up to 2 years of this requirement. Let's talk about the exam details and cost for this certification. Well, the exam is 4 hours long with 150 questions testing your knowledge of auditing and compliance. Exam fee is around 47,141 Indian rupees and $575 for ICACA members. And if you're not a member of ISACA, then you have to pay 62,000 in Indian rupees and $760 for USA. Let's talk about the career opportunities and salaries. Well, CISA certified professionals can secure roles like IT audit manager, who can earn around 20 lakhs per year in India and $130,000 per year in the United States. Compliance program manager also can earn around 24 lakhs per year in India and $140,000 per year in the United States. With organization increasingly prioritizing governance and compliance, CISA has become a critical certification for professionals in these areas. It's must-have for those who want to specialize in auditing and risk management. Also, if you want to boost your career in IT auditing and compliance, you can consider Simplilearn CISA certification training. As an accredited training partner of ISACA, Simplilearn offers comprehensive preparation including live classes by industry experts, access to the official ISACA learning kit, and simulation tests to help you master the 2024 CISA exam and domain. This training provides you up-to-date curriculum and practical insights to help you excel your career. With an exam pass guarantee and flexible learning options, Simplilearn also ensures that you're fully prepared to achieve CISA certification and advance your professional journey. Let's talk about the third certification on the list, which is Certified Information Security Manager, CISM. Coming At number 3, this is another certification from ISACA aimed at managers and leaders in cybersecurity. It's ideal for professionals who want to transition into leadership roles. CISM focuses on the strategic and managerial aspects of cybersecurity, such as governance, incident management, and program development. It's valued by organizations seeking security leaders who can make informed, high-level decisions. Let's talk about the eligibility. To qualify, you need to have 5 years of experience in information security management, a degree of another relevant certification that can waive up to 2 years of this requirement. Let's talk about the exam details and the cost. Well, the exam is 4 hours long with 150 questions assessing your strategic thinking, and the cost is 47,000 rupees and $575,000 in United States for ISACA members and 62,000 rupees for Indian currency, and for non-members it is around $760,000. CISM certified professionals often step into leadership roles such as Director of Information Security, who can earn around 37 lakh per year in India and 160,000 per year dollars in the United States. Data Governance Manager can earn around 30 lakhs per year in India and $140,000 per year in the United States. For those aiming to lead cybersecurity teams and make strategic decisions, CISM provides the credibility and expertise needed to succeed. Also, if you want to elevate your career and leadership role, Simplilearn CISM certification training can be your ideal choice. As an ISACA Elite Training partner, Simplilearn provides an official learning kit including the ISACA Value Review Manual, QAE and exam voucher along with live classes conducted by accredited instructors. So you can refer to this certification by Simplilearn. Let's move on to the 4th number on the list, which we have CompTIA Security Plus, the perfect entry-level certification for building core cybersecurity skills. It's a vendor neutral, which means it's recognized across industries and applies to various technologies. Security Plus covers essential topics like network security, threat management, and compliance. It's designed to give beginners a strong foundation in cybersecurity and prepare them for real-world challenges. Let's talk about the eligibility. Well, there are no strict prerequisites, but CompTIA recommends having basic IT experience or earning the Network Plus certification first. Let's talk about the exam details and cost. The 90-minute exam includes both multiple choice questions and also performance-based questions. The registration fee for the exam is 30,000 rupees and in USD it is around $370. With Security Plus, you can pursue roles like security engineer who can earn around 8.2 lakhs per year in India and $95,000 per year in the United States. Cloud engineers can earn up to rupees 6 lakh per year in India and $85,000 per year in the United States. Security Plus is an affordable, impactful way to start your cybersecurity journey, making it an excellent choice for beginners. Also, if you're looking to begin your cybersecurity career with confidence, consider Simplilearn's CompTIA Security Plus certification training. This will also provide you comprehensive coverage of all the exam objectives and focuses on real-world applications to prepare you for the industry challenges. Additionally, flexible learning options and 24/7 assistance makes it an excellent choice for learners worldwide. Finally, we have CEH, which is Certified Ethical Hacker on the list. The perfect certification for those who dream of thinking to become a hacker to protect systems. Offered by EC Council, this credential focuses on skills needed to become penetration testing and ethical hacking. CEH is a hands-on certification that teaches you to identify vulnerabilities, detect attacks, and secure systems. It's a great choice for professionals drawn to ethical hacking and proactive cybersecurity. Moving on to the eligibility part, to qualify, you need to have 2 years of experience in information security or at least completion of the EC Council's official training program. The exam details and the cost is, the exam is around 4 hours long with 125 multiple choice questions, and the exam fee is 98,000 and 1,199 USD dollars in USD. CEH certified professionals often work as penetration tester who can earn around average of 5 lakh per year in India and $85,000 per year in the United States. Cybersecurity engineers can earn 7.3 lakh per year in India and $100,000 in the United States. CEH is perfect for professionals who want to specialize in offensive security and ethical hacking. It's an exciting certification that paves the way for dynamic, high-impact roles.
Whether you are a beginner or just looking to refresh your knowledge, this tutorial is designed to introduce you to the powerful world of bash scripting. Bash is the default shell on many Linux and Mac operating systems, and it plays a vital role in automating tasks, managing systems, and saving time. By the end of this video, you will have the foundational skills to write your own bash script and use them effectively to automate repetitive tasks. Now, before we move on, here is a quick agenda. We are going to start with an introduction to bash scripting. Then we are going to understand why bash scripting is important. Then we will deep dive into variables and data type. Then we are going to understand the control flow. Finally, we are going to work with files and directories. Now, before we move ahead, here is a short quiz to test your knowledge. Which of the following is used to repeat a task multiple times in bash? Your options are if, loop, while, or repeat. Mention your answers in the comment section below. Now, before we move ahead, I request you guys do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon so that you don't miss out any update from our end. Let's get started. So guys, for this tutorial, I'll be using Libx for the demonstration of Linux. Now, first thing first, what is bash? So bash stands for Born Again Shell. It's like both command inline shell and a scripting language. Now, as a shell, it lets you type commands like mkdir, pwd, ls. I think so most of you have heard. If you have not, then we are going to explore all these things in this tutorial. So Linux as a language lets you automate tasks into the scripts. Think of bash as both a translator interpreting your command to the operating system, just like a secretary, like following a script of instructions you gave. Now you'd be wondering, why use bash? Basically, we want to use bash to automate repetitive tasks. Imagine you are a system administrator, and every day you need to back up your project files into a folder with today's date. Doing this manually, like typing commands again and again, is very hectic. Now with bash, these things can be done very smoothly. The second reason is managing servers without manual clicks. You have 10 servers, imagine, and you want to check if they are running or not. So you can type the command on the terminal and it does the task very easily. Finally, it controls Linux systems directly. If you need to clean temporary files every week to free up the disk, so you can just type the simple command rf tmp. So doing this manually is very risky, but with Linux, you can easily automate these things. So these are some of the reasons that we discussed why Linux is so important and why we are using bash. Now, let's say if you are using Mac operating system or Linux, then bash comes pre-installed. You just open the terminal and start scripting. For this tutorial, as I've already told you that I'm using an online terminal platform, so you can also use that. It's a very amazing tool, and you can see it has a time limit also. So mostly you're going to get 1 hour of free hosting done on this terminal, and you can practice most of the commands, do the simulation if you are learning Linux. Now, if you are wondering if you have Windows operating system, then you can also install Windows subsystem for Linux. That also does the job well. You can just open your PowerShell as administrator, and then you are in the given terminal as Linux. But for that, you need WSL. So even if you don't have WSL, if you're just a beginner who's trying to learn the command, you can use this online hosted tool called Libx, and it works perfectly very well. So let's say if you are on Windows, what you need to do, just go to the terminal, okay, open PowerShell as an administrator, okay, and just click on this, and here, after that, what you need to do is type WSL install. So that is going to install the Windows subsystem for Linux. Now for this tutorial, I'll be using Libx, which is an amazing tool, okay, and it's free also, and you get 60 minutes of free hosting time. So let me close this. Okay. Now let us discuss a bit about bash script. So a bash script is like a text file with bash commands executed line by line. Think it like writing a recipe. Instead of cooking each step manually, you write it down so that anyone can follow it. Similarly is the bash script. Let's say, for example, we want to print hello world. That's the first most basic thing if you have learned any other programming language. So for printing, we basically use echo. So type echo, and you can just put hello world. Okay, so this is a command for printing the hello world. So you can see here, I've got the output as hello world. Now let's say you want to do the same process and save the given file. So first, create your given file. So you can use this command. You can type touch file.txt. Okay. So with the help of touch command, we have created an empty file. Let's say you want to do the same process. Let's say hello world. And you can give a name file.txt all over here. Let's give a different name. Let's say file1. Okay. So this is going to create your given file. Now let's see, you want to show date and the given user. So for example, you can type echo. Let's say today date. So guys, this is a given command if you are trying to know the date. So just click enter and you can see it has given us the given time. Let's say you want to know the user. So you can also type echo logged in as user. And you can type the same thing as $user. Okay, you can see the user it says is libx. Let's say you want to ping google.com. So what you can do all over here, type ping /c, then you can type to google.com. Okay, so this is going to ping google.com. You can see it has started pinging google.com. So basically, if you want to know that your internet is working or not, it's very great for that. Okay, so you can see it says 2 packets transmitted, 0 received, 100% packet loss, time 102 millisecond. Now, let us delve into a bit of basics and try to understand variables and data types. So what are variables, guys? You can imagine variables as the container for values, and Bash has variables for strings, numbers, and array. You can think of them like a sticky note where you can jot down name, number, or list. For example, let's say you want to create a string and store a value, say a name. So for that purpose, you can just say a name, and all over here you can type the given name with the double quotation. Let's say, so that's how you do it. Let's say you want to print the given name. So what you can do all over here, type echo and then type hello, and after that you can access the variable with $name. So that's how you access a given variable. Just click enter and you can see it says hello Neil. Now let's say you want to work with numbers. So what you can do, guys, you can just declare the variable something like this. Let's say x equals to 10, and you can also give another variable named y. Let's say y equals to 20, and let's say you want to do the sum of both of them. So what you can do, guys, you can just type echo and then you can type something like sum, and here what you can do all over here, you can give a $name for accessing the given variable. So let's say we are accessing this time x and y, so type x plus y. Very simple command, guys, and finally click enter. So you can see it has given the sum as 30. Now let us move ahead and discuss about the control flow. So control flow are very much important. Let's say you want to control the entire flow of your code. So in the decision making process, it's very much important. First, let us try with the if-else command. Let's say we type something like echo, enter a number. Then after this, you can say read a number. So we can declare something like a variable num. Okay. After that, we could type something like if $num, okay, is greater than 10, then after this you can type something like this, then you just print out, let's say the number is greater than 10. So after this, what you can do, you can see echo. So this is how you basically control the flow of the given program. So this is how you write a command in the if statement. So what things you can do is, you can use if as a conditional statement to check whether given the file exists or not. You can also use it for checking like if the disk usage is greater than 80% or not. So for these commands, you can easily do it. Let me tell you one case study also. Let's say echo enter a given day. Then after this, let's say the day is Wednesday. Next, what you need to type is read day. And then from here, you can create a case. For example, case, let's say dollar given day. And after that, what we can do is we can type day in, and from here we could type something like, if it is morn, start of the week. Okay, you can type something like this, echo. Similarly, you can create another case. For example, let's say Friday. Okay, so you can type Friday echo the weekend is near. So you can create cases like these. Okay, so this is how one thing that you can do is, so guys, you can create case something like this, like case day in, let's say the day is Monday, you can say start of the week, or you can type Friday, okay, echo the weekend is near. Make sure you are using the delimiters properly, and also when you are adding a case, so you can see a double quotation plus a half parenthesis. So if you have done programming, let's say in Python or Java, then doing programming in Linux is kind of pretty different, but the logic is all the same. I hope so guys, you would have got a brief idea how to use conditionals in Linux. Now let's move ahead with some for loops. Let's say you declare the same array, let's say fruits, okay? And after that, let's say you want to loop it. So if you want to print individual elements like apple, bananas, and mango, then for loop is very much important. You can consider for loop as something used for iteration, where you declare a variable and this pointer goes iterating from one element to the next element and finally till there is no element left. So guys, you can type something like this for fruits in, then you want to access this given variable, so you create double commas plus there is a $sign fruits @ all. So @ means it is going to print all these given elements. So guys, let's say you want to declare this given array. So we have started with fruits and we can see we have apple, banana, cherry, and date. Now we can use a for loop to iterate over each of the element in this given array. So we can use for fruit in, then we can use $. We want to print all the elements, so I have added $. So you can see fruit is a given variable which will be used as an iterator. And finally, we are printing this given element. So you can see all over here, we are getting apple, banana, cherry, and date. So this is how the for loop works. Let me also show you an example of while loop. So guys, you can see all over here. First, we have initialized a variable called count. And let's say we have done it equals to 1. Then we are using a while loop. So while loop is always used with condition, just like your if statement. So you can say while count is less than 5. So we are accessing this given variable. And finally, what we are doing is we are printing echo count is count. So this is the given variable which we are trying to print. And finally, we are incrementing this count operator. So you can see it starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So till it's less than 5, we can keep incrementing the count and adding 1. So on the first iteration, you could see the value is 1. Second iteration, you could see the value is 2. On the third iteration, you could see the value is 3. And final iteration, you could see the value is 5. So this is how our loops work all over here. Now let us also explore some of the commands which are very useful when you're working with files and directories. So finally, let us try to understand how to use commands while working with file and directories. Let's say you want to create any directory. So you type a command mkdir my folder. Let's say you want to go to that folder or navigate to that given directory. Let's say the name you have given my folder. So in order to navigate that, we type cd my folder. Let's say you want to create some empty files. Let's say the file name is, let's say, file1.txt, file2.txt. So we use the touch command. Let's say you want to write a content to a file. Then basically we type echo hello world file1.txt. Next operation is, let's say you want to copy anything. So for that copying, you type cp file1.txt, file2.txt. So we are copying file1 to file2. If you want to see the list of given files, so you type lsl. Let's say you want to delete any files. Let's say you want to delete file1 and file2. So you type rm, which stands for remove, file2.txt. Let's say you want to go back to a previous folder. So you type cd. And finally, you want to remove the given folder. So you type rmr my folder. So guys, these are some of the basic commands while you are working with files and directories. I hope so guys, you would have enjoyed our today's session on bash scripting tutorial.
Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn. Today we are going to talk about some really interesting and powerful hacking gadgets you should know about in 2024. But remember, this is just for learning. We don't want anyone getting into trouble. So moving on. The best way to keep your computers and devices safe is to know about the risk. So some risks are easy to cater, using strong passwords, and don't download from bad websites and don't hand your unlocked device to strangers. But there are also hidden dangers that can cause big problems. Some tools look innocent but can be very dangerous. Here are 7 gadgets that look normal but are actually powerful hacking tools. These tools are made for security experts to test systems, but they can be misused. So let's kick things off with a device that's small but incredibly powerful. That is Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi is a compact and affordable computer that has revolutionized the tech world. Originally designed for educational purposes, it has become a favorite among hobbyists, makers, and even professionals. Despite its small size, it boasts impressive capabilities, including multiple USB ports, HDMI output, and support for various operating systems like Linux and Windows 10 IoT Core. The Raspberry Pi can be used for a wide range of projects, from simple programming and gaming to complex IoT systems and home automation. The Raspberry Pi can also be a dangerous hacking tool. With the right software, it can be used to perform a variety of hacking tasks. For example, it can run Kali Linux, a popular operating system for penetration testing. This allows it to be used for network scanning, password cracking, and even setting up rogue access points to intercept data. Its small size makes it easy to hide, and its affordability means it's accessible to many. In the wrong hands, this innocent-looking device can become a powerful tool for malicious activities. Now that we have seen the potential of the Raspberry Pi, which by the way is one of the personal favorites for tinkering, let's move on to another seemingly simple but powerful device, the Wi-Fi adapter. So Wi-Fi adapter might seem like a simple device used to connect to wireless networks, but it can be a potent hacking tool in the wrong hands. These adapters, when paired with the right software, can intercept and monitor wireless communications, making them invaluable for network analysis and penetration testing. For example, they can be used with tools like AirCrack-NG to crack Wi-Fi passwords. Hackers can use Wi-Fi adapters to perform attacks such as packet sniffing and man-in-the-middle attacks. These activities can lead to unauthorized access to networks, data theft, and severe security breaches. It's like having a digital spy in your pocket. While essential for legitimate security testing, it's crucial to be aware of their potential misuse and to secure your own wireless networks against such threats. Speaking of Wi-Fi, you won't believe how sneaky this next device is. Let's take a look at a device that takes wireless hacking to a whole new level. The Wi-Fi Pineapple. The Wi-Fi Pineapple looks like a standard router, but it is a sophisticated device used for hacking wireless networks. It allows attackers to create rogue Wi-Fi access points, tricking users into connecting and revealing their login credentials. Imagine connecting to what looks like a free public Wi-Fi only to have your data intercepted. This device is capable of advanced man-in-the-middle attacks, monitoring, and recording data from all connected devices. Additionally, the Wi-Fi Pineapple can capture Wi-Fi handshakes, which can then be used to crack network passwords. Its powerful feature makes it a favorite among penetration testers for assessing network security, but in the wrong hands, it can be used for malicious activities, highlighting the importance of robust wireless security. So from Wi-Fi to Bluetooth, which is everyone these days, right? Let's now explore a powerful tool for Bluetooth hacking, the Ubertooth One. The Ubertooth One is an open source Bluetooth testing tool that appears to be a simple USB dongle. Despite its unassuming appearance, it can monitor and analyze Bluetooth communications, making it a valuable asset for those testing the security of Bluetooth devices. Think of it as a spy for Bluetooth traffic. The Ubertooth One can capture Bluetooth packets, perform Bluetooth attacks, and even explore vulnerabilities in Bluetooth networks. Its ability to dissect Bluetooth traffic makes it a powerful tool for both legitimate security research and potential misuse. Understanding its capabilities helps highlight the importance of securing Bluetooth-enabled devices against unauthorized access and attacks. Continuing with radio frequency tools, which honestly sounds like something out of a spy movie. So let's discuss the Hack RF One. and its versatile capabilities. So the HackRF1 is a versatile software-defined radio SDR platform that can transmit and receive radio signals from 1 MHz to 6 GHz. It looks like a standard electronic device, but can be used for a wide range of hacking activities. Imagine being able to capture and manipulate signals across a broad spectrum. With the HackRF1, users can capture and analyze various radio signals, jam frequencies, and even spoof signals to manipulate communication systems. This tool is particularly useful for exploring and testing the security of wireless communication systems. While it serves an essential role in legitimate research and development, the HackRF1 also demonstrates the need for robust security measures to protect against radio frequency-based attacks. So now let's look at a tool that takes advantage of a computer's trust in USB devices. And trust me, this one's sneaky, the USB rubber ducky. So the USB rubber ducky is a device that looks like a regular flash drive but acts like a keyboard, typing commands into any computer it's plugged into. Hackers use it to execute pre-programmed scripts that can steal data, install malware, or take control of the target device. It's like a tiny digital ninja. This tool exploits the trust computers have in USB devices, making it a potent weapon for cyber attacks. It's a reminder to be cautious about plugging in unknown USB devices, as they could be rubber duckies in disguise, ready to unleash harmful commands and compromise your system security. So finally, we have got a real undercover gadget here. Let's uncover the secret capabilities of the LAN turtle. The LAN turtle looks like a typical USB Ethernet adapter, but it's a covert hacking tool used to monitor and infiltrate networks. Don't let its innocent appearance fool you. It provides hackers with several capabilities, such as network scanning, DNS spoofing, and data capture. The LAN turtle can be discreetly plugged into a network, allowing access to gather sensitive information and gain unauthorized access. Its ability to operate undetected makes it particularly dangerous, emphasizing the need for vigilance and robust network security measures to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to your systems. So there you have it, guys. We have explored some of the most powerful and dangerous hacking gadgets out there. These tools can do a lot of damage if they fall into the wrong hands. That's why it's so important to stay informed and vigilant about cybersecurity.
So let's talk about hacking and what exactly hacking is. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. Now here there are some keywords that we need to understand. First and foremost, exploit. When you're exploiting weaknesses are technically called vulnerabilities, which are basically design flaws, misconfiguration errors, usage of default usernames and passwords which have not been modified. So any misconfiguration or anything that has been left behind by a security administrator that can be misused, which means exploited by a hacker to gain unauthorized access. So the next term is unauthorized access, something that you're not allowed to do. And when you say a hacker is a person who tries to hack, it's basically a person with malicious intent trying to gain access to a system or a resource that they are not authorized to access in the first place. How do they do it? They find a vulnerability that is a weakness or a flaw, and then they misuse it to gain access to that particular network. So here in the diagram, you can see that the sender on the left hand side is trying to send some data to the receiver on the right hand side. The hacker would try to gain unauthorized access to the transmission that is being sent and would try to capture the data packets and read the secrets within. Let's look at a business case scenario into hacking. Now there is an organization, everybody is going around their own business when they realize that their systems may have been compromised. Now they're trying to look at the customer data to ensure that that has not been compromised and trying to assure the customers. However, they do realize that some customer data has been lost and even the company reports have been modified as well. Now this is the scenario where there have been some security controls in place and those controls have been identified. They realized that there is an attack that has happened, and based on that attack they have realized that their data has now been compromised and their records have been modified by the hacker, which means that the data is no longer trustworthy and thus cannot be used by the business for any legal transactions. So then the hacker gives a call to the organization or gets connected to the organization demanding a ransom for the data to be replaced, to be taken back into the original state where it was trusted, and thus the organization can utilize it for business transactions. The organization has probably no backup, so they decide that they want to pay the lump sum to the hacker to restore that data so that they can continue on with the business. Thus, money exchanges and the hacker is able to restore that data and the business continues as usual. However, the activity here of a hacker trying to leverage the misconfiguration of the weaknesses in the organization's security, thus being able to hack them and make these ransomware demands. So the company then wants to figure out, even if having a security system in place, how was the hacker able to hack their systems? Thus, one of the employees comes up with a brilliant idea of identifying vulnerabilities in the network to proactively search for any flaws that have been left behind, so that they can plug those flaws and nobody can misuse them. Thus, they figure out that they want to hire an ethical hacker who would help them identify the security posture of the organization, identify the weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and flaws, and help them remedy those flaws so that in future scenarios, these scenarios will not happen. So, before we go into an ethical hacker, let's understand what are the types of hackers. So, what are the types of hackers? Hacker is a technically skilled person who is very adept with computers. They have good programming skills, they understand how operating system works, they understand how networks work, they understand how to identify flaws and vulnerabilities within all of these aspects, and then they understand and know how to misuse these flaws to get a outcome which would be detrimental to the health of the organization. So there's 6 types of hackers that have been identified: black hat hackers, white hat hackers, grey hat, script kiddies, nation sponsored hackers, and hacktivists. So black hat hackers are basically the malicious hackers who have malicious intent and have criminalistic tendencies. They want to harm the organization by hacking into their infrastructure, by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their data, so that they can gain from it from a monetary perspective. These guys are also known as crackers. The main aspect of these people are that they have malicious intent, they try to do unauthorized activities, and they try it for personal gain. Another important aspect to remember is that a black hat hacker will always try to hide their identity. They will spoof their online digital identity by masking it, by spoofing their IP addresses, MAC addresses, and try to remain anonymous on the network. A white hat hacker, on the other hand, is also an ethical hacker or a security analyst who's an individual who will do exactly the same thing that a black hat hacker would do, minus the malicious intent, plus the intent of helping the organization identifying the flaws and remedying them so that nobody else can misuse those vulnerabilities. So they are authorized to act on the company's behalf. They are authorized to do that activity which would help the company identify those flaws and thus help the company mitigate those flaws, improving on their security posture. So these kind of security experts or ethical hackers would help organizations defend themselves against unauthorized attacks. Grey hat hackers is a blend of both white hat and black hat hackers. So here they can work defensively and offensively both. They can accept contracts from organizations to increase their security posture. At the same time, they can also get themselves involved in malicious activities towards other organizations to personally gain or benefit from them by doing unauthorized activity. Script kiddies are people who are technically not much aware about what hacking is. They rely on existing tools that have been created by other hackers. They have no technical knowledge of what they're doing. It's just a hit or miss for them. So they just get their hands on a tool. They try to execute those tools. If the hack works, it works. Otherwise, it doesn't. So these people are basically who are noobs or newbies who are trying to learn hacking, or just people who with malicious intent who just want to have some fun or trying to impress people around. Then we have the nation or the state-sponsored hackers. As the name suggests, these hackers are sponsored by their government. Now, this may not be a legitimate job, but most of the governments do have hackers enrolled in their pay on their organizations to spy on their enemies, to spy on various countries and try to figure out the aspirations of those countries. So this is basically a spying activity where you're technically trying to get access to other countries' resources and then try to spy on them to figure out what their activities have been or what their future plans have been. And then we have the hacktivists, who is an individual who has a political agenda to promote, and they promote it by doing hacking. So these guys, what is the difference between a black hat hacker and a hacktivist? The black hat hacker may try to hide their identity. A hacktivist will claim responsibility of what they have done. So for them, it's a political agenda, a political cause, and they will try to hack various organizations to promote their cause. They would probably do this by defacing the website and posting the messages that they want to promote on these websites. So what exactly is ethical hacking then? We have discussed the types of hackers. We have identified a malicious hacker as a black hat hacker with the intent of doing harm to an organization's network for personal gain. We have discussed what the ethical hacker is. So an ethical hacker would be doing the same activity but in an authorized manner. So they would have legal contracts that they would be signing with the organization, which would give them a definite scope of what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do. And the ethical hackers would function within those scopes, would try to execute those test scenarios where they would be able to identify those flaws or those system vulnerabilities, and then they would be submitting a report to the management of what they have found. They would also help the management to mitigate or to resolve those weaknesses so that nobody else can misuse them later on. They might use the same techniques and the same tools that black hat hackers do. However, the main difference here is that these guys are authorized to do that particular activity. They're doing it in a controlled manner with the intent of helping the organization and not with the intent of personal gains. So who's an ethical hacker? Again, an ethical hacker is a highly intelligent, highly educated person who knows how computers function, how programming languages work, how operating systems work. They can troubleshoot. They're technically very adept at computing. They understand the architecture. They understand how various components in a computer work. They can troubleshoot those components, and they can basically be very good with programming as well. Now, when I say programming, we don't want an ethical hacker to be a good developer of applications. We want them to understand programming in such a way that they can create scripts. They can write their own short programs like viruses, worms, trojans, or exploits which would help them achieve the objective that they have set out for. So here you can see the ethical hacker. They are individuals who perform a security assessment of their companies with the permission of concerned authorities. So what is a security assessment? A security assessment is finding out the exact security posture of the organization by identifying what security controls are in place, how they've been configured, and if there are any gaps in the configurations themselves. So an organization will hire an ethical hacker. They would give the ethical hacker the information about what information is or what security controls, what firewalls, what IDSS, IPSS, intrusion detection or intrusion prevention systems, antiviruses are already in place, and then they will ask the ethical hacker to figure out a way to bypass these mechanisms and see if they can still hack the organization. What is the need of an ethical hacker? The need of an ethical hacker is proactive security. The ethical hacker would identify all the existing flaws in an organization and try to resolve those flaws to help secure the organization from black hat hackers. So ethical hackers would prevent hackers from cracking into an organization's network by securing the organization, by improving on their security on a periodic basis. And they would also try to identify system vulnerabilities, network vulnerabilities, or application level vulnerabilities that would have been missed or have already been missed, and then try to figure out a way of plugging them or resolving them so that they cannot be misused by other hackers. They would also analyze and enhance an organization's security policies. Now, what are policies? Policies are basically documents that have been created by an organization of rules that all the employees need to follow to ensure that the security of an organization is maintained. For example, a password policy. A password policy would help users in an organization to adhere to the standards the organization has identified for a password complexity. For example, a password, when a user is creating them, should adhere to standards where they are using random words. They contain the alphabet A through Z, uppercase and lowercase, 0 through 9 as numerics, and special characters, and they are randomized so that the password becomes more stronger to prevent from brute force attacks. So what would an ethical hacker do at this point in time? They would try to test the strength of the passwords to see if brute force attacks or dictionary attacks are possible, and if any of these passwords can be cracked. They would ensure that all the employees are following the policies and all the passwords are as secured as the policies want them to be. If there are any gaps in the policies or the implementation of the policy, it is the ethical hacker's responsibility to identify those gaps and warn the organization about it. Similarly, they would also try to protect any personal information, any data that is owned by the organization that is critical for the functioning of the organization, and they will try to protect it from falling into the hacker's hands. Now, what are the skills that are required of an ethical hacker? these are the following skills. So first and foremost, they should have good knowledge with operating systems such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Mac. Now, when we say knowledge about operating systems, it's not only about how to use those operating systems, but how to troubleshoot those operating systems, how these operating systems work, how these operating systems need to be configured, how can they be secured. For example, securing an operating system is not only installing a firewall and an antivirus, but you need to configure permissions on an operating system of what users are allowed to do and what users are not allowed to do. For example, limiting the installation of applications. How are we going to do that? We need to go into the system center, the security center of Windows, and we need to configure security parameters over there of what are acceptable softwares and what are not. Same with Linux and Mac softwares, operating systems. So we need to know how we can secure these operating systems. Similarly, all of these would have desktop versions and server versions of operating systems. As an ethical hacker, we need to know the desktop and server versions both, how to configure them and how to provide services within the organization on these servers so that they can be consumed in a secure manner by all the employees. At the same time, they should also be knowledgeable of programming languages or scripting languages such as PHP, Python, Ruby, HTML for programming, if you will, because web servers come into the picture. So again, they should not be great developers where they can create huge applications, but they should be able to develop scripts, understand those scripts, analyze those scripts, and figure out what the output should be of those scripts to achieve the hacking goals that they have set out for. An ethical hacker should have a very good understanding about networking. No matter whether you're in application security, you're in network security, or you're in host-based security, since a computer will always be connected to a network, either a local area network like a LAN or the internet, we should know how networking works. We should know the 7 layers of the OSI model. We should know which protocols work on those 7 layers. We should identify the TCP/IP model and how a OSI model can be mapped to the TCP/IP model. We should understand how TCP and UDP work, how each and every protocol is crafted, how they are supposed to behave for us to analyze and understand any network-based attacks. We should be very good in security measures. So we should know where those vulnerabilities would lie, what are the latest exploits available in the market, and we should be able to identify them. We should be able to know the techniques and the tools of how to deal with security, how to analyze security, and then how to implement security to enhance it as well. Along with that, it is important that a security analyst or ethical hacker is aware of the local security laws and standards. Why is that? Because an organization cannot do any illegal activity. Whatever responses that they have, whatever security mechanisms, whatever security controls they will implement, they need to be adhering to the local law of the land. They should be legal in nature and should not cause undue harm to any of the employees or any of the third-party clients that they are dealing with. So the ethical hackers should be aware of what security laws are before they implement security controls, or even before they start testing for security controls. And all of these should be backed up by having a global certification or a globally valid certification related to networking, related to security, ethical hacking, the law of the land, anything and everything. Maybe even programming. It's good to have a certification in PHP, Perl, Python, Ruby, and so on and so forth. Why? Because most of the organizations, when they hire ethical hackers, look out for these certifications, especially globally valid certifications, so that they can be sure, or they can be assured that the person that they are hiring has the required skill set. So let's talk about a few of the tools that an ethical hacker would utilize in their testing scenarios. To be honest, there are hundreds of tools out there. What you see on the screen are just a few examples of them. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. What is a vulnerability scanner? It is an automated tool that is designed to identify vulnerabilities within hosts, within operating systems, within networks. So they come with their ready-made databases of all the vulnerabilities that have already been identified, and they scan the network against that database to find out any possible flaws or any possible vulnerabilities that currently exist on the host or the operating system or on the network. Similarly, there would be application scanners like Acunetics or Arachne that would help you scan applications and identify flaws within those applications as well. Now, all of these are automated tools. The essence of ethical hacker is when these tools churn out the reports, the ethical hacker can understand these reports, analyze them, identify the flaws, and then craft their own exploits or use existing exploits in a particular manner so that they can get access or they can bypass the access security controls mechanisms that are already in place. How can they do that? With the tool called Metasploit. You see that big M there on the right hand side? That M logo is for a tool called Metasploit, which is a penetration testing tool. What is a penetration testing tool? It is that tool that will allow an ethical hacker to craft their exploits or choose their exploits for the vulnerabilities that have been identified by Nessus. Since we are interacting with computers, we will always be interacting using tools, right? So the first tool, Nessus, identifies the flaws and the possible list of vulnerabilities. We do a penetration test using Metasploit to validate those flaws and to verify that those flaws actually exist, and try to figure out the complexity of those flaws. And that's where Metasploit helps us do that. Wireshark would be used in the background while you are doing both the activities using Nessus or Metasploit to keep a track of what packets are being sent and received on the network, which will help us analyze those packets. So whenever I run a Nessus scanner, I would run a Wireshark in the background. It will capture the data packets, and I can go through those data packets and analyze that data packets to identify what Nessus is actually trying to do. Similarly, when I try to attack a machine using exploit on Metasploit, I will keep on Wireshark running in the background to capture the data packets that have been sent and the responses that I've received from the victim, so that I can also go through those packets and analyze the responses and analyze the attack, whether it was successful, to what extent was it successful, and basically will also give me a validation, a proof of the activity that has happened. Nmap is another automated tool that allows me to scan for open ports and protocols. So why would I use Nmap? Because ports and protocols become an entry point for a hacker to gain access to devices. For example, when we connect to a web server, we connect through a web browser, but we automatically connect to port 80 using HTTP and port 443 is using HTTPS. So if I'm connecting to a web server using HTTPS, it is safe to assume that port 443 on the web server is open to accept those connections. Similarly, there would be other services that may be left open on the web server because nobody thought about configuring it, or they misconfigured the web server and they left unwanted services running. So Nmap will allow me to scan those ports and services and allow me to understand what services are being offered on that server, so then I can start analyzing that server, identify those flaws within those services, and then try to attack them. If the application that I'm analyzing is connected to a database and I want to do a SQL injection attack, or if Nessus tells me that there is a SQL injection attack that may be possible on that particular application, I can use an automated tool called SQL Map or SQL Map that would allow me to automatically craft all the queries that are required for a SQL injection attack and help me do that attack at the same time. So here I do not have to manually create my own queries. The SQL Map tool would automatically create them for me. What I would do is I would use Nessus to identify that particular flaw. If Nessus reports that flaw, I would then go use the tool SQL Map, configure it to attack that particular web server, and when I fire off the tool, it will then automatically start directing queries, SQL injection queries, to the database to see if those databases are vulnerable, and if yes, what data can be retrieved from those databases. So all of these tools in a nutshell would help me hack networks, applications, operating systems, and host devices. And this is what an ethical hacker does. They use these kind of tool sets, they identify what attacks they need to do, they identify the right tool for that particular attack, and they write their exploits, they create those attacks, and then they start attacking, analyze the response, and then give a report to the management, providing them feedback about how the attack was created or crafted, what was the response to that attack, and whether the attack was successful or not. If successful, they would also give recommendations of what to do to prevent these attacks from happening in the future. So when we are doing these attacks, or when we want to launch these attacks, what is the process that we would follow? So there are 6 steps that we would do as an ethical hacker. If you're just a hacker, you probably wouldn't do the 6th step, which is a reporting step. So the first step that would be done is the reconnaissance phase, which is the information gathering phase, which is very important from an ethical hacker's perspective or a hacker's perspective. Because if I want to attack someone or something as a digital device, I need to know what I'm attacking. I need to know the IP address of the device, the MAC address of those devices. I need to know the operating system, the build or the version of that operating systems, applications on top, the versions of those applications, so I know what I'm attacking. For example, if I want to attack a server, I assume it's a Windows-based server and I use a particular tool to attack it, but it actually turns out to be a Linux-based server, my attacks are going to be unsuccessful. So I need to focus my attack based on what is there at the other end. So in my information gathering phase, I want to identify all of that information. Once I have that information done, I'm going to scan those servers using tools like Nmap that we just talked about, and we're going to try to see the open ports, open services, and protocols that are running on that server that can give me possible entry points within the network or within the device or within the operating system. At the same time, along with the scanning with Nmap, I would run a vulnerability scanner, the Nessus vulnerability scanner we talked about, or Akunetics for applications, and then I would try to identify vulnerabilities in those applications, operating systems, or networks. Once I have identified those vulnerabilities in the scanning phase, I would then move on to the gaining phase, where I would then craft my exploits or choose existing exploits and start attacking the victim. At this point in time, if my attack is successful, I will probably have gained access by either cracking passwords or escalating privileges or exploiting a vulnerability that I may have found during the scanning phase. Once I have gained my access, I want to maintain my access. Why? Because the vulnerability may not be there for long. Maybe somebody updated the operating system and hence the flaw was no longer existing, or somebody changed the password that I may have cracked, thus I no longer have access. So what do I do to maintain my access? I install Trojans or backdoor entries to those systems using which I can secretly, in a covert manner, get access to those devices at my own will, at my own time, as long as those devices are available over the network. So that's where I maintain my access. I have hacked them. Now I want to maintain my access, so I install a software which would give me a backdoor entry to that device no matter what. Once I have done this, I want to clear my tracks. So whatever activity that I've been doing, for example, installing a Trojan. A Trojan is also a software that would create directories and files once installed on the victim's machine. So I want to hide that. If I have accessed data stores, if I have modified data, I want to hide that activity, because if the victim comes to know that something has happened, they would start increasing their security parameters. They might start scanning their devices. They may take them offline. Thus, my hack would no longer be efficient. The reason I'm clearing my tracks is that the victim doesn't find out that they have been hacked or they have been compromised, or even if they do find out that they've been compromised, they cannot trace the compromise back to me. So I would be deleting references of any of the IP addresses or MAC addresses that I may have used to attack that particular device. And this is where I will be able to identify where those logs were created, where those traces are. Once I take off those traces, the victim would not be any wiser of whether they have been compromised or who compromised their system. And if I am successful at all of these stages, or to whatever extent the success that I've achieved in any of these stages, I would then create a report based on that, and I would report to the management about the activities that we have been able to do and whatever we have been able to achieve out of those activities. For example, we identified 10 different flaws. There were 20 different attacks that we wanted to do. What attack did we do? What was the outcome of that attack? What was the intended or the expected output of that attack? I'll create a report which would give a detailed analysis of all the steps that were taken, along with screenshots and evidences of what activity was conducted, what was the output, what was the expected output, and I would submit that report to the management, giving them an idea of what vulnerabilities and flaws exist in their environment or their devices that need to be mitigated so that the security can be enhanced. So these are the 6 steps that the ethical hacking process would take. Just going through this, the reconnaissance is where you're going to use hacking tools like Nmap, HPing to obtain information about targets. There are hundreds of tools out there depending on what information you want. Then in scanning, again, Nmap, Nexpose, these kind of tools to be utilized to identify open ports, protocols, and services. In gaining access, you're going to exploit a vulnerability by using the Metasploit tool that we talked about in the previous slides. In the maintaining access, you're going to install backdoors. You can use Metasploit at the same time. You can craft your own scripts to create a Trojan and install it on the victim's machine. Once you have achieved that, clearing tracks is where you're going to clear all evidences of your activity so that you do not get caught or the victim doesn't even realize that they have been hacked. And once you're done all of this, we are going to create reports that are going to be submitted to the management to help them understand the current security evaluation of their organization. So now let's see how we can hack using social engineering. Now, what is social engineering? Social engineering is the art of manipulating humans into revealing confidential information which they otherwise would not have revealed. So this is where your social skill and your people skills come into the picture. If you are able to communicate effectively to another person, they would probably give up more information that they intended to give out. Let's look at examples, right? If you see on the screen, phishing activity. What is phishing? We receive a lot of fake mails on a regular basis. We have always received those emails where we have won a lottery of a few $1 million, but we have never realized that we didn't purchase a lottery to win a lottery in the first place. We have always had those Nigerian frauds where a prince died in some South African country and you out of 7 billion people on the planet have been identified where they want to transfer a few $100 million through your account and they want to give you 50% of that money in return as thank you. So some very basic attacks where you go onto websites and there's a banner flashing at you saying congratulations, you're the 1 millionth visitor to this website, click here to claim your prize. All of these are social engineering attacks, phishing attacks, fake websites, fake communications being sent out to users to prey on their gullibility. Most of humans always have that dream of striking it rich, winning a huge lottery once and for all, and living their life lavishly ever after. But sadly, in the real world, that doesn't happen that often. And if you're receiving those mails, it is very important that you first research the validity of those communications before you even want to act upon them. So why are humans susceptible to social engineering? Because humans have emotions. Machines do not. Try pleading with a machine to give you access to an account that you have forgotten a password to. The machine wouldn't even know what you're doing. Try pleading with a human, sympathy or empathy, where you could try to create a social engineering attack where you can plead with them saying, if I do not get access to this account immediately, I might lose my job. And then that would put my family into problems. Somebody would feel empathy or sympathy towards you and help you reset that password and give you access to that account. It's how good the attack is and how convincing you are for the success of this attack to happen. So what is a familiarity exploit? Attackers interact with victims to gain information which will benefit the attackers to crack credentials. As passwords, if we want to reset our passwords, what do we have as a mechanism to resetting passwords? We have some security questions that we set up. Those questions are nothing but personal information that we would know, but through a social engineering attack, it would be easily be able to gather the information that you have set for your security questions. The security questions can be as simple as the first school that you attended. You probably have that listed on your LinkedIn profile, where a person can just go in there and see your academic qualifications and identify the school that you were in, right? Similarly, it might also be a question, what was your mother's maiden name? That's a very good attack. And that's, if a person can interact with you, let's say they're trying to take a survey and they approach you for a feedback on a particular product that you have been utilizing, and they ask you these questions, you wouldn't think twice before giving those answers. As long as the request sounds legitimate to us, we are able to justify that request, we do answer those queries. So it's upon us to verify the authenticity of the request coming in before we answer it. Phishing, as discussed, would be fraudulent emails which appear to be coming from a trusted source. So email spoofing comes into mind, fake websites, and so on and so forth. Exploiting human curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, right? So there's so many physical attacks where hackers just keep pen drives lying around in a parking lot. Now this is a generic attack. Whoever falls victim will fall victim. So if I just throw around a few USBs in the parking lot, obviously with Trojans implemented on them, some people who are curious or who are looking for a couple of freebies might take up those pen drives, plug them in their computers to see what data is on the pen drives. At the same time, once they plug in those pen drives on their computers, the virus or the Trojan would get infected and cause harm to their machine. Then exploiting human greed. We just talked about the Nigerian frauds and the lotteries, those kind of attacks, the fake money-making gimmicks. Now, basically, this is where you prey upon the person's greed kicking in, and they are clicking on those links in order to get that money that has been promised to them in that email. So one of the safest mechanisms to keep data private and to keep yourself secure is using encryption. Now, encryption can happen through cryptography. What is cryptography? Cryptography is the art of scrambling data using a particular algorithm so that the data becomes unreadable to the normal user. The only person with the key to unscramble that data would be able to unscramble it and make sense out of that data. So we're just making it unreadable or non-readable by using a particular key or a particular algorithm, and then we're going to send the key to the end user. The end user using this same key would then decrypt that data. If anybody compromises that data while it is being sent over the network, since it is encrypted, they would not be able to read it. So the encryption algorithm would be something like this. Now, if you see the computer word once made into unreadable format would look like EQORXVGT. For an end user, it wouldn't make any sense, but the person who has a key to unscramble that would be able to convert it back to computer and then understand the meaning of that word. So this is just a substitution cipher that is being shown on the screen. So what is the alphabet? The key is alphabet plus 3. So C plus 3 alphabets, that becomes E. O becomes Q. M becomes O. So the key that is utilized to scramble the data is the character that you are at. The third character from there would be the corresponding key. So the encrypted message is also known as a cipher. The decryption is just the other way around, where you know the key now and you can now figure out what that E corresponded to by going back 3 characters in the alphabet. Most of the times, a certified ethical hacker must decrypt a message without knowing the secret key. So let's say a ransomware has affected your organization or has affected a device, and you want to figure out or you want to decrypt that data. Now, as an ethical hacker, you wouldn't be for paying a ransom to the hacker, would you? So it is now your prerogative of how you're going to work around and how you're going to try to crack the encryption mechanism, how to crack the cipher to decrypt that message and see what's within it, right? Decryption without the use of a secret key, that is known as a cryptanalysis. Cryptanalysis is the reversing of an algorithm to figure out what the decryption was without using a key. So cryptanalysis can be done using various formats. The first one is a brute force attack, second is a dictionary attack, the third one is a rainbow table attack. A brute force attack is trying every combination, permutation and combination of the key to figure out what the key was. It is 100% successful, but may take a lot of time. A dictionary attack is where you have created a list of possible encryption mechanisms, a list of possible cracks, and then you try to figure out whether those cracks work or not. Rainbow tables are where you have an encrypted text in hand and you're trying to figure out the similarities between the text that you have and the encrypted data that you wanted to decrypt in the first place. So in the brute force attack, you're trying every possible combination, permutation of what the key would be. In dictionary attack, you have a word list that would tantamount to the key, and if you're trying to match all the words listed in the text file or the word list to see if any of those words are going to work to decrypt that data. Here in the rainbow table, the ciphertext is compared with another ciphertext. You find out similarities and then you try to work or reverse engineer your way accordingly. So let's have a quick demo on cryptography before we end this session. So to begin with the demo of cryptography, we are on a website called spammimic.com, which will help us scramble the message that we created into a completely format which would be unrelated to the topic at hand. So if I say I want to encode a message, turn a short message into spam. So what this does is, you want to send across a secret message, you type in the secret message, a short one, and it will convert that into a spam mail. You send it across, so whoever's reading that spam mail would never get an idea of the embedded message within it. So if I want to type in a message here, hi, this is a secret message, the password is ASD@1234, and I want to send this out to people or to one of my colleagues, but I want to send it out in a secret manner so that others are not aware of this. So when I press on encode, what the algorithm will do is it will convert this message into a spam mail. So my message, hi, this is a secret message, the password is @1234 or ASD@1234, gets converted into this. Now if you read it, dear e-commerce professional, this letter was specially selected to be sent to you. This doesn't make sense. There is nowhere or no reference to the actual message that I've already said. So if I copy this entire message and I send it, let's say via email, to the recipient. Now the thing is that the recipient needs to know that I've encoded it using spam mimic. The algorithm needs to remain the same. So once they know that it is spam mimic, what they can do is, now in this instance what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new browser and I'm going to go to the same website. And at this point in time, I'm going to click on decode. When I click on decode, I'm going to paste the message that I've just copied. There we are. And this message is now being copied into a different browser. And if I decode this, you will see that it will convert it back to the original message that there was. So the key is there at spam mimic and it is embedded within the message. So whenever we paste the message in the decode factor, it knows what the key was and it can decrypt that message and give me the actual message that was embedded within it. There we are, the entire message. This is what we created in the Google Chrome browser, and in the Firefox browser, we decoded. Similarly, if I want to protect these kind of messages, there is an aspenencrypt.com website where, let's say, we use text encryption and I want to encrypt the same message. This is a secret message. The password is asd@1234, and then I give it a password to protect this message, let's say the word password, and I use the cipher to scramble this by using, let's say, AES, which is the strongest cipher right now, and I say encrypt. So this is what the encryption would look like, and basically if I don't have the password over here, if I decrypt it, you would see that the error has occurred. Now if I type in the password over here and then decrypt it, it will be able to convert that back into the unscrambled text, and it will give me what the original message was. This is a secret message. The password is asd@1234. So if I want to keep my data secure from hackers, I want to scramble it in such a way that they would not be able to crack it, or it would be very difficult for them to crack it. And this is one of the first mechanisms that would be recommended by any ethical hacker to keep the data secure. Now let's talk about downloading and installing Kali Linux. Along with that, we'll also be looking at the basic commands that are required for Kali Linux. Alright, so I've opened my browser and we want to go to the Kali website. So we want to go to kali.org. You can directly type in kali.org and go to the website. I can just do a Google search and say Kali download, and it will give you the same website, but it will directly take you to the downloads pages. So either here or you can go to the home page. Cookies are being installed on your machine, so see which cookies you want to allow. I'm only going to use the necessary cookies to support this site, and you can see that this gives you the latest Kali Linux news and tutorials, gives you the latest release, what is in that release, and gives you a lot of documentation which will help you understand what tools have been developed and what functionality has been given in the latest version. If you want to download, you can directly go here and you can download Kali Linux. Now, Kali Linux is a 2.6 gigabyte download, so it's going to take time, the latest version being 2019.4. And we click over here. I'm using a download manager to manage all these huge downloads, and you can see it's pointed to the operating systems folder, and it is going to be a 2.57 GB download. So we click on download, and in the background, you can see this is going to be downloaded, and we're going to minimize this. And it will take a few minutes for that to download, but this is an ISO image, so we need to install it on a virtual machine. So what we need is we need to use a hypervisor which will allow us to create virtual machines. So we can either use VMware Workstation, which you can download from here. However, this is paid version, so you can see it is around $250 or something for this software, but it is a very good software to have. So if we click on download now, it is going to start the download. It's a 30-day trial period if you want to use it. After 30 days, you'll need to enter the key, which you'll get after purchasing the software. If you do not want to utilize this, the free version that you have, you can either download VMware Player, but there are some limitations for VMware Player that you might want to look at. You want to compare these products before you want to purchase them, right? Otherwise, you can download Oracle VirtualBox, which is a free hypervisor. It's not as robust as VMware Workstation, but it does the trick, right? So the free version 6.1 is free, and you can then create your own virtual machines over there and install operating systems on them. What I already have a VMware Workstation installed, so I'm just going to open that up, and that's my VMware Workstation. As you can see, I already have a lot of virtual machines created over here. What we are going to do is we are going to configure a virtual machine for the Kali Linux operating system that we are downloading, which should be somewhere here. Let's see, it's at 43%, so halfway there. Till then, let's create the virtual machine. So I click on File, create a new virtual machine. I'm going to customize the machine, so click on Next. This leave it default, we don't want to change that, and then we want to install the operating system later. We don't want to point it out right now, so I'll just click on I will install the operating system later. Click on Next. We want to install Linux. Now in the drop down, you would not see Kali Linux over here. However, you can choose Ubuntu 64-bit. That's what I'm going to choose. There it is. Next. What is the name that we want? I want to give it Kali Linux without the typo, and I want to store it in one of the folders that I've created. By default, it stores on the C drive, which is not a good place to store. You don't want to run out of space on your C drive. So I'm going to click on this PC, and this is my data, and in here I'll have a folder called virtual box or virtual machines. There it is, within which you can see the other softwares that I already created. I'm going to create a new folder and call it Kali 2019 L. L for is latest for me, because you can see I already have a Kali Linux. So I'm just going to identify this folder with the L at the end. Going to select it and click on OK. You can see the path being changed over here. Click on next. It's going to ask you how many processors. Now, depending on the processor that you have, you can see I've got an 8-core i7. So if I give it 16 cores or 16 processors, that's not going to work. I cannot go beyond what the physicality already is. So for this machine, one processor with 1 core is more than enough. If you're going to use a lot of tools at the same time, you might just want to give it 2 cores. So we're giving it 2 cores. It will ask us for RAM to be provided for this virtual machine. By default, 2048 megabytes. That's 2 GB of RAM is more than enough. If you require more, we can change this later on. So click on next. We want to use NAT for now. Leave this default. Next. Whatever is recommended, keep it the way it is. We do not want to change it. Next. Create a new virtual hard disk for this machine. And it is going to ask us the size. 20 GB is more than fine. Store it as a single file. We don't want to use multiple file options. Click on next. And then click on browse, where we want to store the VMDK file or the virtual hard disk file. And we go back again to the same folder that we had created, virtual machines, and we look at the Kali Linux, Kali 2019 L, and we want to store the VMDK file over there. Once we save it, we want to click on next, and then we want to click on finish. So this is the virtual machine that has been created right here, right? Now, this is the basic configuration. Now, where are we at with the operating system? And you can see the operating system has been downloaded, and it is stored in this particular folder. So we go to E drive. So we are looking for the operating system that we have downloaded. We downloaded it in the operating systems folder. And if we go in here, you can see the current one, the Kali Linux 2019.4 ISO right here. So what we do, we go back to the Kali Linux machine that we have created, edit virtual machine settings, and we point this virtual machine using the CD DVD, and then we point the ISO, the one that we downloaded over here. So we go back to E drive, we go back to OS, and we click on Kali Linux 2019, click on open. So now when this boots up, it will boot up with this ISO, and then it will allow us to install the operating system. So click on OK. Then we click on power on this virtual machine. It will start powering on. It will boot to the ISO, and it will start giving us the booting option. So I'm just going to enter the full screen mode over here for this to be better visible. And we don't want the live mode. What we want is we want to use the graphical install. And then we highlight that, we press enter, and you can see the setup starting up. We'll wait for the GUI to pop up. There it is. Which language do we want? For now, we want English. Click on continue. Where are we located? Click on continue. And the configure your keyboard. We want the US keyboard, American English. Continue. It is going to detect the hardware. So as you can see on the screen, it's attempting auto configuration for most of these settings. The network with DHCP, it has identified the network cards, hardware like the processor that has been provided. Now it is asking for a host name. We're going to leave it at default. We're going to click on continue. Domain name, I'm not joining this into a domain as yet. There's going to be a standalone machine, so I can leave this blank. Click on continue. Now it is going to configure the network. It is asking for a password at this point in time, the root password. Type in any password that you want. Ensure that you remember the password. Now, by default, the username for the account is the word root. We are just creating the password for the root account. And then we want to click on continue. Setting up the clock, looking at the hard disks. Now, here it asks us, do we want to use the entire disk, the 20 GB virtual hard disk that we had provided, or do we want to give it a manual configuration or a guided one where we want encryption and a logical volume management coming into the picture. We're just going to use the first option, guided, use entire disk. Don't worry, it's only going to use the virtual disk that we had created. Click on continue. It will give us that it's a 21.5 GB VMware virtual disk that we had. And click on continue. All files in one partition, that's what we want, recommended for new users, whatever it is. We don't want to change these folders. Continue, and this is what we have configured. Once we click on continue, it is going to say, are you sure you want to make these changes? Click on yes, click on continue, and it will start installing Kali Linux on your device. Now this is going to take a few minutes. for the installation to work. Alright, so that's the installation that's completed. Now it's asking us to configure a package manager. A network mirror can be used to supplement the software that is included on the installation media. This may also make newer versions of software available. Do you want to use a network mirror? We can click no for now and then click on continue. Now this is going to install the grub bootloader. This might take a few minutes as well. Install the grub loader to the master boot record. Yes. Click on continue. Click the hard disk that you have just utilized. This is the one. Click on continue. It will install the grub bootloader, running through the last phases of the installation. And now it says the installation is complete. We want to click on continue, finishing the installation, and then it will do a reboot. Alright, and you can see this is starting up. So we are going to you just wait out the boot, and now it started the booting sequence. Just going to maximize the screen. And you can see it's asking me for the password. This is the one that we created. Now that's not the password, that's the username, that's the root, and the password that we had created at that point in time. And then click on login. And this is your screen. Now what we need to do here is we need to install VMware tools, which will help us manage the screen and help the virtual machine to be a little bit better integrated on the system. So that's not mounted yet, so we're just waiting for it to mount. There it is. And what we want to do here is open VMware Tools Upgrader. Alright, so what we want is we want to extract, or we want to use this Open X Archiver, and once we do that, we'll see the VMware install.pl. Double click on that. Alright, we've got the VMware tools here. What I've done is we have extract to, and I've extracted that on the desktop, right? So what we just did was click on the desktop over here, open, and this is what it will do. And click on extract. Now the error is happening because I've already extracted this. Open this up. We want to run this VMware install.pl. So what do? We open up the terminal window, which is the command line interface over here. And now this is where some of the commands come into the picture. So for example, pwd will show us the present working directory. ls will show us the list of the folders that are there. So the folder that we have is on our desktop. So we'll just change directory to desktop, press enter, do an ls, that will show us the list, and you can see VMware tools distrib. That's the folder that we have right here. Right, so we want to go into that folder, cd VMware. At this point, you can just click on tab and it will populate everything over there. Press enter, do an ls, and we want the VMware -install.pl to be executed. Alright, so we tried executing that command. We had an error over there. So what we need to do is we need to execute this command. So /VMware -install.pl, and it will start creating. Now it will ask you for your input installing VMware tools. In which directory do you want to install the binary files? By default it is going to use /usr/bin. If I just press enter, it is going to use the default. As you can see, the input over here. What directory do you want the init directories? I'm just going to press keep on pressing enter for the defaults to come in. This part does not exist. It is going to create it. Default yes, defaults everywhere, and then it tries to start initializing it to maximize the screen, and this is where it is installing. And you can see by just installing that, it automatically adjusted the screen, and now we got a full screen of Kali Linux right here. Right, and that is what VMware tools does for us once we have installed the operating system. And now you can see the entire screen. On here you will see the tool sets that are given here. Now why are we using Kali Linux in the first place? Because this comes in with a bundle of thousands of softwares that are ready to be utilized for ethical hacking. Right, and they have been categorized over here for information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, and so on and so forth. So you can see from forensics onwards, reporting tools, and as you scroll down, you can see your development tools, graphics coming in, internet, and the system configuration coming into the picture. These are your settings for your operating system. So these are basically your tools. We are right now on the favorites. If I click on information gathering, you will see that other tools for information gathering start appearing over here. For vulnerability analysis, we have got Sparta, Nmap, fuzzing tools, web application analysis, we have got comics, Kipfish, SQL map, database assessments, password attacks, and so on and so forth. So if you just go in the favorites, this was the terminal emulator that we utilized. This is the command line that we saw. We use the cd command We use the pwd command. We did the ls command as well to give us the list of the directory that we are in. Similarly, there would be commands like cat. So let's go to cd downloads. Let's see what's there. You can see this case sensitive. So if I type in a capital D and then do a tab ls, there's nothing over here on download. So cd ... will take us back one directory. Now you can see we are back from downloads to root. If I want to go to desktop, this is how I go to desktop. Do a ls. You can see the VMware tools folder over there, cd VMware tools, and we go into that folder ls, where it will give us the list of all those files. Now you can see install is a file that we had edited back then. So if I do a cat install, you will see the cat basically is the command that will help us look at the contents of the file, all right, without opening up the file or without editing the file. So you can see just if I scroll up, this is where we gave the cat command. It then printed the contents of the file over here, and then it exited and gave me back to the command line right here, right? Now if I want to copy this, cp root desktop VMware install, and if you want to copy it to root downloads and press enter. Now what we are going to do is we are going to see if this file, the install file that we just edited over here, has been copied to the downloads folder. So we are currently in the VMware, on the desktop VMware tools district folder. We do a cd ... that takes us down one directory. So we are still in the desktop. Do a cd ... Now you can see we are back in the root, and now we are going to do a cd downloads, do an ls, and you can see the copied file right here. So if I do a cat install, you can see the same content of that file coming in. So these are some of the commands that we would need to learn as we go ahead. The remove command is, let's say we've got install, we do a man rm. Man is the manual page command that gives us the pages with the description of how that particular command is to be utilized. So rm is remove files or directories. Synopsis, the description, the options, -f for force, -i for prompt, capital I prompt once before removing more than 3 files, and so on and so forth. If you want to exit this, you can press Q to exit, and you come back to this page. So if I say rm install ls, you will see that the install file has now been deleted. So in Windows we use the del command. In Linux it is the rm command. So this is what we wanted to look at, the demo for Kali Linux, how to download it, how to install it, and some of the basic commands that we can utilize. Alright, let's begin with the phishing tutorial. We have the Kali Linux operating system booted up over here. What we are going to do is we are going to open up a tool called SET, Social Engineering Toolkit, which you would find in this option, and that's the tool that we want. It's a command line tool, a menu driven tool. We are going to host a fake Facebook page, and we can see how we can harvest credentials by this kind of an attack. So these are some disclaimers you might want to go through there. Do you want to agree to the terms of service? Yes. Press enter. And that's your social engineering toolkit. And we are talking about a phishing attack which comes under the social engineering attack. So like I said, it's a menu driven tool. So we just have to look at these options and then just type in the number of the option that we want. So we want to do a social engineering attack. So I type in 1, press enter. In that it is asking me whether I want a spear phishing attack, a website attack vector. We are going to choose a second option. So I type in 2, press enter, and then it asks me what I want to do. I want to take the third option here, credential harvester attack methodology, and we want to do the third attack. Now it is asking whether we want to use the in-house website templates that it already has, or do we want to clone a site, or do we have a customized site that we have prepared that we want to migrate into this tool. If you're going to do the site cloning option, so we're going to type in 2, press enter, and then it is going to ask me the IP address where it wants to capture and store the credentials. By default, this is the IP address that I'm using, so if I leave it blank, it will take my default IP address. So I'm just going to press enter, and now it is asking me the URL to clone. So I type in https://www.facebook.com. What it is going to do, it is going to connect online, and it is now it has cloned the website, Facebook login.php. The best way to use this attack is if the username and password form are in the same field or the same page. Regardless, this captures all posts on a website. So you may need to copy www into HTML depending on where your directory structure is. Press return if you understand what we are saying here. So press enter. The social engineering toolkit credential harvest attack is running on port 80. Information will be displayed to you as it arrives. So the site was 71.134, right? The default IP address, and this is where the website is being hosted. Let's check that out. So let me open up a browser on my host machine, and let me point it to the Kali Linux machine that we have just created, 192.168.71.134, and you should see a login to Facebook coming up right here. Looks genuine. It is genuine because we just went online and downloaded this. Let's just have a recap. Let's have an explanation of what we are trying to do. I am trying to host fake Facebook page on my server, which has an embedded script in it, which is going to do credential harvesting. So the attack here is, let's say if I'm now hosted this, I can craft a fake email, send it across to a victim saying your Facebook account has seen some unforeseen activity, create a hyperlink using HTML coding. Within that, click here to access your account and verify that the account is secure. And when they click on that link, they will be redirected to my fake page, which is here. You can see the IP address is my virtual machine's IP address, but I'm seeing a Facebook login page, and I'm going to type in someone@somewhere.com, and the password I'm just going to type in the regular ones that I use. And if you see it, when we typed in the username and password, the page just refreshed and gave us the login page again. But now if you look at the URL, I'm actually on Facebook's login page, which is exactly the same that I was hosting. So a layman wouldn't probably figure out they've been hacked by now. They just would figure out, okay, they probably typed in the incorrect password and the page refresh or something like that, and they're just going to log in and they're actually going to access the Facebook page. Thus, they might not even realize that something went wrong. But if I go back to my virtual machine, you can see that it has captured some data and it is reporting over here of what has happened. So if I just scroll up, let's see what happened here and if we have been able to capture anything. So we got a hit printing the output. This does the HTTP 1.1.200. Okay, response coming in, password field found, and we're just looking. There it is. Email someone@somewhere.com, and password that I typed in ASD@1234. So it has captured the username and the password right here. Once we are done, I mean, this is the way attackers work. Now, this is a very basic attack. Again, in the actual trainings, you would then look at how you would host this on a real website, make it a global attack. Right now, it's a virtual machine with a class C IP address. So here, the thought process is, where can we get a free hosting where we can host this kind of sites? Maybe I'll have to purchase a domain which looks like similar to Facebook or the victim that I'm trying to attack. So this is just a POC. So we just wanted to find out if we can, how phishing is done. And this is exactly how it is done, right? So pressing Ctrl C would exit this tool and takes you back to the actual menu. Press 99 to exit, and there it is. Close the window, and that's the phishing practical. After phishing, let's talk about SQL injection. SQL injection stands for structured query language injection, which is a database attack, though it resides within the application. So it's the application vulnerability that we are trying to look at to try to bypass authentication. As the name suggests, a SQL injection vulnerability allows an attacker to inject malicious input into a SQL statement. What is a SQL statement? A query that is used by an application and is fired off to the database. Database executes that query, gets that information that is required, and sends it back to the user if the user is authenticated. So we're going to look at a SQL injection attack demo here. And what we are going to do is we are going to go back to our VMware workstation. And I've got a tool over here called OWASP, Broken Web Application, which is a utility that has been created for people like us to test our skills, to learn on how we can develop our skills further. So this has a lot of vulnerable applications built within it. We're just going to try to access it, and we're going to see if we can create a SQL injection attack. Just waiting for it to boot up. Once it boots up, it will give us an IP address. There we are. So we need to connect to 71.132. So I can just use the same browser I was using, close up Facebook, and now go to 192.168.71.132. And this is the OWASP Broken Web Application project. What we are going to do is we are going to go to Utiliday, and this is an application that has a lot of information within it. You can see it gives you links about what you should do, help me. video tutorials, listing of vulnerabilities that they have, and so on and so forth. So you can see we are not logged in right now. I'm just going to do this as a demo. So what we are going to do is we are going to look at this and bypass authentication. So we are taken to the login page where you need a username and password to log in. I'm going to type in test as the username and test as the password. Click on login and you can see that account does not exist, so the authentication mechanism works. Now what we want to do is we want to create a query. Now what does a query look like? When I type in a username and a password, if I just type in a single quote here, it is going to create an error, and this is what a SQL query looks like. Select username from accounts where username is a single quote, and then the exception error happened, so it's not showing the rest of the query to us. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to craft a query here, single quote, and give it a condition or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. What happens, hyphen space is comments out anything after that. So the password field is being commented out at this point in time, and I'm just giving it a condition where the condition is true. 1 does equal 1. And if this condition is true, it is going to allow me to log in. So you can see right now we are not logged in. This bypasses the authentication mechanism, and you can see user authenticated, and we are now logged in as admin. So in the training, what we need to understand as a whole is how SQL works, what are the queries that are structured with, how you can, what are the testing operators. Now, the single quote that we used, that was an operator in the SQL syntax, what these operators are, how they function, and then how you can leverage these attacks. There are different tools that are given to you in Kali as well that you can utilize. So in Kali Linux, you can just open up a command prompt, and there's a tool called SQL map. You need to give it a particular site. So SQL map -u for the URL and whatever the URL is. Now URL here, and then once you're here, you just press the enter key. This tool will craft all the queries in the background for you. You don't even have to know SQL query or SQL languages. This is a very easy tool to utilize. Sadly, I cannot demo this on a live website because that would be illegal, but you can see how you can operate this yourself. That's what SQL injections are all about. Moving on, we now talk about VPNs, virtual private networks. And a virtual private network is basically a secure network that allows me to anonymize myself over the internet. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting from here to a server that encrypts my channel, encrypts my connection, and thus allows me to keep my data secure. Now, the basic essence of a VPN or a virtual private network is to allow me this encryption mechanism where I can encrypt and safeguard my data. The added advantage that nowadays a VPN gives is that they can allow us to spoof our IP address or obfuscate our IP address so we can actually become anonymous on the internet. It can allow us to use multiple IP addresses and thus secure ourselves on the internet. For example, I use VPN called CyberGhost. And what this allows me to do is it allows me so many servers over here. If you look at the entire list, all the servers, then there are no spy servers, which guarantee me that they are not going to keep and store any logs. And thus, they are not going to record any of the activity that I'm doing. Right? Since they are located out of Romania, this becomes a little bit more safer for me because the government and the laws over there are a little bit more relaxed than other countries. They give me different links for torrenting, for streaming, for connection features. So there are a lot of VPNs out there. So for example, let's go to the website cyberghost.com. So we can see there's a sale going on, 76% sale, or you can go on to ExpressVPN, which is also a very good VPN. Then there is NordVPN. It depends on what you want and how you want to utilize it. So just purchasing a VPN or getting a free VPN is not enough. It depends on which country the VPN originates from and which server you're connected to. For example, most of the countries have a pact where they share information amongst themselves even if you're connected to a VPN. That means that these companies that provide these services have to generate and store logs, and these logs have to be reported to the government if they ask for it. Now, if there's a list of 14 countries that actually focuses on this practice, so you have to find out VPN that and a server that is not a part of those 14 countries and ensure that those logs are not going to be reported to the government. And these are 3 VPNs basically are something that which are good, and I personally use CyberGhost. I have used the others. I just keep on rotating them just to get an idea of which one is better. So these are VPNs that can allow you to anonymize yourself on the internet. Moving on, these are the ones that we talked about. There are others: Safer VPN, Hide My Ass, Express VPN, and so on and so forth. From our terminologies, let's now talk about VPS. VPS is basically virtual private server, where you can rent a service or server as a service, a virtual machine as a service. So basically on a cloud, using infrastructure as a service, you can rent a server and utilize it for whatever activity you want. So let's go to these sites: register.com, GoDaddy, Network Solutions, or we can talk about other cloud solutions as well. So here you can get register your domain names. So in the previous exercise, for let's say when we talked about the phishing exercise, what we want is we can go on to register.com, or we can go on to GoDaddy.com, and we can purchase a particular domain. For example, something like this. Instead of the O's, I'm typing in a couple of zeros for the Facebook, and let's see if anything of that is available. Now, something.photo is available, or facetips.com is available. There are other options that are making over here that they're giving us over here. And once we purchase this, we can then have our own hosting with a web hosting as a service. And we can have a Linux-based hosting or a Windows-based hosting, depending on what you want. And that's where your shared hosting comes into the picture. If you just want, if you want to look at a virtual server and you want to rent a server over there itself, you can move on to rackspace.com, and here in your services, you can have physical server or a virtual server in a public cloud. Your other cloud providers, for example, would be Amazon, AWS, and on AWS, you can basically look at EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, which is basically virtual servers in the cloud. And over here, you can rent out a server with whatever capacity you require. You'll obviously have to pay the rent for what those servers are going to cost. But once you have those servers, you can then launch any services on top of it. Looking at other services that we have, we talked about Tor. Tor is a onion routing software that allows users to browse the web anonymously. So we can just go online and we can try to spoof our identity, and I'm going to show you how. So I've got a VMware workstation right here, the one. So we're just going to pull that up, and we're going to power on a Windows 7 machine, where we're going to look at the onion routing. So our Windows machine has booted up. We're just going to log in, and this is my Windows 7 machine. Now I've got a Chrome browser right here, and we're going to go to a website called cmyip.com, which is going to give the IP address that I'm currently using. So right now I'm not connected to any VPN or anything, and you can see that's my IP address that I'm utilizing. Now, if I want to anonymize myself, what I'm going to do is I am going to use Tor, and that's the Tor browser that's set up right there. If I click on it, it's going to open up the software, and it's going to create a new network, and it's going to connect to the Tor network and allow me to anonymize myself. Right, so that's the Tor browser opening up and giving me a new browser over here. So I've got one, which is the old one, which is my current IP address. If I just refresh that, you'll see that I'm still on the same IP address as far as this browser is concerned. There's a refresh, and it's still showing me the same IP address. Where if I go on to Tor right now, and if I go to cmyip.com, you will see that it is going to give me, and you can see the amount of time it is taking to reach that site. That's because I am using a VPN, and there's a lot of encryption running off, and you can see now I'm suddenly connected via Hong Kong. And even to reach this site, what Tor does is it gives me a proxy chain. A proxy chain is where it creates multiple hops to hide my identity, and before I reach cmyip.com, I am using 3 different IP addresses over here, one in France, one in Germany, and one in Hong Kong. So if I do something over here to trace back my steps to my actual IP address, the law enforcement agencies or anyone who's going to search, like a forensic investigator, would have to go through these IP addresses before they come back to me. Now, it's not impossible, but the effort and time that's going to be taken to come across 3 different countries is going to be phenomenal. So it may just defeat the purpose of having so much resources spent to identify who did what. So that's what Tor does for us. Alright, moving on from Tor, we are going to look at keyloggers. Keyloggers are basically softwares that run in the background and record all the keystrokes of the user. So if I've got a keylogger installed right now, whatever I type will be stored in a text file for the hacker so that they can look at it later on. And just to give you an example of that, we go back to my VMware workstation and we open up another Windows 7 machine. I'm going to power this on, and I'm going to close this one till then. So this virtual machine has booted up. We are going to use user 1. log in as user 1, just close all these softwares which are not required. And once this machine is booted up, what we're going to do is I'm just going to open up a random websites and see what we're doing. Basically, there's a keylogger that's there in the startup that's going to record our keystrokes. And we just want to see what it actually does. Now, Firefox is getting updated, so let's hold on. Now, this is the latest version of Firefox, right? And we're just going to go to, let's say, facebook.com. Wait for the website to open up. All right, let's try opening it up again. And that's facebook.com. And we're just going to type in some random username and password someone at somewhere.com, and the password being again ASD@1234567890. Login, obviously that login is not going to work. User probably doesn't exist, or if it does, the password probably is incorrect. And so we're going to close this. We're going to, let's say, open up another browser window, go to another site, rediff.com, and then go to rediff mail. Try the same thing over here, someone at somewhere.com, password ASD@12345677, whatever it is. Don't say, we can see the combination is incorrect. Now there's a keylogger running in the background, and what we want is we now want to open up the keylogger. Now it is visible here because I've kept it visible. You can hide it in the start menu, and there's a shortcut key for you to pull it up later on. So this completely becomes invisible. And what it can do is it basically creates a record of whatever you have been doing so far. So you can see these things populating on the 25th of December. So if I look at the visited websites, you can see I opened up Mozilla Firefox, the first where there was a problem loading the page. Then we opened up Facebook, then we opened up rediffmail.com, and so on and so forth. So it just gives me the list of visited websites. Whereas if I look at keystrokes and clipboard, you will see whatever we have typed in. So we first typed in facebook.com. Then again, the second time I try to type in, then I hit backspace. Then I type in facebook.com. And then you can see I typed in someone at somewhere.com, and in tab ASD@1234567890. We closed up the browser. We opened up a new one, and we went on to rediffmail.com. And then you can see me typing this one, then going back one space, then the rest of what I typed, and then the password coming in. So that's what a keylogger does. If you look at the taskbar, it's not going to show you a keylogger running in the background. It's in the processes, you're not going to see anything at all, but it's going to mask itself as a service. So if you look into the properties, you can see that icon coming in over here, which matches this one. And so you can see that this is masking itself as a service.exe. If this gets hidden as well, it would be very difficult for a user to even identify this. All right, so that's what a keylogger is. Moving on, let's see what else we want to talk about. So we've talked about Tor, we've talked about keyloggers, and now we want to talk about firewalls. Now, for keyloggers to be prevented, we need antiviruses, right? So we need a good antivirus program that's going to be installed, updated, and run on a regular basis to protect ourselves from malwares. But what about network connections? And you need a firewall and a system to prevent or to detect what kind of connections are going on in the first place. Now, we cannot rely on software 100%. So even if a firewall is not configured properly, that's going to be a problem. So what we need to do is we have to have a firewall, configure it correctly, and then allow and disallow certain activity from happening. And what we're going to do is I've got such a system on my machine here. I use a software called Glasswire. What it does is it is a network analyzer. So it allows me to analyze whatever is going on. You can see all the apps that I'm utilizing and how much upload and download they have been doing, all the traffic. So you can see the protocols that I'm utilizing. So I come to know what's going on in the background. And this gives me the entire graph of how much I have been doing for the past 24 hours, past 3 hours, past 5 minutes, and so on and so forth. Right, so this is what the activities, and these are the alerts that it has been generating. I can click on those alerts and it will start telling me what it was all about. If the graph doesn't work for me, it gives me usage as well. So how much I have utilized since I've installed this software, right? And what applications have been utilized, which hosts have been connected to, and the traffic type that was utilized. And then the things on my network. So these are the devices that I have currently on my network that have been identified. And then comes the firewall. So on the firewall is clicked on. You see all those services that have been identified, and you can just click on a particular service to lock that service. So this becomes a discovery tool, identifies whatever networking is going on, gives me all that information, and then I can look at and I can just click on any of these services that I find it as malicious and block them. I can create different profiles for different applications as and when I want them. And these are the alerts. So you can see that this was the first time a network connection was looked at from VMware. And what this allows me to do is whenever I execute a file, it can upload it to virustotal.com and scan it as a third-party antivirus to ensure that there is nothing malicious on it. So I already have an antivirus over here, but if this ever gets compromised, I still can rely on a third-party service where in real time when I execute my applications, they would be verified and I would be assured that nothing is wrong with my system. And this software that I'm utilizing, Glasswire Basic, is free, and then there are paid versions as well. It's just glasswire.com is where you're going to find this. Moving on, rootkit. Rootkits are also malicious softwares that you allow an unauthorized user to have access to a computer to restrict areas of its software. Now, a rootkit in its sense is a malicious software that infects a machine and prevents some functionality from it, like hiding data or preventing users from running antiviruses. And it's basically a malicious software that is used to hide information from the victim so that they would not realize that they have actually been compromised. It's going to be a difficult showing of a rootkit, so I cannot show that demo to you. So we're just going to move on, and we are going to talk about ethical hacking techniques now. Now, when we say ethical hacking techniques, we want to look at what kind of audits are available when we want to do ethical hacking. So there's a black box audit, a white box audit, and a gray box audit. So if I'm invited in an organization to conduct a test, to conduct a audit, to conduct a vulnerability assessment or a penetration test, to identify vulnerabilities and then try to plug them out, they are going to give me 3 different variations. In a black box audit, they're not going to tell me about the infrastructure. They're not going to give me any information, and they want me to start from the basics of gathering information, identifying the systems, and based on the information that I gather, whether I'm able to develop any hacks and compromise their infrastructure. So it will be a simulation of a hacker who's sitting outside the organization and trying to find a way in. Whereas a white box audit is where full infrastructure knowledge is given, anything and everything that is required for an audit is given. And this is a simulation of an insider attack, a person sitting inside the organization misusing their permissions and then trying to compromise, trying to get access to data that they do not have access to. So the simulation is from a malicious insider. A gray box is where some partial knowledge is available, and from that partial knowledge, you're going to try to build up more information, and then you're going to try to get access to those resources. What are the tools that we utilize? So we have already had a couple of demos on keyloggers, SQL injection, SQL map, and so on and so forth. Metasploit is a very much used tool for penetration testing, and having knowledge on Metasploit is very much necessary as far as ethical hacking is concerned. Nmap, this is a tool used for network discovery. Nessus, a vulnerability scanner. Wireshark is a packet capturer that allows you to capture packets and analyze whatever is going on. SQL map is something that we have seen, a SQL injection attack tool which generates its own queries. And John the Ripper is a password cracking tool. Backtrack used to be an operating system that was utilized for penetration testing. However, Backtrack has now been replaced by something called Kali Linux, and that's the operating system that we have utilized in all our demos where we try to look at SQL map and those injection attacks that we did. So what are the areas of ethical hacking? We have just talked about all these areas as well. Network services, we looked at the Glasswire application that showed us how my machine is consuming networks, which protocols are being consumed, how the connections are being created. If somebody is able to install a Trojan on my machine, it is going to try to create a new connection on the network with the hacker to allow that hacker a backdoor access. Now, if I have that Glasswire or a similar firewall implemented, it is this firewall that is going to detect it and prevent that connection from happening. So if I install a software that is suddenly suspicious or that installs something else in the background that I may not be aware of, that tool is going to identify all the connections that are being made and it is going to highlight that connection. I need to go through all of those connections and identify whether they are legit or not. And if I find some suspicious or doubtful, I'm going to block that connection and then I'm going to investigate what's going on. And that's where ethical hacking comes into the picture. You want to find out if your firewall that you have implemented is going to work correctly or not. If the configuration of the firewall is done properly, or if the firewall is misconfigured, is it leaking out information, right? At the same time, you're looking at web applications. We looked at the OWASP broken web application where we did some SQL injection attacks. right? So that was a weakness or a vulnerability in that application, which would allow us to bypass authentication and get access to resources that we were not authorized for. And then client-side attacks would be where you install keylogger at the end of the client system, and then you try to capture whatever data the user is typing in, like usernames and passwords on the Facebook and the rediffmail.com website that we saw, and then try to misuse that information to get access to those resources. Then Wi-Fi networks, right? Wi-Fi is something that we use on a regular basis. We got our smart devices nowadays, smartphones, tablets, phablets, that we can connect to Wi-Fi and start using all our services, our banking applications on our smartphones. And thus we want to ensure that wireless connectivity is simple and is secure. So you want to use encryption mechanisms, you want to use tools on your smartphones, antiviruses, firewalls on your smartphones to ensure that whatever you are utilizing is going to remain secure. And then social engineering, we've looked at the phishing website on facebook.com. We've seen how easy it is to clone websites and host them on Apache server. So if you look at it as from an ethical hacker's perspective, the job of an ethical hacker is to simulate these kind of attacks that a hacker may conduct. And first of all, you're basically going to find out areas where these attacks can happen. Think of it from a hacker's perspective. Try to simulate those attacks and see if those attacks are going to be effective. Can those attacks be prevented? And can your current security controls that you have put in place identify, detect, and prevent these attacks from happening in the first place? And that is what ethical hacking is all about. Let's look at the Metasploit attack. Metasploit is a framework of penetration testing that makes hacking very simple. You just need to know how to utilize the tool. You need to identify the vulnerability associated with a particular exploit and then run the exploit on Metasploit. We'll be demoing this during the practical. So there are active exploits and passive exploits. In active exploits, it exploits a specific computer, runs until execution and then exits, uses brute force and exits when an error occurs. In a passive exploit, these exploits wait for incoming requests and exploit them as soon as they connect. They can also be used in conjunction with emails and web browsers. So in passive exploits, we create a payload, like a reverse connection payload. We send it to the victim. Once the victim installs that software, the machine will then initiate a connection to us. Our machine will be in a listen mode, and then we will, once the software is executed at their end, we would then try to connect and exploit that particular vulnerability. This is the practical that we'll be doing on Metasploit. So let's move on with the demos, and then we'll see what we can discuss amongst them. All right, let's have a look at some of the demos that we had talked about in the ethical hacking and penetration testing module. We are going to look at 3 different demos. The first one is going to be a SQL injection attack that we are going to perform on this tool that we have. The second one is a password cracking attack on Windows 7. And the third one is a MetaBreeder based or a Metasploit based shell shock attack on a Linux based web server. So let's get cracking. I've powered on this virtual machine, which is the OWASP Broken Web application. It is a tool that is provided for people who want to enhance their skills and they can practice how to do these attacks in a legal manner. So we are going to go to this site. I'm just going to open up my browser. The IP address is 71.132, and that's the OWASP Broken Web application that we want to utilize. We are going to head off to Mutility 2. And we are going to look at a SQL injection attack where we want to bypass authentication. Now this takes us to the login screen. So we can just try our luck here and see that the authentication mechanism works. The account does not exist. So the username and password that we have supplied is not the correct one. So we want to ensure that there's a SQL database, and we can try to attack it and see if we can bypass the authentication. Now, what we want to do is we want to create a SQL based malformed query that can give us a different output. So I'm just going to type in a single quote over here and type login, and you can see that this is now suddenly recognized as a operator, and there's an error that is given out compared to the login that we tried earlier. When we used a proper text-based login mechanism, it gave us the account does not exist, but here the single quote gave us an error, and it shows us how SQL works. This is the query that we had created. Now, in the trainings that you have for ethical hacking, there would be explanations of what these queries are all about, how the syntax works. Here we're just going to see if we can create a malformed query to log in as a user in this case. So what I'm going to do is create the query over here, and we're going to give it a comparison. So we're going to give it a OR 1 equals 1 space hyphen hyphen space. And if you now click login, you should be able to bypass authentication, and you can see user has been authenticated, and we now have admin access to this application. Now here the SQL queries need to be crafted in such a perspective that they're going to work. So there would be a lot of exercise in identifying what the database is. There's a Microsoft database, an Oracle database, and so on and so forth, and then you have to choose those proper commands. But identifying that would come in the training. Right now we're just looking at a demo. This is how a SQL injection attack works. Now let me log out here. Similarly, now we are in a login page. The same query worked wonders where it allowed us to bypass authentication. So it also depends on what kind of a page I am and what query would be accepted at this point in time. So here application understanding would also come into the picture, where which function we are calling upon when we are connected to a particular page. Now this is a user lookup function, right? So again, here we try the same method, test. That's not going to work. Authentication error, bad user or password. And if we type in the same query over here, single quote or, and give it a condition, single quote or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. Now here it is not going to log us in because this is not a login page. This is a user lookup form. So here it would instead give us a dump of all the databases that it has. So you can see all the usernames and passwords coming in that are stored in the user lookup field. So this is where the understanding comes in of which query to create at what page, we are depending upon the function that is being called, right? So that's the SQL injection attack that we wanted to look at. Let's move on to password cracking. Now this is a Windows 7 machine that we have. I'm just going to do a very basic password cracking example. We're just going to log in. Now here the assumption is that we are able to log in. We have access to a computer and we want to check out other users who are using this computer and see if we can find out their passwords, so that we can log in as a different user, steal data if required, and we wouldn't be to blame if there are any logs that are created. So here we've got a tool called Enable that is installed right here. Now I'm already an administrator on this machine. I'm checking out other administrators who share the same privileges, or any other user who may be on this system whose password I can crack, and thus I would be able to get access through their account and then do any malicious activity, right? So this allows me to go into a cracker tool, and it allows me to enumerate this machine and identify all the users and passwords that are there in this particular machine, right? So I'm just going to click on the plus sign and I'm going to import hashes from a local system. So where are these files stored? Where does Windows store its passwords? In what format are they stored? And what this tool does to retrieve those? That's something that we all need to know as an ethical hacker, right? So import the hashes from the local system, click on next. It's going to enumerate that file and it is going to give you a list of all the users that are there. So you can see the users are hacker admin, test, the one that we are logged in as, and then there's a user called virus as well. And you can see that this is the hash value of the password that is being utilized. Now there's a particular format for a hash value for Windows and how it stores. But once we have these hash values, let's say if I want to crack this password, there are various attacks that we can do. For example, a dictionary based attack or a brute force attack. Let's try a brute force attack, right? NTLM is the hashing mechanism that is used by Windows. So we're going to try to create an NTLM hash attack. And here we are going to use a predetermined rule set. For example, we are not sure what characters are being utilized over here. So we just create an attack like this using all characters and lowercase a through z, uppercase a through z, numeric 0 through 9, and all the special characters. Let's say the password is between 7 and 16 characters. And this is the character set that we want to try the brute force attack on. What is a brute force attack? It is an attack where the computer is going to try each and every permutation and combination out of this character set and try to figure out if the password is going to be correct. So if we click start, it's going to start with a particular characters, and then it is going to identify if that NTLM hash is going to work against this character. And you can see the time is going to be phenomenal over here. So it's not necessary that this attack would be viable. It will be 100% successful given the time frame. However, the time frame is huge enough for this attack to become a little bit redundant. There are other attacks that we can do which can easily identify this data for us as well, but that is something that we will look on in future videos. So that's how we can get access to users and passwords. There are different mechanisms where, let's say we don't have login access, then what are we going to do? How we can create a fake user, login, or how we can remotely access a machine and then try to get the same access. And that is what we are going to try to do in the next demo on a Linux machine. So what we are doing in a Linux machine could also be doable on the Windows machine with a different exploit. So what I'm going to do is, this is the Linux web server that I have that I'm going to power on. I'm going to use a Kali Linux machine to hack that device, and I'm going to just power off my Windows 7 machine. Give it a minute till it boots up. Now this is also a demo machine that we have, which has its own pre-configured vulnerabilities. So here we've got something from the pen testers lab and has a shell shock vulnerability implemented inside. Shell shock vulnerability affects Linux, Mac, and Unix based operating systems for a particular version of the bash shell. Bash is the born again shell, which is the command line interface in these operating systems. So what we are trying to do here is we are going to use the Kali Linux machine, try to find out the vulnerability over here, and if it exists, we are going to use Metasploit to attack this machine. Now the first and foremost thing is we want to identify the IP address. We have no idea what the IP address is. We are in the same subnet, so we are assuming that we are able to connect to this machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a tool called ZenMap. I'm going to open up a command line interface, find out what my IP address is, and my IP address is this with a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. So I want to see if there are any other machines that are live in the same subnet, and we are doing a ping sweep over here to identify which machines are live. In a minute we'll get all the IP addresses. 71.1, 2, 133, 254, and 128. We know that we are 128 at this point in time. 254 is the DHCP server. So we are assuming that 133 is the machine that we want to look at. And let's then try to see if we can scan that machine, 133, and we're going to do an intent scan to find out which ports are open, what services are running over there, and if it is whether the pentest machine that we were looking for. You can see off the start port 22 and port 80, and somewhere here it's going to give us the ports that are open and the details about those ports, and somewhere here it will tell us that this is the pentester lab machine that we wanted, which is correct. So now we want to do a vulnerability analysis on this. What we are going to do is I'm going to use another GUI based tool called Sparta, which I can just find out from here. Sparta uses two tools in the background, Nmap tool and a tool called Nikto. So we're just going to start scanning. 192.168.71.133 was the IP address. Add to scope, and over a period of time you can see all of these will start populating with information. There we are. That's the Nikto tool coming in, scanning on port 80, which means that it's a web server using HTTP. It tells us it's an Apache HTTPD 2.2.21, and gives us the 22 port number as well. If we head over to the tab of Nikto, or let's look at the screenshot first. This is what the website will be looking like, and Nikto gives us the options over here. It tells us that there is a vulnerability over here for shell shock, and this is the path where the vulnerability is going to exist. So what we are going to do, we go back to the command line, we open up a new one, minimize all these other windows, and we are going to open up Metasploit. Metasploit is a penetration testing tool that is used by most hackers and ethical hackers to test applications and test existing exploits and vulnerabilities. So just give it a minute till it starts. You can see there are already around 1700 exploits right here. We are going to see all those exploits with these commands. There we are, sorry for the typo. And it will just give us a list of all the exploits that are stored in Metasploit in this version. So all of these are Windows based. If we scroll up, we will be looking at other vulnerabilities as well, or exploits, the Unix based exploits, Linux, OS X, multi-exploits. And we are looking for exploit for multi-based Apache or HTTP. Let's go up, let's look at, so this is the one that we are looking for, Apache mod CGI bash environmental executable. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy it, go back to the bottom, say use exploit, and paste the one that we wanted. Press enter, say show options. So it will ask us to configure this. I'm just going to configure it based on the knowledge that we have. Set our host, which is the remote host, the victim's machine. So we put in the IP address. It asks us for the target URI. So that's the path that we saw. Set target URI to cgi-bin/status. Enter. Now with the exploit, we need to find a payload that is going to give us the output that we want. So we say show payloads, and it will give us a list of all the compatible payloads with this exploit. And we want to create a reverse TCP connection, which is this. So we know it's a Linux operating system. We want this payload to be set. So set payload. Press enter. That's the payload coming in. Show options. Now that we have set the payload, this is the options for the exploit, and now we want to set our options for the payloads as well. So we are creating a reverse TCP connection, which means we are remotely executing code at the victim side and making the victim connect back to our machine, which means we need to set up a listener. So I need to put my IP address over here, set localhost or lhost 192.168.71.128, which was our IP address. Show options again just to ensure everything is fine, which looks like it is, and we then type in the word exploit so that it will start this attack. I can see that it has created a meterpreter session at the victim side and it has opened up a session. So if I do a pwd, now pwd is a Linux command for present working directory, and it will show us that we'll connect it to var www cgi-bin. Do an ls, it will list all the files. That's the status file over there. Do a cd \, it will take us to the root of this machine. Now remember, we saw the passwords on a Windows machine. Similarly, we can head over to the cd etc folder, ls, and you can see these files, psswd and shadow. Now psswd is the file where Linux stores its usernames, and shadow is the file where passwords are shown. So do a cat command, psswd, and you can see these users coming up. So you can see the last user, Pentest Lab, and you can see there are no passwords. So let's do a cat shadow, and that's your hash value for the password that we have for the user Pentest Lab. So these are the different attacks that we need to understand and we need to create based on the vulnerabilities that exist on different machines. So if we just looked at Windows and Linux and how we can exploit them depending on existing vulnerabilities. As an ethical hacker, this is what we need to learn in our trainings, and then we need to clear our exams based on this knowledge of how these things work, so that we get certified and then we can position ourselves for the penetration testing jobs. Now let's begin with who is a certified ethical hacker. A certified ethical hacker is a person who's also known as an ethical hacker. An ethical hacker is just the opposite of an hacker. A hacker is a person who, with malicious intent, tries to misuse vulnerabilities that they have identified in an organization structure and then gain access to unauthorized data. Whereas an ethical hacker does the same thing. They try to locate the weakness, they try to locate the vulnerabilities, and they see how they can be misused. However, the intent is completely different, and that is what differentiates a hacker from an ethical hacker. Hacker would be a criminal with a malicious intent who would try to misuse and personally gain by doing criminal activity from that particular activity that they have done. Whereas an ethical hacker would try to help the organization in an authorized manner. So that's where the permission comes into the picture. The ethical hacker has permission from the organization to conduct some activity that would identify vulnerabilities or weaknesses in the information technology structure of that organization. And then once they have been identified, the ethical hacker would then help the organization to plug those vulnerabilities rather than misuse those vulnerabilities. So any person who completes CH version 10 certification is known as a certified ethical hacker. So there's a certification. Once you complete that, once you pass the exams, you can essentially call yourself as a certified ethical hacker, and you're going to get a certificate with the same terminology. So as you can see in the diagram, your responsibility would be as a certified ethical hacker would be with the proper permission of the organization. With the authorization coming in, with contracts coming in, you would legally help the organization to identify those weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And once you find them, you're going to report them to the organization, and you're going to help the organization with remediation plan, which would help them remediate, mitigate, and resolve the vulnerabilities that you have identified, thus making the organization's security structure a lot better, based on which black hat hackers or malicious hackers would be unable to attack the organization. So what is CH version 10? Now this course was initially introduced in September 2015, and I think if you look at the versioning, this is the 10th version that is there in the market. So essentially CEH, or the Certified Ethical Hacking course, as the course itself, has been for a long time in the industry. It's a very well accepted course, and it's a well renowned course. The current version as it is was introduced in September 2015 and is one of the toughest certifications in the cybersecurity field. This includes a lot of information that you have to learn, that you have to know before you can attempt the certification. You will master all ethical hacking methodologies that are used in penetration testing and ethical hacking situations. What does that mean? That means that CEH version 10 is a structured course that will help you look at all the phases that are used in ethical hacking, all the terminologies that are utilized, all the tools that are utilized in such a manner that you can penetration test or a vulnerability assessment and identify and test the vulnerabilities for their complexity. And this course, once you complete the course, you would have mastered all the ethical hacking techniques that are required. There are two exams. One is a written exam and the other is a practical exam. Now you can opt for either or. The written exam is basically a multiple choice question exam where they'll ask you scenario based questions and you have to answer those questions. That is something that we're going to look into during this video. The practical exam is basically a simulation exam where they give you a scenario and you have to complete those tests and prove that you are a good ethical hacker. Based on the report that you give, if the report tallies to what the test was, you would be clearing that exam. So practical exam is a little bit tougher. It's more hands-on. It tests the actual skills that you would perform in a hacking scenario or a ethical hacking scenario. Thus the practical exam going to be that much tougher. The written exam, to give it credence, tests you a lot on your mentality, on your thought process, on your judgment characteristics. So they will give you a scenario and ask you what do you think is happening, what does this attack tantamount to, or what would be the next step in the particular attack that they're describing. Thus it's more of an intellectual test where when your thought processes are being checked and you are giving those exams. So what would be the difference between these exams? In a practical exam, you would be conducting all those steps yourself and you would be reaching a conclusion. So here essentially you're being tested on the skills that you have developed on the execution part of it and to see whether you can execute a test end to end. Whereas in a written exam, you would be put in the middle of a test where you have to assume something, where you have to understand what the steps would have been performed in the previous steps and what would be the expected result, and you're supposed to analyze that and then come to the correct answer. So if there is a question which exam is better, written or practical, the answer to that is from an intellectual perspective, a written exam would be a lot tougher than a practical exam, and from an execution perspective, a practical exam would be tougher than a written exam. So it depends on us which exam we want to give. Both of them are widely accepted and well respected in the information security field. So it's just the option that we choose which exam we want to give. Now, this course, the version 10 course, is purely attack-based course. Okay, it is an offensive course. There is no defensive mechanisms. So if you're looking for questions of how to secure yourself on the internet, how to securely configure an operating system, or how to securely configure a server, how to configure a firewall, this is not the certification. This basically talks about attacking those devices. So if you come across a firewall, how would you test a firewall? How would you identify vulnerabilities in those? And how would you bypass a firewall? Similarly, if you come across a server, how are you going to attack and hack the server? Let it be Windows or Linux based. So this basically becomes an attack based course. You're looking at offensive mechanisms over here and not defensive ones at all. So what's new in this version? In this version, there's a new module for IoT, Internet of Things. It focuses on emerging attacks, vectors like cloud, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. It basically talks about smart devices. And it talks about the vulnerabilities, the risks that the smart devices face in today's world. For example, it will tell you about the industries that are utilizing all these smart devices, why are they utilizing it for, what kind of devices they are utilizing, and what are the risks within those devices. It will also give you a lot of tools for you to practice upon to identify such IoT devices. What would constitute an IoT or an Internet of Things device? Any device which has an IP address and can connect to the internet and create data. So even your smartwatch, your smartphone, your cars that have internet connectivity nowadays, your Google Homes, Amazon Alexas, all of these devices would come under the IoT umbrella. And have you ever wondered about sitting at home, having a Wi-Fi, having all of these devices, even a smart TV, if you will, connected to the Wi-Fi? And have you ever questioned how a hacker would then be able to access your home through all of these devices, record information, and basically just spy on you? Similarly, an organization where they are utilizing IoT, they would be vulnerable for the same vulnerabilities. And this course does include IoT security to a certain extent, where we talk about vulnerabilities and how to identify those vulnerabilities in IoT. Then there's a new vulnerability analysis module where it gives you risk assessment. It talks about CVSS scoring systems. It talks about how to do a vulnerability management program in the first place. What are the steps required in a vulnerability management program? How should it be repeatable and how it should be measurable as a program? And what should be the outcome? So basically, it will give you a structured way of how to do a vulnerability management assessment and how do you want to achieve the end goal, thus leading you to a penetration test. So all the modules are leveled up. What do you mean by leveled up? That means they've been updated to the latest tools, latest standards, latest technologies. So you've got cryptographic attacks, you have got attacks on applications like SQL injection, we will be talking about packet sniffing using various tools. All of these are upgraded, which means they are up to the latest operating system. So even when we do this course, you'll be looking at operating systems like Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows Server 2012, Windows Server 2016, Kali Linux machines, Android machines, and Ubuntu desktop as well. So all of the operating systems are latest, the tools are latest, and you will be interacting with these tools. And then there's a mobile security toolkit as well, which will help you do a penetration test on a mobile device. So these are what is new in version 10. Now let's talk about the roles and responsibilities that an ethical hacker should have when they actually go into the world. Now, what are the responsibilities, roles, what are the capabilities that we should have? That we should be able to look at scripts that would test for vulnerabilities. So for example, a SQL injection attack, it's a script-based attack. Let's say a cross-site scripting attack, that is again going to be a script-based attack. So we maybe we want to go ahead a little bit, look at Windows systems and do a PowerShell attack and know about PowerShell scripting a little bit. If you look at Linux Windows, there's a bash shell where there is bash scripting and you'll want to learn that scripting as well. Now the course doesn't include all these scripting languages. It does help you understand what these scripting languages are, and it does have some basic introduction to how these languages can be utilized to create those scripts. Then we also want to develop tools to increase security. You want to look at those commands that are utilized on all operating systems. You want to look at the capabilities of the operating systems, of how to create security parameters and ensure the operating systems and applications devices are secure. You should be able to perform risk assessment. Now, when you say risk assessment is the likelihood of an attack being actually executed on an organization based on the threats and the vulnerabilities that we have identified. So risk assessment is something that you find out a vulnerability and then you try to figure out in a hypothetical manner of what is the likelihood of that vulnerability being exploited by a hacker if they find that vulnerability. And if they do execute that, what is the impact that is going to happen on the organization, and what is the penalties or the repercussions that the organization is going to face if that vulnerability is exploited. That's what a risk assessment is. Then we should also be able to develop security policies or set up security policies and implement them to ensure that the security mechanisms are standardized and are consistent. And then we should also look at training staff for network security to ensure that they are aware of these vulnerabilities and they know what their responsibilities are to maintain some semblance of security in the organization. So why do we want to become a certified ethical hacker? Now, since you're watching this video, it's easy to assume that we all are interested in security, we all are interested in hacking, but hacking is not a real job. For us to get a job in the industry on a security parameter or information security parameter, we want to become a certified ethical hacker. So if you look at the popular hacking cases that have happened, in 1990s, there was a national crackdown on criminals. Microsoft NT operating system was hacked. Now this was back in the 90s when security wasn't that much evolved. And there were a lot of attacks back then that crippled infrastructure, that crippled banks, when they started realizing that computing isn't as easy as it seems. Of course, if you use a computer, the functionality is always there, but if the functionality is not properly configured, you're just exposing yourself to cyber criminals where they're going to steal information and your organization may just go bankrupt because of that. In 2013, an example, Adobe reported 2.9 million accounts as stolen. In 2016, Kaspersky, which is an internet security firm, announced that there were 758 million malicious attacks that occurred worldwide. Imagine that, 758 million malicious attacks that were identified and reported. In 2018, Facebook reported a loss of 30 million accounts that were stolen. 2018 again, Quora reported 100 million customer accounts being stolen. And in 2018 again, Marriott 500 million travelers' accounts stolen and manipulated. Now, when you say accounts were stolen, how does it affect the organizations? Now, first and foremost, if those accounts were stolen, that means usernames and passwords were cracked, and those accounts may have contained credit card information or may have contained some personal information that would identify the person and thus make them gullible for a social engineering attack or an identity theft attack. So it has a cascading effect. If I would have been affected, or you would have been affected with these attacks, the repercussions would have been catastrophic. Your credit card information being stolen, that means somebody else would have misused it, and you would have seen a huge bill come your way. Now, you can go back to the bank and dispute that, but that's again a dispute that you're trying to have with the bank for something that you didn't do, which requires a lot of energy and a lot of time. And at the end of it, somebody has to pay for that particular loss. Now, in this scenario, the bank would have had to bear the loss, but then that's a loss for the bank, and bank doesn't want to do that. And that's where they would try to hire certified ethical hackers who would try to test these vulnerabilities and plug them in so that the end consumer is also secured, the bank is also secured, right? In this case, Marriott, there were 500 million travelers' accounts that were stolen. A lot of credit card information was leaked out. Email accounts were hacked and compromised, and thus there was a lot of repercussion that happened. Now, the thing is that there are also laws that these organizations need to adhere to that tell the organizations how to keep their information secure, and also have penalties in place if the organization gets hacked. And the penalties are pretty severe. So organizations do not want to get hacked or do not want to get compromised, not only from the customer's perspective, where they would be losing customers, losing reputations, and then thus facing losses, but also from a legislative perspective, where they would have to pay fines to the government for the frauds that have happened. So these are some of the popular hacking cases that have cost these organizations quite a lot of money, and thus they have a lot of security in mind. If you look at the news, in BBC News, there was something reported from a French police that there was a virus that infected more than 850,000 computers worldwide. Now, on the similar lines, if you remember ransomwares, and if you look at WannaCry that happened in 2018 or 2017, it also cost the world $4 billion in losses during that just one small month of its infection. Then Google basically disclosed that a large-scale hacking effort was targeted at Apple devices. And this has been, it has reported that there was a sustained effort to hack iPhones over a period of at least 2 years, which means that there's a specific target towards Apple consumers, and they are at a higher risk of getting hacked than others. Then the Texas government organizations hit by ransomware attack. So hackers have infected 23 organizations connected to local government in the US state of Texas with ransomware. That means that their databases have been encrypted. The government themselves do not have access to that database. The databases could have been compromised by the hackers. And that means that whatever services were being provided to the users based on that database may no longer be available to the end users because of the ransomware. Now, moving on with these, why do we want to become a certified ethical hacker? Increased attacks lead to more job openings. Now, if you look at ransomware, the WannaCry attack that happened in 2017, there was a knee-jerk reaction given by the rest of the world for IT security. Suddenly budgets started opening up. Suddenly people wanted more ethical hackers on their payrolls to test for vulnerabilities. In UK and Europe, we have GDPR, which is again another law that imposes severe penalties on organizations that get hacked and for not having proper security and a vulnerability assessment and penetration testing program in place. So that leads to a lot of job requirements as well, where organizations look at people with this special skill set to help them mitigate the vulnerabilities, to safeguard them and their customers from hackers, and also from penalties from law enforcement and governments. So thus the demand keeps on increasing for ethical hackers, which automatically means that the salaries are going to increase as well. So more the demand, lesser the supply, higher the salaries. That's plain economics. Then challenge hacker with malicious intent. So from an ethical hacker's perspective, it is our duty to safeguard an organization, which means that will be pitched against hackers, and we have to ensure that those hackers would be challenged to the maximum limit before they even try to get access to any of the resources that we are trying to protect. It offers a boost in your career. So more efforts that you put in, more vulnerabilities that you find, the better the career prospects that you have, and the better job aspects that you're going to get. And this also lets you keep yourself updated on the latest technology. As the technology progresses, as we evolve on technology, security will also evolve, and the ethical hacker would need to keep themselves updated on these technologies. So this is what is a plus point to become a certified ethical hacker. So why do we want to get the certification, and what would it mean by being a CEH certified individual? Take this into consideration. You are applying for jobs, and you have been applying for cybersecurity related jobs, of course, and you go in for an interview. In the interview, you are asked quite a few questions, and they will be testing you on cybersecurity concepts. So they will be asking you a lot of technical questions about cybersecurity, about information security, and any other related topic. So let's say in a few minutes into the interview, there are some concepts that you have not brushed your skills upon, and they ask you about certifications. And one of the main certifications that is sought after is the CEH certification. And if you're not certified, that's where things can become a little bit problematic, where organizations today very proactively start looking for people or candidates who are already certified rather than take them on board and get them certified. So in this scenario, having a certification would obviously help not only to be shortlisted for the job, but the certification involves a lot of training which would help you understand the concepts and prepare you for the interview a lot better as well, right? So getting yourself certified is quite necessary in today's world. Let's look at what the certification is all about. The certification involves a very hands-on training that trains an individual into thinking about cybersecurity from a hacker's perspective. And developing this mindset is very important, because to catch a thief, we have to think like a thief. Teaches the candidate to spot vulnerabilities in a system, so it trains you on how to identify flaws, how to verify that they exist, and then how to treat them as well. Like I said, this is a very sought after certification, and companies look for people who are already certified as CEH or a certified ethical hacker. So what is this certification all about? This is a globally accepted certification, and it tests the knowledge that a candidate will have about threats and their preventive mechanisms. So the certification, the exam itself will test you on the parameters. The training would provide you with all the information that you require to clear the exam and to gain knowledge from a real world perspective. So it will train a candidate to think like a hacker. It will train the candidate to use the tools to identify those flaws, to spot those flaws in the first place. And it will give an understanding to the candidate where to look for those flaws in the first place. So essentially, when you get certified as a certified ethical hacker, you become a white hat hacker or an ethical hacker, which means that you will be looking at flaws ethically and reporting them to those organizations. The certifying authority is the EC Council. It is a very well known and a widely accepted certification authority across the globe. It is based out of the United States, but the certification is valid across the globe. So what does it take to take the exam, and who can take the exam in the first place? Now, the basic criteria is that a candidate should be 18 years and above. So any person who has completed an official EC Council training is eligible to attempt the exam without going through an application process. So there are two ways you can actually attempt the exam. You either have work experience, that means you're already in the cybersecurity space, you already have some hands-on knowledge, and you want to give the exam. In that scenario, you just have to prove that you've got 2 years of experience with network or information security, and then you can apply to EC Council to directly appear for the exam without attending the training. Else, you can then approach EC Council and register yourself for a training course, after which you can give the exam. So there are two ways that you can deal with it. What are the fees for these exams? Now, the fee itself is $500 for the exam. Candidates who take the second route, where they prove that they have experience and they directly want to appear for the exam, there is another additional $100 of application fee that they have to pay to EC Council for them to verify that you actually have that experience and then allow you to appear for the exam. So what are the exam questions like? What is the exam all about? The exam code is 312-50, and there are 125 questions that need to be answered in 4 hours. Now that sounds like a lot of time, but trust me, it isn't. The questions are descriptive in nature. They give you a scenario. You have to identify those keywords based on the knowledge and the understanding that you have, and then gauge the correct answer for that particular scenario. And the scenarios could be a little bit complex, could be a little bit confusing. The exam will be a multiple choice question exam, so one questions with 4 answers. If any question has multiple answers, they will mention it in the question itself. The pass percentage cuts off at around 60 to 85%. So there is no fixed percentile. Every question has a different grade, every question has a different value, and based on the questions that you have been asked and the correctness of the answers, you would either pass somewhere between 60 to 85%. The results are immediate, so once you complete the exam and you submit it, it will let you know there itself whether you have cleared or not. So what are the skills that you require for this exam? You must have very good networking skills. And when we say networking skills, you should know your protocols, you should know how computers communicate with each other, the protocols like HTTPS, FTP, SMTP, and anything about the OSI layer. You should be good with your operating systems. The candidate should also have a very good knowledge about operating systems. And when we say operating systems, we want the candidate to know about troubleshooting methods and how the operating systems work in the first manner. So you should have some basic skills about operating systems and the configuration of these operating systems. You should also know the different types of cyber attacks such as social engineering, phishing, and how to prevent these attacks. So this is the exam skills. The training prepares you with all these skills. The candidate must be able to hack into an organization system with permission and erase all digital evidences. So the training itself will get you accustomed with all the hacking phases, how a hack is constructed, how a hack is made more effective, and how the hack evolves, and later on how you can delete all the evidences of the hack that has happened. So for the exam, you should have, or you should be very good with your networking skills, understanding protocols and how they work, configuring operating systems and troubleshooting them. You should be able to classify different cyber attacks and know how to launch them as well. And you should be able to hack into devices and erase all digital evidences that may have happened. Password cracking and cryptography is also a very much required skill to clear the exam. There must be a few rules followed, and there is a code of ethics from EC Council. So they essentially give you a non-disclosure agreement before you start the training, which you have to go through, and you have to sign it, submit it to EC Council. Only then are you allowed to go forward with the exam. So what are the exam all about? What are the topics within that exam, and what kind of questions would you get? So there are 7 domains in this training based on which they will ask you questions. When you say background, background is nothing but your knowledge on networking skills, your knowledge on a little bit of operating systems, how communications happen, how protocols work, and so on and so forth. Analysis would be where you analyze certain attacks and you're able to analyze, let's say, packets, and based on those packets, you can identify whether it's a legitimate packet or is it a malicious packet with any malicious data within it. Then with security tools, you are able to talk about security as in the concepts of security like confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, the IAAA identification, authentication, authorization, and accountability aspects, and various other concepts that are there in security. So you'll be questioned on those topics as well. Tools and programs. Ethical hacking carries a lot of tools, and you should be conversant with those tools. During the training, there will be hundreds of tools that you would be going through, and you would be facing questions on these tools. So there would be some basic questions like commands that would be given to you to identify what that command would execute, or there would be a specific scenario given to you, and then they would ask you which is the most suitable tool that you would utilize to crack that particular scenario. And then there's the methodology, of course, of how or which steps would you take in this particular attack to be successful. Then we talk about policies and the ethics. So as you can see, all of these domains have different weightage in the exam. 21.79% for your backgrounds. So you can see the background information is very much important. Operating systems, networking, a little bit of applications, a little bit of architecture of how things are deployed. Now, CEH is normally an advanced certification, right? So there are a few presumptions that you already know a little bit about Active Directory, how operating systems work, how identity management works. So there's a little bit of presumption that you have these background knowledge, but in the training you can be prepped up for that knowledge as well. So it does contain a little bit of insights about how these things work. Analysis is where you're looking at some scenarios, and based on the evidence is given to you, you can analyze what's going on. So that's at 20.73%. Security which is the main topic, is at 23.73%. Tools and programs related to security would be at 28.91%. The methodologies would carry a weightage of 8.77, policies 1.90, and ethics 2.17%. So you have 125 questions. You can figure out percentile wise how many questions you would get on each of these domains. So let's have a look at these domains a little bit more. The background is about network and communication technologies. Again, like I said, protocols, procedures, services, how computers work, so ports on a computer, how ports are utilized by services, and how communications happen over these services and these ports. How we can scan these ports to identify what's going on and then try to find out vulnerabilities within them. Then we have got information security technologies and the information security threats as well. So when I want to launch an attack on a device, where would I find vulnerabilities? Is it just on the network? Do I look at the operating system? Do I look at different applications that are there on the operating system, and so on and so forth? So where are the threats? That's something that we need to identify, and that's what this domain deals with. So 27 questions from this domain. Then analysis and assessment, information security assessment and analysis, and the security assessment process. So let's say you're in a penetration test and you want to launch an attack. What is the assessment that you want to do before you launch that attack? What is the process you want to conduct? And how you're going to analyze the vulnerability in the first place to identify which penetration test or which attack you should do at that particular point in time. Then security would talk about information security controls. Controls would be all the security elements that you can implement to prevent hacking. So firewalls, IDS, IPS, antiviruses or endpoints, all of these would be included in this domain. Information security attack detection. So it's not only about how you can attack, you also want to know if you're being attacked in the first place. So analysis would basically identify how you're being attacked, and the detection is where you first detect that something is wrong, after which you can analyze it, right? And how you can prevent security attacks happening at your organization as well. So which firewall would fit at what OSI layer, what in the architectural aspect, where do you want to place an IDS or an IPS, where would you want to place a firewall, where would you want to place a UTM, to have a layered approach, a structured approach towards security, where a hacker would have to peel off layers of security to reach the data that they wanted to get access to in the first place. So there will be 30 questions from the security domain, 16 questions on the analysis and assessment domain. The fourth domain is the tools, systems, and programs. So this is where all the tools that you would have utilized resume. So this is where all the tools that you have utilized in the ethical hacking scenario, and there will be questions asked about those tools. So in the training, there are some tools that are prescribed in the course where you'll have to concentrate on those tools. You'll have to get your hands on those tools to understand how those tools work and then give appropriate answers in this domain. So there would be 36 questions for tools, systems, and programs. Then the fifth domain is procedures and methodology. Information security procedures and assessment methodologies would be asked over here. So how would you conduct a test? How would you conduct a vulnerability assessment? What is the method and the procedures that you would follow in conducting these tests? So there would be around 11 questions for this domain. The sixth one is regulations and policies. So this is all about some basics that you need to be aware about for information security policies and frameworks like ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and these regulations that are available in the real world that can help you or guide you to place a security architecture on your organization. These questions are not going to be in depth about any of the laws or policies. It's just checking your awareness, whether you're aware of these laws or policies and where they can be implemented. So you can see there are only a couple of questions that would come in regulations and policies. And then ethics. Ethics is the code of conduct of how you are expected to behave as an ethical hacker, what is expected out of your job role, what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing. So there would be around 3 questions of ethics in the exam. Now let's look at a few sample questions from the exam as well. So this will help you get an idea what the exam questions would be. So consider the attack scenario given below. There are 5 steps listed. Step 1 starts with user browses a web page. The second step is where web server replies with the requested page and sets a cookie on the user's browser. In the third step, Attacker steals the cookie by either creating an attack on the network for sniffing, or at the application with cross-site scripting, or sending a fake mail or hosting a fake website by a social engineering attack, which is a phishing attack. In the fourth step, attacker gets access using whatever they have done and orders a product using modified cookies. And in the fifth step, the product is actually delivered to the attacker's address, whereas the bill is footed by the victim. So, what is the attack that is happening here? Identify the web application attack. Is it a session fixation attack? Is it a unvalidated redirect attack? Is it a cookie poisoning attack, or is it a denial of service attack? So again, going through these steps, which of these would be the correct answer? In this scenario, it is C, which is a cookie poisoning attack, because if you look at the steps, the attacker basically hijacked the cookie or stole the cookie and then modified it to be utilized for some malicious reasons. Second question, which one of the following scanning techniques do attackers use to bypass firewall rules, logging mechanisms, and also hide themselves as usual network traffic? A. Stealth scanning technique, B. TCP connect scanning technique, C. Maintaining access, or D. FIN scanning technique. Now here, as you can understand, we need to know what these techniques are, right? So what does a FIN scan mean? What is maintaining access? What is TCP connect? What does TCP mean? TCP is transmission control protocol. How does it work? So when you connect using TCP, what is actually happening in the backend? That is what the knowledge is all about. And in here, the correct answer is A, stealth scanning technique. So what do we mean by stealth? How can we achieve that? Which tools help us achieve that? That is what we want to gain an understanding in before we can attempt the exam. Question 3. Which of the following Wi-Fi chalking method refers to drawing symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi networks? War walking, war flying, war chalking, or war driving? Now, here we need to know first that there is something known as Wi-Fi chalking, right? And there are some symbols that are utilized globally, and they are recognized globally. They're standardized, by the way. And these symbols represent some type of Wi-Fi networks. For example, open Wi-Fi, which means you can freely connect to the Wi-Fi, or paid Wi-Fi, where you have to pay before you can connect to the Wi-Fi, or once you get connected, you're first to have to make a payment, only then the internet would be activated, right? So for different Wi-Fi mechanisms, there are different options that can be utilized, and the question is which of the Wi-Fi chalking method refers to drawing these symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi. So in this, the answer is war chalking. Now the question here itself is a little bit, so here the question itself is a little bit misleading, because it mentions Wi-Fi chalking in the question itself, and that would then lead us to whether war chalking is a correct answer or not. So some of the questions could be a little bit misleading. So let's start looking at the certifications. So to be an ethical hacker, you must hold a certification which specializes in ethical hacking or in cybersecurity. Companies look for candidates who are globally certified. When we say globally certified, they're looking for a certificate that has been given by an organization that is recognized globally and is well accepted in the industry. So these are the top 5 certifications a candidate can obtain. The first one, become a certified ethical hacker. Then there is Global Information Assurance Certification Penetration Tester. Then Offensive Security Certified Professional, CompTIA Pen Test Plus. And finally, the Licensed Penetration Tester. Now, these certifications are offered by different organizations. All of these organizations are recognized globally, and their certifications are well accepted in the technical space. So let's start off with the Certified Ethical Hacker, and we'll look at the organizations that provide these certifications and how we can attain them. So CEH, or Certified Ethical Hacker, in its current form is in its version 10. It's been revised and updated over a period of time. EC Council is the certifying authority for CEH. They have their own authorized training centers through which you can attend trainings, give those exams, get yourself certified, and thus become globally certified and can be eligible to apply for security related jobs. It is a very well-known certification and is widely accepted at the same time. It would test the candidate's knowledge of security threats and preventive measures. Now there are 2 types of exams that you can give with CEH. One is a multiple choice question exam, which is theoretical in nature. They ask you questions and you answer the correct one. You select the correct answers. If you clear, you get certified. The second certification nowadays is where there's a practical exam associated with it. You'll have to purchase the voucher for that exam and give that exam. The practical exam is held in a virtual lab where you're given scenarios, and based on those scenarios, you have to resolve the questions given to you and give proof of the resolution, which would then get you certified as an ethical hacker. The theoretical exam in this scenario the fees is around $500. This is for the multiple choice question exam, where you can pay the fees and you can attend through a online portal, and you can give the exam directly. The exam is 4 hours long, in which you have to answer 125 questions. Now 4 hours for 125 questions seems a long time, but it isn't. It's a very technical exam. There are scenario-based questions, and it would take some time for you to analyze and understand the question and then identify the equivalent correct answer. So it's a very competitive exam, and you'll have to study really hard to clear this exam as well. The cutoff for passing varies from 60 to 85%. So there is no exact grade, and all the questions have different weightages. So depending on the questions that have been given to you and the way that you have answered them, you would pass at either 60% or you would pass when you have scored 85%. Once you are CEH certified, which is a very technical certification, you will be qualified to apply for job roles as a penetration tester or a security engineer. These are job roles where you would be responsible of ethically trying to attack applications, servers, switches, and try to find out vulnerabilities within them. The training of this certification will make you adept in most of these tools that are required. There are a lot of practicals in this training, and if you successfully completed those practicals, clearing the exam is a easy task. With the practicals comes your knowledge and would help you understand how you would be performing penetration tests in the real world. An average annual salary in the USA for a CEH certified person is around $91,000, and in India is around 4,76,000 odd rupees. The salaries would vary as far as organizations are concerned. More established organizations can afford to pay a little bit more, but these are average salaries that we have seen across the market. The next certification is the GPEN, also known as the Global Information Assurance Certification Penetration Tester. This certification looks into the different pen testing practices and methods, also focuses on the various problems and pen testing. So again, this is where you're getting certified as a penetration tester. So it's again a technical certification where your knowledge on networking, applications, and security of which will be tested. You will be trained on this, of course. So the training will include all these areas where you need to focus, identify those problems, and thus be ready for the real world scenarios. The candidate will have to understand networking concepts and operating systems such as Linux and Windows, and you should be very well aware of the TCP/IP protocols. This is true for any of the technical certifications for ethical hacking. GIAC is the certification provider. It's again a very well-renowned and well-accepted certification authority across the globe. The exam fees are $1,899. 82 to 115 questions to be answered in 3 hours. Now, why 82 to 115? It depends on the test that has been associated, and depending on how you're answering those questions, you would be given those many number of questions to begin with. But all of these need to be answered in 3 hours. 74% is the pass percentage that is required to clear this exam. The average annual salary in the USA is around $96,000, while in India it is around similar to certified ethical hacking. Then looking at the next certification from Offensive Security called the OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Professional. This is another penetration testing certification, highly technical in nature, and it is an entirely hands-on certification. The previous two certifications that we saw, we talked about CEH, where there are two different exams. You could either take the theoretical exam and give your MCQs, or you could take the practical one. Here you don't have an option. This is a practical exam. So the test is conducted on a virtual network. So they send out instructions to you. There's a virtual lab that is given out to you, and they give you the questions, and you have to perform those assessments, create those reports, and provide it to the certifying authority, in this case Offensive Security. If you match their criteria of whatever you have identified in those reports, you get certified. Here, the requirements of good understanding of networking protocols, how systems function, how Kali Linux operating system functions, and the candidate must complete offensive securities penetration testing with the Kali Linux course and pass the hands-on exam. So this focuses purely on Kali Linux. Kali Linux is an operating system that is freely distributed over the internet and comes structured with around 300 plus tools used for ethical hacking. So this course totally relies on Kali Linux for you to use as a tool set for penetration testing. The certificate provider, as stated, is Offensive Security. The name of the course is OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Professional. Exam is around $800 to $1,550. Now understand that this exam is technical and is hands-on. So for you to prepare for this exam, they come up with virtual labs where you can start practicing and honing your skills. Depending on the number of days for which you have purchased the access to that particular labs, the amount will vary from $800, which would be the minimum access days available, to $1,550, where the maximum number of days would be given to you for practicing. Once you're ready, even during the time span of where you have that access, once you're ready for the exam, you can attempt the exam and clear. The average annual salary is similar, around $91,000 for the US market and 905,000 rupees in the Indian market. Then looking at the CompTIA Pen Test Plus. CompTIA is another certification authority or a certification provider, a training provider that will help you get yourself certified in the ethical hacking space. So they have certification called Pen Test Plus, which is focused towards penetration testing. So it is an intermediate level certification. It assesses the vulnerability assessment and the penetration testing skills of a candidate. Here, the training will provide you with all the essentials where it will help you identify how to do vulnerability assessments, how to identify those vulnerabilities, and then which tools to utilize for what kind of a penetration test. For the requirements, a minimum of 3 to 4 years of hands-on experience in the information security field. Also, a CompTIA Security Plus or a Network Plus or equivalent knowledge is required. So in the Network Plus, they talk about securing networks, and they help you understand the OSI layers, the TCP/IP layers, and help you understand the protocols and all of those things. So having that knowledge is an added advantage. The certificate provider is CompTIA, and the cost of the exam is around $349. Maximum number of questions is 85, and I think it's a 3-hour exam. The passing percentage is scoring 750 marks out of a possible 900. So the scale is, the minimum you can ever score is 100. If you're completely unprepared, the maximum you can score is 900. You get a leeway of 150 marks for your certifications. So you have to score a minimum of 750 to clear the exam. Average annual salary for a CompTIA Certified Penetration Test Plus Professional is $97,000 in the US market, and in the Indian market it would be around 5 lakh rupees. Then comes the Licensed Penetration Tester. Now this is an advanced certificate again from EC Council. This is where EC Council gives you a license which certifies that you have undergone thorough training and have cleared your exam, in which you can conduct or lead an audit for vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. It is an expert level certification, comes after the CEH certification. It is the ultimate test which tests the candidate's penetration testing skills. So there are 2 certifications over here. One is the ECSA, EC Council Certified Security Analyst. Once you clear that, you can appear for the Licensed Penetration Tester. Both of these are hands-on certifications. So you will be given a virtual lab, you will be given a scenario in which you'll have to perform some assessments, create reports, submit it to the EC Council. They will analyze your reports. If they meet the criteria that have been identified, you would then be certified as a licensed penetration tester. The candidate must be above 18 years of age. A recertification is required every 3 years. So the validity is 3 years. After 3 years, you will have to be recertified, or there is a continuing point education system over there where you can score points by publishing articles, by attending trainings or giving out trainings, and you can get yourself recertified. It is preferred that the candidate has CEH and the ECSA certification. So the previous certification that we saw, Certified Ethical Hacker, and then the ECSA, EC Council Certified Security Analyst, after which you can appear for the LPT, the Licensed Penetration Tester. The certificate provider again is EC Council. The Licensed Penetration Tester exam has a different process. The candidate must purchase an exam dashboard for $899, which is valid for a year. So once you purchase the voucher, the validity is 1 year. You can prepare within that 1 year and then give the exam and attain the certification. Only once you are ready, the exam can be scheduled and you can give that exam. The exam consists of 3 different levels. Each level has 3 different challenges. The candidate must pass at least one challenge in order to qualify for the next level. And for each level, the exam is 6 hours. So this is a grueling exam. This is hands-on. They're giving you challenges and they are going to test you on your skills as a penetration tester. So be ready to be very hands-on for this kind of a certification. Average annual salary in the US is around $100,000 and above, and in India, $825,000 and above.
Next, Shruti will guide you through the career of an ethical hacker. With the increase in the number of cybercrimes across the globe, there is also an increase in the number of cybersecurity jobs, and the role of an ethical hacker tops the list. Hi guys, this is Shruti from Simplilearn, and today I will run you through this video on ethical hacking career. So let's get started and explore the world of ethical hacking. Let's begin with a few facts. Did you know that by the year 2021, there will be 3.5 million cybersecurity job openings? That is a huge number, isn't it? And also, according to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, there will be 28% increase in the number of jobs from 2016 to 2026 for information security analysts, which includes ethical hackers. This proves that there is a great demand for ethical hackers at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, the number of cybercrimes across the world will increase as the digital era will only continue to grow. Organizations will be on the lookout to hire professionals who can fight these cybercrimes and protect the company's data. And to fight these cybercrimes, we will require individuals who can think like a hacker. And who is that? Well, to do this job, we have ethical hackers. As you might be knowing, an ethical hacker is trained to discover system vulnerabilities. An ethical hacker is also known as a white hat hacker. He or she is given authorization from the company to perform security assessments. And at the end, an ethical hacker would have to report the findings back to the company so that the vulnerabilities can be fixed. An ethical hacker performs these security assessments with the help of various hacking techniques and tools. Let's now move on to our next topic, that is the steps to become an ethical hacker. You might wonder how to start your ethical hacking career, right? Well, I will take you through that step by step. Firstly, the candidate must have a computer science or an information technology bachelor's degree. It is also possible to become an ethical hacker without these degrees, but provided you have the required skill sets and experience. The next requirement to be an ethical hacker is that the candidate must have a minimum of 2 years of experience in the information security field. You have to start your career with a software or a networking job, and only then can you move on to the ethical hacking field. You have to start your career with a software or a networking job, and only then can you move into the ethical hacking field. Coming to the certifications, it is necessary for the candidate to hold various cybersecurity certifications. Certifications play a vital role in the field of cybersecurity. Your job opportunities can solely depend on these certifications. To become an ethical hacker, you can start off with the foundational level certifications such as the CCNA and CompTIA Security Plus certifications. Finally, the last step to become an ethical hacker is to clear the Certified Ethical Hacker examination. CH certification is provided by the EC Council. It trains the candidate to protect a company's network by using the same tools and methods that a hacker would use. The CH exam will have a duration of 4 hours with 125 number of questions. If the candidate clears this exam, then he or she will become a certified ethical hacker. Now that you know the steps to become an ethical hacker, let's look into the skill sets which are required to help you achieve these steps. First and foremost, an ethical hacker needs to have an in-depth knowledge of the working of the operating systems. Knowledge of Windows, Linux, and Macintosh operating systems is required. For penetration testing, creating exploits, and bug hunting, programming will be important. So knowledge of programming languages such as C, C++, HTML, Python, and PHP will be very helpful. Basic knowledge of networking, TCP/IP protocols, and OSI model is necessary as networking is the foundation of cybersecurity. For securing databases, knowledge of SQL, NoSQL, PostgreSQL is necessary. Cryptography is used to secure information. It is the process of converting data from a readable format to a non-readable format and vice versa. Cryptanalysis is decryption without a secret key. In most cases, certified ethical hacker would need to perform cryptanalysis. Hence, ethical hacker has to be comfortable with cryptography and cryptanalysis. Ethical hackers should be proficient in network security control measures such as intrusion detection and intrusion prevention techniques. Now let's move on to the responsibilities which are taken care of by an ethical hacker. Let's have a look at these responsibilities. An ethical hacker is responsible for scanning systems, open and closed ports using tools like Nessus and Nmap. Vulnerabilities and threats are identified by doing this. In addition to scanning for vulnerabilities, they also search the deep corners of the network to spot critical information such as passwords, which can make the organization vulnerable to an attack. In addition to building and maintaining IDS, IPS, and firewalls, they also try to evade these security measures to gauge the performance of the systems. A lot of times, a company's online fraud or online theft incidents are looked into by an ethical hacker. An ethical hacker also checks for sniffing networks and hijacked web servers and applications. Those were the responsibilities of an ethical hacker. Now let's look into the various job roles an ethical hacker can apply for. It is a misconception that an ethical hacker will perform only penetration testing. Well, there are a number of other jobs an ethical hacker can apply for. The different job roles such as that of a penetration tester, information security analyst, security consultant, and an information security manager. Let's have a look at each of these job roles one by one. A penetration tester performs the typical responsibility of an ethical hacker. That is, he or she tries to exploit a security system's vulnerabilities. This is carried out using different hacking tools and techniques. An ethical hacker can also apply for the role of an information security analyst. There is a difference between the job roles of a penetration tester and that of an information security analyst. Here, the candidate will be required to primarily design and protect the organization's network from various cyber attacks. Finally, the candidate is also required to document the identified security breaches so that it can be omitted the next time. The responsibilities of a security consultant is more or less similar to that of an information security analyst that we saw previously. As a security consultant, you will be responsible to design, implement, and maintain various security architectures. In addition to this, you're also required to upgrade the security systems as and when required. Finally, an ethical hacker can also apply to the role of an information security manager. As the name suggests, this role will require the candidate to possess managerial skills, as an information security manager is responsible to head the IT and the information security team. Now that we have seen the responsibilities, the skills, and the steps to become an ethical hacker, let's have a look at the different companies hiring ethical hackers. To name a few, we have Bank of America, Ernst & Young, KPMG, Urban Pro, and IBM. Let's now look into the salary structure of an ethical hacker. Well, in India, the average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is nearly 4,76,000 rupees. And in the US, the average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is $91,000. Now I will guide you through a sample resume of a penetration tester. As you can see on your screens, this is a sample resume of a penetration tester. We will look into this resume closely and understand how your resume should look like if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. As always, you can start off with your name and your email ID and your phone number, followed by a brief summary of your current job profile. It is preferred to add your LinkedIn profile link here and also your GitHub profile link if you have one. As I mentioned earlier, this is a sample resume for a penetration tester, and hence we have to have more than 2 years of experience in the information security field. As you can see under the experience section, the candidate has 2 prior experiences, out of which the first experience is that of a software tester and second is that of a penetration tester. You would have to mention your latest or current experience at the beginning. You can mention your job role and the company and the duration, under which you can list out the various responsibilities that you are looking into currently. If you are a penetration tester, you can mention responsibilities such as security monitoring, black box testing, documentation of the results, vulnerability scanning, and so on. Below this, you can mention your first company's experience with the roles and responsibilities that you have performed earlier. Here, the candidate was a software tester before becoming a penetration tester. Let's move on to the education section. Here, the candidate holds a bachelor's degree in computer science. You can mention your degree followed by the university name. Or if you're applying for any other role in the cybersecurity domain, it is recommended that you list out the certifications as well. To start off with, a CCNA certification will be preferred, followed by a certified ethical hacker certification, which is a must if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. In addition to it, the Certified Expert Penetration Tester certification will also hold a great advantage. After mentioning the certifications, you can go ahead and mention your skill sets. Here we have the technical skills and non-technical skills. Under technical skills, you can mention the programming languages that you know. Here we have C, C++, Java, Perl. You can also mention the operating systems that you have worked on. For example, Windows, Linux, Unix. And in addition to the programming languages and the OS, you can also mention the tools that you know, such as Nmap, Metasploit tools, which will be helpful if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. Then you can also mention encryption technologies, knowledge of SQL, and bug tracking systems if you have worked on them before. If you have participated in ecodathons, you can mention that here as well. Under the non-technical skills, you can mention various competitions that you have taken part in and the games that you like and other extracurricular activities. Finally, you can also mention the projects undertaken. Under the projects undertaken, you can talk about the various projects that you have performed in your company or outside the company. Here, we have two projects, one as a software test engineer and second one as a penetration tester. So this is how a resume of a penetration tester will look like.
So today, we will start our tutorial with an example. Imagine a world where every 39 seconds, a cyber attack occurs, affecting businesses, governments, and individuals alike. And in a digital age, where data is the new gold, cybersecurity has become one of the most critical fields to master. And if you have ever wondered how hackers breach systems or how companies protect themselves against these threats, you are in the right place. In this video, we are going to take you on a journey into the fascinating world of cybersecurity. We will break down the steps you need to learn cybersecurity, from building a strong foundation in networking and programming to mastering advanced techniques like ethical hacking and threat analysis. We'll also share some of the best resources and certifications that can propel your career forward. And this video will provide you with a clear roadmap for you. So get ready to unlock the secrets of cybersecurity and start your journey towards becoming a digital defender. So let's start with this session. So here first we'll start with the essential skills for an ethical hacker, or when you will learn cybersecurity, what skills you will need. So here we'll see the list, and the number one is strong understanding of networking. So ethical hackers or cybersecurity professionals need to have understanding of networking protocols, how data travels across networks, and the vulnerabilities associated with different network configurations. Then comes programming and scripting. So proficiency in programming languages like Python, C, C++, and scripting languages is crucial for writing custom exploits and tools. And then comes cybersecurity fundamentals. A solid grasp of basic cybersecurity concepts, including threats, vulnerabilities, risk management, and security principles is fundamental. And then comes operating system. Familiarity with various operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Unix, is essential for understanding their vulnerabilities and security configurations. And then comes web application security. So knowledge of web technologies, that is web application vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and security best practices for web development. And then comes penetration testing tools. So the proficiency in tools like Metasploit, Nmap, Wireshark, Burp-Suite, and other penetration testing tools used to assess system vulnerabilities. So these tools you should have hands-on. And these are the skills that a cybersecurity professional must possess. And then comes cryptography. So understanding of encryption, decryption, cryptographic algorithms, and their role in securing data. And then comes wireless security. Expertise in wireless network security, including Wi-Fi encryption protocols and vulnerabilities. And then comes security compliance and standards. Knowledge of security standards and compliance regulations such as PCI DSS, HIPAA, and GDPR. And then comes incident response. So being prepared to handle security incidents and breaches effectively, including forensics and analysis. And then comes social engineering awareness. So understanding of social engineering tactics used by attackers to manipulate individuals into revealing confidential information. And then we have the last, that is ethical mindset as a skill. So an ethical hacker or a cybersecurity professional must adhere to a strong code of ethics and prioritize responsible disclosure when vulnerabilities are there. And now we'll start with how to learn cybersecurity and we'll see the roadmap. So the number one thing you should have is educational foundation. So ethical hacking is all about using your skills for good. That is helping to protect systems and data from cyber threats. And let's start from the very beginning and build a strong foundation together. Number one is basic education. So first things first, you need to finish high school. And during high school, try to focus on subjects like mathematics, computer science, and IT. And these subjects are essential because they teach you how computers work and how to think logically. Imagine you are building a house and math and computer science are like the bricks and mortar you will need to construct a strong, sturdy structure. And then comes higher education. So after high school, consider pursuing a degree in computer science, information technology, or cybersecurity. Now you might be wondering, do I really need a degree? Well, a degree can definitely help. It gives you a solid foundation and is often preferred by employers. However, it's not the way to become an ethical hacker. And if you're passionate and committed, you can learn the necessary skills on your own. And many successful hackers or cybersecurity professionals have taken this self-taught route. And remember, it's not just about the degree, it's about the skills and knowledge you gain along the way. And employers are looking for people who can solve problems and think creatively, whether they have a degree or not. Now that you have covered the educational basics, let's move on to the exciting part, that is developing the essential technical skills you will need. And this is where you will start to build your hacker toolkit with essential skills and ready to gear up with some serious learning. So let's dive in. And here you'll see developing essential skills. Number one is programming. And if I tell you why it's important, so programming is like learning a new language, but for communicating with computers. So why it's important? And now we'll see what to learn. So start with Python because it's beginner friendly and powerful. Then pick up C and C++ for understanding low level operations and JavaScript for web-based hacking. And then we'll see how to practice. So write small scripts, automate tasks, and eventually build your own hacking tools. And after that comes networking. So let's see why it's important. So networks are like the roads connecting all computers. And understanding networking is crucial because it's where most hacking happens. And what to learn for this? So learn about IP addresses, subnets, protocols like TCP/IP and how data travels across networks. And how to practice. So set up your own network lab at home using virtual machines and experiment with different networking setups. Now coming to operating systems with the essential skills only. And the first thing we'll see is why it's important. So most hacking tools are designed for specific operating systems, especially Linux. And then comes what to learn. So get comfortable with Linux, that is distros like Kali Linux that are designed for security tasks, and understand the basics of Windows and Mac OS. And then comes how to practice. So use Linux as your main OS and play around with terminal commands and understand file system structures. And then we have security concepts. And we'll see the first thing, that is why it's important. So security concepts are like the rules of the game. Knowing them helps you understand how to break and fix things. And then we have what to learn. So focus on encryption, that is how data is protected, firewalls, how to defend networks, VPNs, how to secure connections, and IDS, how to detect intrusions. And let's see how to practice them. So implement these security measures in your own systems and try to bypass them to see how they work. So these are the core skills that form the backbone of an ethical hacker's knowledge or a cybersecurity professional knowledge. And it's not just about learning them, but practicing and applying them in the real world scenarios. Great. You have built a solid educational foundation if you are following this and developed essential skills. Now let's talk about certifications. And certifications are like badges of honor that show you have got the knowledge and skills to be an ethical hacker. And they can open doors to job opportunities and validate your expertise. So now we'll talk about some of the key certifications that you can consider. So number one is CEH, that is Certified Ethical Hacker. And talking about why it's important. So the CEH is one of the most recognized certifications in the ethical hacking world. It covers the fundamentals of ethical hacking and teaches you the mindset and tools hackers use. And now we'll see what it demonstrates. So by earning this certification, you show that you understand the core principles of ethical hacking, including how to scan, test, and hack systems, and how to get it or achieve it. So you can study the CEH curriculum, which includes topics like footprinting, scanning, enumeration, and system hacking. Then pass the CEH exams to get certified. Now coming to the next certification, that is CompTIA Security Plus. And first we will see why it's important. So Security Plus is a great starting point for a career in cybersecurity. It covers a wide range of security topics from network security to risk management. And if I tell you what it demonstrates, so this certification proves you have the foundational knowledge required for any cybersecurity role. And it's often a stepping stone to more advanced certifications. And how to get it? So prepare by studying the CompTIA Security Plus material, focusing on key areas like threats, attacks, vulnerabilities, and security architecture. You can pass the Security Plus exam to earn your certification. Now coming to the next certification, that is OSCP, or Offensive Security Certified Professional. First thing we'll note about it is why it's important. So OSCP is known for its hands-on practical approach, and it's highly respected in the industry because it requires you to actually perform hacking techniques in a controlled environment. And if I tell you what it demonstrates, so earning the OSCP shows you can identify, exploit, and document vulnerabilities in various systems, and it's proof of your practical hacking skills. And if I tell you how to get it, so you can complete the Offensive Securities Penetration Testing with Kali Linux course, and then pass the rigorous OSCP exam, which involves a 24-hour hacking challenge. So this is all about OSCP. Now moving to the next certification, that is CISSP. So first thing is why it's important. So CISSP is an advanced certification aimed to those looking to move into higher level security roles like management or architecture. And if I tell you what it demonstrates, it shows you how to have a deep understanding of cybersecurity principles, and you can design, implement, and manage a best-in-class cybersecurity program. And how to get it? You can study the 8 domains of the CISSP, that is Common Body of Knowledge, which includes security and risk management, asset security, and security engineering. You can pass the CISSP exam and meet the work experience requirements to get certified. And these certifications not only validate your knowledge, but also make you stand out in the job market. They are a testament to your dedication and expertise in the field of ethical hacking. So next, we will explore how to gain practical experience, and this is where you will put your knowledge to the test and hone your skills in real-world scenarios. So ready to dive into some hands-on action? So let's move on. So the next part is number 4, that is gain practical experience. So I will say that's awesome that you have got your education, developed essential skills, and earned some certifications. Now we are coming to this part, that is now it's time to get hands-on and gain practical experience. This is where the real fun begins, applying what you have learned in real-world scenarios. Number 1 is labs and simulations. So labs and simulations provide a safe environment to practice hacking skills without the risk of breaking any laws. They allow you to experiment and learn from your mistakes. So you could use the platforms like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, and Cybersec Labs that are fantastic resources. And these resources offer a variety of challenges and scenarios that mimic real-world systems and networks. So internships and entry-level positions provide real-world experience and a chance to apply your skills in a professional setting. They also help you build a network of industry contacts. You can seek out internships or jobs in IT, network administration, or cybersecurity. So these roles will give you hands-on experience with the systems and technologies you will be protecting as an ethical hacker. You can check job boards, company websites, and LinkedIn for openings. And don't be afraid to reach out to companies directly to inquire about internship opportunities. You can tailor your resume to highlight your skills and certifications, and be prepared to discuss your hands-on experience from labs and simulations. And after that comes the bug bounty programs. So bug bounty programs are an essential or excellent way to test your skills in the real-world scenario. Companies offer these programs to identify security vulnerabilities in their systems, and they reward you for finding and reporting these issues. So platforms like HackerOne and BugCrowd connect ethical hackers with companies offering bug bounties. And these platforms provide a legal and structured way to test your skills. And you can create profiles on HackerOne and BugCrowd. And you can start by reading through the rules and scope of each program to understand what's allowed. And you can begin with lower risk programs and gradually move to more complex ones. As you find and report vulnerabilities, you will gain recognition and potentially earn money for your findings. And after that, we have practical experience that is invaluable, and it's where theory meets reality. And by practicing in labs, gaining real-world experience through internships, and participating in bug bounty programs, you will hone your skills and build a strong portfolio. And after that comes stay updated. So cybersecurity is a rapidly evolving field, and staying updated is crucial for maintaining your edge. And here's how you can keep your knowledge fresh. Number 1 is continuous learning. So the landscape of cybersecurity is always changing with new threats and technologies. And you can keep up with the latest news, blogs, and forums, and great resources like Krebs on security, dark reading, and the Reddit NetSec community So make it a habit to read articles and participate in discussions regularly. And you can also subscribe to newsletters and follow key influencers in the cybersecurity space. And then we have conferences and workshops. So these events are excellent for networking and learning about the latest trends and techniques. And key conferences like DEFCON, Black Hat, and RSA conference are must attend events for ethical hackers. And you can attend these events either in person or virtually. And you can take advantage of workshops, seminars, and networking opportunities to connect with other professionals. And then we have online courses. Continuous education helps you keep your skills sharp and up to date. And platforms like Coursera, Udemy, and CyberReady offers a wide range of courses on various cybersecurity topics. And you can enroll in courses that cover new tools, techniques, and concepts. And I have already mentioned a course with Simplilearn that is proven and technically guaranteed. So you can regularly update your skills and knowledge through these platforms. Now coming to sixth point, that is join the community. So being part of the cybersecurity community is invaluable for your career growth. And here's how you can get involved. Number one is networking. So networking with other professionals can provide valuable insights, support, and job opportunities. And the professional organizations like the Information Systems Security Association, ISSA, and the EC Council are great places to start. You can attend meetings, join discussion groups, and participate in events. And building a strong network can open doors to new opportunities and collaborations. And then we have mentorship. So a mentor can guide you, share resources, and help you navigate your career path. You can look for experienced ethical hackers who are willing to mentor you. You can reach out through professional networks, conferences, or online communities. And having a mentor can provide you with personalized advice and support. And now we'll see the companies hiring ethical hackers. So there are many companies across various industries. Those are looking for skilled ethical hackers. And some prominent employers include tech giants like Amazon, Accenture, Google, Apple, Intel, Microsoft, and Facebook. And cybersecurity firms like FireEye, Palo Alto Networks, and CrowdStrike. They're consulting firms. And then we have Deloitte, PwC, and KPMG. And then we have financial institutions like JP Morgan Chase and Bank of America. And we have also telecommunication companies like Verizon and AT&T, healthcare organizations like United Health Group, and government agencies like the NSA and FBI. So job roles for ethical hackers. And those penetration testers conduct simulated attacks to find vulnerabilities. Then we have cybersecurity analysts. They monitor and analyze security systems. Then we have security consultant. They advise organizations on best security practices. Then we have security engineer. They develop and maintain security systems. And then we have incident responder. So investigating and responding to security breaches are their role. And then we have the average salaries for these. So salaries for ethical hackers vary by location and experience. So if I talk to you about in India, so entry-level positions typically earn between 4 lakhs and 6 lakhs per year, while senior roles can command between 15 lakhs and 25 lakhs per year. And in the United States, entry-level salaries range from $70,000 to $90,000 per year, but with senior positions, earning can be vary between $130,000 to $170,000 per year.
So guys, let us start with first understanding what is ethical hacking. Have you heard about ethical hacking? It's sometimes called the white hat hacking. Basically, ethical hackers are the people who try to break into computer systems but only with permissions. Their goal is to find weak spots before bad guys do, so those holes can be fixed. It's like testing a door to make sure it's locked and tight. Think of ethical hackers as digital security guards who help protect your data and privacy. Let me tell you a story about Priya, who is an ethical hacker hired by a bank. Priya used AI-powered tools to check the bank's online system, and within minutes, the AI found hidden security flaw that hackers could have used to steal customer info. Because of Priya's work, the bank fixed the problem fast, saving millions of dollars and protecting millions of people. Ethical hacking isn't just about finding bugs, it's about building trust and keeping everyone safe online. And now with AI helping out, hacking tests can be faster and smarter. But that also means ethics and rules are more important than ever. Now let us move ahead and try to understand why AI is transforming hacking and cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence is rapidly changing the cybersecurity landscape, including the hacking itself. Traditionally, hackers manually searched for vulnerabilities, analyzed codes, and tried various attacks, which could take a lot of time and skill. AI can automate many of these tasks by quickly analyzing huge amount of data, recognizing patterns, and predicting weak spots. Here are some of the key points to understand why it is transforming cybersecurity. Before AI, hackers had to manually search for system weaknesses, which was slow and time consuming, taking days or even weeks. AI can scan now thousands of websites, networks, or devices just in minutes, speeding up the process dramatically. AI also detects patterns and unusual behaviors that might indicate security problems, such as unusual login attempts, sudden spikes in the network traffic, etc. Some AI tools can even automatically suggest ways to exploit detected vulnerabilities. And on the defense side, cybersecurity teams can use AI to spot attacks more quickly, respond to threats in real time, and protect systems better against hackers. So guys, seeing this bunch of reasons, you would have got an idea that how AI is transforming cybersecurity. Now let us move ahead and try to understand some of the AI basics for hacking. So guys, have you ever tried to find one broken link on a huge website with thousands of pages? You would imagine doing that manually can take forever. Now imagine AI doing that in seconds for hackers, quickly spotting security weaknesses or unusual behavior hidden deep inside complex websites and systems. So, with the help of this, you can scan weaknesses, analyze logs, and figure out how to exploit problems. These are some of the key areas where AI integration has changed the cybersecurity landscape drastically. Hacking involves many steps, as we have discussed, like scanning for weaknesses, analyzing logs, figuring out how to exploit problems. AI automates these tasks so hackers don't have to do everything manually. For example, guys, instead of checking one part of a website at a time, AI tools can crawl thousands of pages and flag where security holes might be. It's like having a drone scan a whole neighborhood instead of walking door to door. AI can also look at system logs, spot weird behavior like repeated logging attempts or strange data access that might mean someone trying to break in. This automation helps hackers, both ethical and non ethical. Now, we will move ahead and try to understand what are those AI tools which can help you in hacking. So guys, we all know that isn't just a theory. It's a part of real tools that hackers use every day to make their work faster and smarter. So guys, now let us move ahead and try to understand some of the AI tools for hacking. We all know that AI isn't just a theory. It's a part of real tools and hackers use it every day to make their work faster and smarter. Now, we are going to discuss certain parameters where we are going to understand how AI is actually integrating with the cybersecurity. Like imagine you are an ethical hacker named Priya and your job is to test companies' network for weaknesses before criminals find them. So instead of manually searching each device, you could use a tool like Sniper. Using AI-enhanced tools like Hashcat, Priya runs smart password guesses based on common patterns like birth dates, popular words to quickly check which account could be easily hacked. Thanks to these AI tools, because Priya completes a thorough security test much faster than manual methods, providing the company with detailed findings to fix before real attackers can strike. So guys, you could see all over here that how AI tools are actually improving the turnaround times to find the vulnerability, scan it, crack the password, and there are AI powered reconnaissance tools like Sniper. Now, let us move ahead and try to discuss some of the popular tools. The first one is Sniper, next one is Metasploit, Showdown, and Burpsuit. So let us go to their official website and see what features these tools have. So guys, now let us explore some of the popular cybersecurity tools. So first one is Sniper. So Sniper is an automated reconnaissance tool for scanning and gathering information about a target system. It's available on the AWS Marketplace and you can integrate into your AWS. It helps automates the process of discovering open ports, services, and potential vulnerabilities. It uses AI techniques to prioritize findings, helping ethical hackers focus on the most critical weaknesses. So imagine guys, a security consultant may use Sniper to quickly scan a client's network for vulnerabilities without manually testing each device. So this is how this tool works. Let me show you another tool. So this is Autosplite. and this is the GitHub repo of it. And the purpose of it is that it automates the process of exploiting known vulnerabilities. So after recon science, Autosploit automatically attempts to exploit known security flaws by combining data from public sources like Shodan. It simplifies and speeds up the exploitation phase by identifying the most likely targets. An ethical hacker uses Autosploit to test for vulnerabilities in web application and tries different exploits to see which ones can be triggered. Third one, we have one of the most popular tools called Shodan. Shodan is a search engine for internet connected devices. Ethical hackers use Shodan to find vulnerable devices that are connected to the internet. Shodan helps them identify weak spots in devices like cameras, routers, and other IoT devices. An ethical hacker uses Shodan to identify exposed devices in a company's network that shouldn't be publicly accessible, such as webcams or unsecured servers. And finally, guys, we have Burp Suite is a popular web vulnerability scanner that identifies security issues in web applications. While Burp Suite itself is widely used for manual web application testing, it also integrates with AI-based tools to improve the accuracy of vulnerability detection. It can automate certain tasks like brute forcing login forms and optimize payload generation. So guys, imagine a web security tester may use Burp Suite combined with an AI plugin to automate vulnerability scanning of e-commerce website, detecting potential SQL injection and cross-scripting flaws. So if you are very new to this, so don't worry about this ethical hacking buzzwords. You can search on our Simplilearn's official channel. There are amazing cybersecurity full courses, and definitely you'll be getting the best out of that. So guys, these were some of the amazing tools that we have discussed. So let us start first understanding what is Kali Linux. My dear friends, Kali Linux is a powerful open source Linux distribution specifically designed for cybersecurity professionals like ethical hackers, penetration testers. So these guys can use this tool. Actually, this tool is built on Debian. So Debian is an operating system and it comes with pre-installed over 600 advanced security tools to perform various tasks like penetration testing, vulnerability assessment, digital forensics, and wireless network analysis. Kali Linux was developed by Offensive Security, and it is widely used in cybersecurity training and certifications like OSCP certification program. If I talk about Kali Linux is a versatile, offering various options for installation on virtual machines, USB drives, or even as live operating system. Additionally, it supports Windows subsystem for Linux for seamless integration into Windows environments with clean interface and customizable setup. Kali is just not for professionals, but it is also an excellent platform to learn cybersecurity. Now, if I talk about advantages of using Kali Linux, there are several one of them. Like, first of all, it has over 600 tools, okay, so which are pre-installed tools and which is specifically tailored for security professionals. Second of all, it has wide support. Now, in terms of wide support, it works on multiple platforms like virtual machines, Windows subsystem for Linux, Raspberry Pi, etc. Third of all, because of its documentation. Now, it has extensive tutorials and forum for guidance. So you could see all over here, this is the official documentation of Kali Linux, and you could see there's a very amazing documentation. It will help you with installation, introduction, then it has given option for USB, Kali on ARM, WSL, cloud, and many more. And finally, you could customize this. It is fully customizable to suit specific tasks and workflows. Now, let us move ahead and let us try to understand some of the known commands of Kali Linux. But before that, let us learn how to install this on Windows. Now, before installing Kali Linux, I want you to make sure that you have Windows subsystem for Linux installed on your system. If not, you can navigate to this website, which is installing WSL, so you will get a Microsoft official website. And in this, you could see there are certain prerequisites. Suppose if you're using Windows 11 operating system, so it should be higher than 10. Okay. Now, just type on the PowerShell. Okay, open PowerShell. And just copy this and install this. So with this command, you will be able to install Windows subsystem for Linux. Now, the next step would be installing Kali Linux. So you have to do nothing. Go onto the Microsoft Store and just click install. Now, since I've already installed Kali Linux and it is very easy process, after that it will be very comfortable for you to operate on Kali Linux. So you could see I have installed the minimal configuration all over here. Okay, so this is the Kali Linux terminal. So it has opened. Now we are going to learn certain important commands which will help you to understand, and these are very basic Linux commands only, so you have to not worry about it too much. So guys, let's try to understand our first command. Let us say we want to know the date. So the name of the date command is just date, and you could see you will get the exact date of today and the given time. And since I'm connected from the Indian time zone, so it is showing IST 2025. That's a very basic command. Next command is cal command. So cal command basically displays the current month's formatted calendar in our terminal screen. If you require more advanced version of cal, you can install the ncal package on the Linux machine, which displays calendar vertically and provides additional options. So for now, we are fine with cal. Just type cal. Okay, so you could see I have not installed cal. So let us try to install. So type sudo apt install ncal. Now you could see all over here, it is fetching all the packages and we have perfectly installed it. Now let us type cal. Okay, I think so, still processing. Now you could see all over here, we are getting calendar in the vertical format, and you could see the month, date, and all over here. Okay, so that is one of the most amazing package ncal. Okay, next is a very basic Linux command, that is cd. So cd is also called change of directory. Okay, so if you want to switch this command, if you want to move to any directory, so you could just type cd and the given directory name. Okay, but we are now fine all over here. Now next thing would be cp. Now cp is also same command as one of the most important Linux command, which basically helps you to copy files or group of files or directory to create the exact image of a file on a disk with a different name. So suppose let us say we are going to desktop. So let us try to first find out how many files do we have. ls. Okay, so you could see we have no files. So first we have to create a directory. So let us say mkdir and just type demo. Okay, now type ls. So you could see we have this file demo. Now type cd and go to demo. So you could see all over here, we are now in demo folder. So that was one of the thing. If you want to go back, just type cd ... and you'll be reverted back. Now, before moving ahead, so ls, let's talk about this command. So it is one of the most powerful and useful commands in Kali Linux. Okay, so ls command basically lists all the directories or contents of the files. So with the help of ls command, we can easily list out every hidden file or directory with lsa attribute. Okay, and it helps you to find the list of directories present on your system. So that was one of the command. Now let us try to understand the cat command. So basically the cat command is one of the Linux, one of the most commonly used commands, permitting us to create single or many files and concatenate files, redirect, view, and contain of any output in a terminal file. Usually we use the cat command to display the content of a file. So suppose we created any file, say let us go to demo. So with the help of touch command, let us create one file. Okay, let us go to demo first and let's type touch demo.txt. Okay, and now type cat and demo.txt, and see, since we have nothing written all over here, so if you have already written, then you could get out certain output like what's written. So suppose let us do this activity. by writing certain thing. So you could see this is a demo file. You could see all over here, we are in the demo folder, and you could see this text file demo.txt. And since we have not written anything, so that's why it's not showing any output. So we have got a bit of hang around what are the basic commands of Linux, and same thing will be used in Kali Linux. Now let us download some of the amazing tools, because Kali Linux has support for a lot of tools, and let us try to do some hands-on activity on them. Okay guys, now let us try to download Nmap first. So what is Nmap? Nmap is basically for network scanning purposes. So that's a very amazing tool. So you could see this is official documentation of Nmap. So if you want to scan any network, then this is a very amazing tool, and this is available in Kali Linux. So you could see the documentation is written all over here. So you could go to the reference guide, and you could see all these things which they have given. Okay, suppose it has description, option summary, target specification, host, port scanning basics. Okay, so let us click on port scanning basics. So so it has given about all these ideas, and similarly we are going to do the same thing in the Kali Linux. So let us try to install Nmap first. So as I have already told you that Nmap is a very powerful network discovery tool. So for installation purpose, type this command: sudo apt install Nmap. Okay, some mistake was there. Sudo apt install Nmap y. So you could see, okay, again we have done some mistake. So you could see we have correctly installed Nmap, and now you could check the version number of the same. So type Nmap, go on version. So you could see we have Nmap version of 7.94, and we are using Linux GNU platform. Okay, so you could see it has also given us compiled with liblua 5.4.6. Okay, so these are the certain information that you will get. Now let us do a one hands-on activity with this tool. So let us first clear it all. Okay, now let us try to scan a network for connected devices and identify the open ports. So let us say we are targeting certain devices to a local network. So suppose we type nmap and then sp, okay, then the given name of your IP address. So suppose we type this local address 168.1.0/24, and let us see. So you could see it has started scanning. Okay, and you could see host is up with this latency, host is up with 0.055 seconds latency. So you're getting a scan report on this given IP address. So basically what it is doing is, this command is sending ping request and receives a list of live hosts. Now the basic command is, suppose nmap sp and the given name of your IP address. Okay, now next, if you are trying to scan a specific device for open ports, so what you could do, so we could use the same IP, okay, and type nmap, okay, /p, and we could give 1 to 1000, and let us say our target IP we are trying to take it as 192.168.1.0/24, and you could see it is trying to it is going to scan a specific device for open ports. So let us see whether this has it or not. Now you could see all over here we have got the report. So after targeting what devices are connected, so you could see the scan report. Okay, so host is up, port ET TCP filtered, the service is HTTP, then this is another port, then the service is HTTPS. Okay, so similarly you could see a scan report for all the devices, specific devices which are connected to this open port. So that's one of the amazing thing and insight you could get. Now for service version detection, you can identify services running on open ports also. So what command you have to type, guys? Just type nmap, and in this type sv, and say our target IP is same 192.168.1.0/24. So guys, as you can see all over here, the service scan is done. So you could see the scan report is given and it is saying service detection performed. So you could see service info, operating system, CPE. So it has given all these amazing things. So guys, with this tool, what you could do, one activity is find your router's IP address and then find the open ports and research the services associated with this. Now, you will find a bit difficulty, or even you'll be thinking how to find a router's IP address. So you could use this command, guys. So you could use a Kali Linux terminal and you could just type all over here IP route grep default. So you could see we are getting certain thing default, IP 172.28.8.1. So it is going to look something like this. So this is going to be your router's IP address. Now use the nmap command, perform the basic scan, put that IP, okay, then perform detailed scan to identify the service with the help of this command nmap sv and given name of your IP address, and full report scan. How you could do it, guys? So for a full report scan, you could do nmap p, then the given router ID all over here. So this tool is very amazing and very insightful, and you could research a lot of things and get to know. Okay, so this is one of the amazing tools which is present in Kali Linux. Now let us explore some of the other tools. Now let us try to install Metasploit. So guys, first let us understand what is Metasploit. So Metasploit is a framework for developing and testing exploits. So what it does is it allows penetration testers to simulate real-world attacks and identify vulnerabilities in the system. Basically, Metasploit is usually pre-installed on Kali Linux, but if not, you could install with certain thing like this. Type this command sudo apt install Metasploit and type Y. Okay, so it is going to install Metasploit framework. Since I have already installed it, so I need not to do it again. And if you want to verify the installation process, type this command ms fconsole and type version. So you could see you will get certain thing like this. The version number is 6.4.34 dev. Now let us do a hands-on activity. Now let us exploit a vulnerable system using Metasploit. So first type msf console. So it is starting the Metasploit framework console all over here. So you could see we have come up into this documentation. Okay. Now you could go on to the official documentation of Metasploit. Okay. Just copy this or go all over here. So this is the official documentation of Metasploit. You could read about it. You could read about pen testing, how to set up module options, upgrading shells to meterpreter, and a lot of other things are there. So based on the thing which you want to learn, you could just read this documentation. It's a very amazing documentation. So I will show you a very small or simple hands-on activity. So let us try to exploit a vulnerable system. Okay. So we have come into our console and let us look for SMB related vulnerabilities. Now you'll be wondering what is an SMB protocol or what basically is an SMB vulnerability. So as I can tell you that SMB is a vulnerability or a security flaw in server message block protocol, or an SMB protocol that allows attacker to gain unauthorized access to a given network. So let us do this attack first. So type this command, search SMB. So you could see all over here that we have got a lot of files as an output. Now what we are going to do, we are going to select an eternal blue exploit. So you can type something like this, use exploit slash Windows slash SMB slash MS17010 and eternal blue. Now what after this, so it's saying no payload configured, defaulting to Windows XP Meterpreter reverse TCP. Okay, so this is MS-F6 exploit. So let us say, you could just, after do certain thing like this, set RH host first and give your target IP all over here, and you could execute the exploit after this. So say we have the same target IP, say 192.168, say 1.1, and after this just type exploit. So you could see we have started the exploit all over here. So it says that the target is not vulnerable at all. Okay, so similarly you could perform exploit for the given target IP. I deliberately chose this. Okay, so guys, you could use this tool to deliberately target a system and simulate exploit. Now I'm going to show you one more amazing tool. Its name is Nikto. Okay, so Nikto is basically a web server vulnerability scanner that identifies potential issues like outdated software, misconfigurations, and exposed files. So how you could install Nikto? So type this command, sudo apt install Nikto and type Y. So you can see we have started setting up our Nikto. Then type Nikto version, and you could see all over here that, okay, so this is not the command for version. Let's try this. Okay, so you can see all over here we have the version of Nikto as 2.5.0. okay, so this is the latest version. And now let us try to do a hands-on activity. If you want to learn about Nikto, just go to the official website. So you could see it is Nikto 2.5, and you could read about Nikto. So you could go, read the docs, like overview, description, and all those things. So let's do one small activity. So we are going to scan a web server for vulnerabilities. So let us say we target this website. Okay. So guys, as you can see all over here, we will take this as our given website. So just copy the link of this website and go on to your terminal and type Nikto. Okay. Then H. Then you could just give the name of given target website, and since it is HTTP secured, but I want it to be HTTP version of this. Now you could see so it's saying server no banner retrieve, so the anti-clicking X-frame option header is not present. So target IP is this, target host name is this, target port, start time, and you can see this it says that this is basically secured website, no vulnerabilities like things are being found. So you can see also the X content type option header is not set. Okay, so you could do a lot of other things like with this. Now, what you could do next is suppose we use the same IP address, okay, and let's type, okay, and next what I'm going to do all over here is this, that for detailed SSL checks and header, what I'm going to do, I'm going to type SSL and capital C and R. So you can see all over here, it is going to give you a detailed output with the help of this command. Now you can see, since it is a very secured website, so it is not showing that thing. But suppose if you are building any dummy website, or you are just into the development phase of building a web application, then you could use this tool to test the given vulnerabilities. So what you could do, there is one exercise, like you could set up a web application. Suppose say you are making a juice shop, and you could use this tool to identify the given vulnerabilities. So guys, we have showed you some of the tools and what's the power of Kali Linux is, and how these tools can be easily worked upon Kali Linux to do the exploit, to do the testing, and perform a detailed analysis of the given server, devices, okay, and services also. Basically, the tools which I have showed you represent the core of what makes Kali Linux so powerful for cybersecurity professionals. So by using the tools like Nmap, Metasploit, Nikto, you have gained a bit of hands-on experience with network scanning, packet analysis, exploitation, how to do brute force attacks, and web vulnerability assessments. If you do a regular practice with these tools, it will help you to improve your skill, and it is also going to help you to understand the importance of ethical hacking and securing system.
If you've ever opened a computer's file manager, you've probably seen something familiar on Windows. It's that trusty C drive with neat folders like program files and documents. On Mac, you get applications folder, your desktop, and few others. Easy, right? But then you step into Linux and suddenly you're staring at bin, etc, proc, lib, and you're thinking, what alien planet have I just landed on? Now the truth is, Linux organizes its file in a completely different way. No C drive, no fancy icon. Everything starts from a single slash, and every folder hanging from it has a very specific job. And here's the thing, it's not as scary as it looks. In fact, once you understand it, it's beautifully logical. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through the Linux file system structure step by step in plain simple English. No tech jargon overloaded. And by the end, you'll know exactly what each folder does, where to find your stuff, and how it's different from Windows and Mac. So in this video, we'll be covering what the Linux file system is and how it's different from Windows and Mac, starting from the root directory and exploring key folders like home, bin, dev, lib, temp, and many others. We'll also cover simple Linux commands to navigate and explore the structure, and a few quiz questions to make sure you're following along. Now before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. When you first boot up your computer, which part of the Linux file system do you think is responsible for starting the system? Home directory, boot directory, etc directory? You can drop your guesses in the comment section below. Now before we get started, let's first understand what exactly the Linux file system is. You can think of it as the organization system for your computer. Now every file, program, and setting on your system is stored somewhere. And the Linux system is responsible for organizing all of that into neat directories and files. It's just like the blueprint for your computer's data storage, telling you where to find things and how they are connected. Just like a library has shelf, labels, and categories to keep all the books organized, in the same way the Linux file system works, but with files and directories instead of books. So why do we need this structure? Well, in Linux, the file system is a hierarchical structure, which means everything is organized in layers starting from the root at the top, just like a tree, and the branches off into different directories, each serving a specific purpose. It helps manage data efficiently, ensuring security, and allows the system to run smoothly and quickly. So why are we diving into the Linux file system today? So whether you're new to Linux or a seasoned user, understanding where files are stored and how everything is organized is very important for troubleshooting and system efficiency. Knowing the purpose of each directory will help you to navigate and manage files easily. This video will give you a solid foundation so you can confidently handle tasks and feel in control of your Linux system. Let's have a quick comparison between Windows and Linux. So when you're using Windows, everything feels familiar. You've got your C drive, maybe a D or E drive, and all your files and programs are neatly stored there. File paths uses backslashes like users Alex document, and Windows doesn't care about capital letters. So you can see here in the screen, you can see most of the apps are installed and it's end up with C backslash program files, right? And also talking about the capital letters, now files.txt and files are treated the same. Most apps you install end up with C program files, so it's pretty straightforward. But here in case of Linux, it's pretty different. The rules are a little different. There are no drive letters. Everything starts with a single root directory. And from there, all your folders and files branch out. File paths uses forward slashes like home, Chris, downloads. And it's also case sensitive. So file.txt and file.txt are completely different files here. Now, another big difference is in Linux, everything, your hard drive, your USB sticks, even your keyboard appears somewhere under this slash. You can think of it like this. Now, Linux is a giant tree and this slash is the trunk, and every folder is a branch out here, the bin, etc, home, opt, and everything. Now, once you see the pattern, it actually becomes easier for you to navigate than in Windows. Alright, now let's talk about the Linux file hierarchy structure, or simply how Linux arranges the folders and files. Well, in Linux, there's something called the File System Hierarchy Standard, or FHS for short. You can think of it as a rule book that tells the system where different types of files should go. Now, this standard is managed by the Linux Foundation, and here's the interesting part. No matter where a file is stored on your computer's hard drive or external drive or even a virtual device, in Linux, all of it appears under one main folder, which is the root directory. Now, this root directory is just under a single forward slash. Some folders you'll see only if certain features are installed, like the X Windows system for graphic, but most of these folders are present in all Unix-based systems and they generally work in a very similar way. What we'll be focusing on here is how Linux uses them specifically. So let's dive into the structure and break it down step by step. Let's begin at the top, the very first directory in Linux, which is the root directory. Now, what is a root directory in Linux? Well, the root directory is like the main entry point in Linux. It's represented by a single forward slash and everything else in the system connects to it. You can think of the root directory like the trunk of a tree, and all the other directories like branches grow out from it. This is the highest point in the Linux file system and there is nothing above it. It's the starting point for everything. Now, how does the root directory even work? Well, every file, folder, device, or even a network shared in the system is connected with slash. Let's say, for example, your documents, music files, or even your external devices like USB drives, everything will appear under the folder slash. But only the root user, that is the administrator, can make changes directly to the slash directory. Normal users won't have the permission to modify things out there without special access. Here's an important clarification to make: the root versus this slash, the slash root versus the normal slash. So this is the main root directory and the root is a special directory. It's the personal home directory to the root user, and it's very similar to how the home username in a home directory is used for other people. You can think of root as the root's user personal workspace within the system. Now in Windows, we use different letters like C drive, D drive to represent different parts of a system like your hard drive, external storage, etc. But in the case of Linux, there's no such thing as drive letters. Instead, everything connects to a root directory, even if it's an external devices like a USB drive. This structure makes Linux more unified and flexible, as all the files, no matter where they are stored, are part of one system, which is starting from slash. Alright, we are at the trunk of the tree. Let's grab the essential tools we'll need, and they are all in the bin folder. So the second directory we are talking about is the bin, which is essential user command. Now the bin directory in Linux, it stands for binary and it contains essential commands that every user can use. So whether they are an administrator or a normal user. These commands are the core tools which are required for running the system and doing everyday tasks for the terminal, which is the command line. But why is bin even important? Well, the commands in bin are vital for working with files and managing your system. Let's say for here, ls, which stands for list the files in a directory. The cp stands for copies, file or directories. mv means move or renaming files. rm is removing files or directories. Ping means checking network connectivity. grep searches for specific pattern in files, and cat will display the contents of a file. You can see these commands are so fundamental that they are available even in single user mode, which is a minimal state where the system can run in, often used for maintenance or troubleshooting. So what happens if you don't have bin? If you don't have bin, you wouldn't be able to perform basic file operations like copying, deleting, or listing the files from the terminal. Now, these actions would be impossible, making the system unusable for normal tasks. If you're familiar with Windows, bin in Linux is similar, same as in Windows, like how we write this in C drive, Windows System 32 folder. System 32 in Windows holds essential tools like command.exe and other system utilities which are similar to how bin stores essential Linux command. So bin is critical directory in Linux because it holds the basic commands that are necessary to interact with the system and manage file. Without these commands, the system wouldn't function properly. But before you can even use bin, Linux needs to actually start up, and that's where boot comes in. Let's make sure you're following along. So I have another quiz question for you. Now, which of these folders in Linux holds the command that help you manage files like copying and moving them? Your options are home, bin, boot. You can think your answer and you can drop it in the comment section below. Now we'll be talking about the boot directory, which is often called the bootloader and kernel files. Now this is where Linux keep everything it needs to start from the system. It contains the Linux kernel, the core of the operating system. It holds the grup, which is the bootloader files, the menu you might see when starting the computer. Now it also includes initial RAM disk file, which is the initrid or initrams, to help the kernel load drivers before the main system even starts. Now without boot, your PC won't even start Linux. Talking about Windows, Windows has boot files like boot mgr and the boot configuration. Okay, the engine is running now. Linux needs to talk to hardware as well. Keyboards, disk and printers. Now this happens when they are stored in the dev directory. Now dev is for the device files in Linux. So in Linux, hardware is treated just like a file. So in hard drives, you have folders like dev sda1, dev nvm. Then you have USB drive, microphone, speakers, keyboards, all have entries over here. Now talking about the two main components, so there are basically two main type of device files here. First, we've got the block devices which store and transfer data in blocks, for example hard drives. Then second, we have the character devices which can send data one character at a time, for example serial ports and keyboards. In Windows, devices appear as E, F, etc. And in Linux, they appear as special files in dev. Now, how does Linux knows how to behave? Now, that's decided in the etc directory. This stands for System Configuration Files. The configuration files, this folder contains all the system-wide settings in plain text. You have your network settings here, the DNS servers, then you have the user accounts as well, startup services like etc, initd, etc. You can also open these files with any text editor because Linux stores configurations as readable text, unlike Windows registry, which is stored in special database. Now we have seen system settings. Now where do you keep your personal files? That's where we have our home directory, which is for personal user directories. Now, every user in Linux gets a personal folder under this home. So if your username is John, your folder would be home John, and you can store documents, pictures, downloads, and even your personal configurations over here. You cannot just modify other users' folder without any permission. It's just like the Windows C drive where users join in Windows like how we use it. Now we have seen how this home directory works. Now to run applications, Linux needs shared code. And this is where the lib directory comes in, which is for shared libraries. So lib basically contains .so shared object files which are similar to DLL files in Windows. Now these are used by programs in bin and sbin to work properly. Let's say, for example, if bin ls needs to print colored output, it might use a library in this lib directory to handle colors. Next, we look at where Linux puts removable devices, USB drives, CDs, and that's where media directory comes in. This is also called the auto-mounted devices. So when you plug in a USB or you insert a CD, Linux automatically creates a folder inside media and it mounts it there. For example, we have media John my USB. Now Windows will just give you the device a new drive letter, whereas in case of Linux, it will treat it as a part of the single directory tree. Let's move on to the next directory. Now, sometimes you don't want Linux to auto-mount devices, right? And that's where the mount comes into play. This is also called the temporary mount point directory, which is used by system admins to manually mount devices or network drives. Also, it's great for temporary use and it also doesn't even affect the media directory from here. Talking about the next directory on our list, which is the opt optional software. We all know that some software doesn't come with Linux by default. We keep it that in this optional software directory. Third-party software and its files are stored here. Let's say, for example, installing Google Chrome manually might put it in this opt Google Chrome directory. So this was for this directory out here. Next one, we've got the sbin, which stands for System Administration Command. Now for system maintenance, admins use special commands. These live in this folder. It contains commands like IP tables, firewall, fdisk, disk partitioning, and reboot. So if you want to access the directory, you want to first initially start up and access the root. Next one we've got on the list is SRV, the service data root directory. So what it does is it basically stores files for services like websites, SRV, www, or FTP servers, SRV, FTP. Now you must have heard about this directory, which is the temporary files TMP. This is used by application to store short-term data, and also it clears automatically after a reboot. Then we've got this user directory, user programs and data. So the first one we have is the user local. These programs are installed manually from the source. Second, user program data directory, we've got user bin, the user commands which are not in the bin folder. Then we've got the user sbin, where the admin commands not in the sbin. And then we have the user lib, which are related to libraries. The next up, we've got this process information directory. So this is a virtual file system showing live system data. So this particularly will show your CPU details, your memory stats, and information about a specific running process. So now that we have covered all the important file directories, I'll show you a quick Linux command cheat sheet. So here, first up, we've got this ls, which stands for list directory content. Second, we've got this cd directory, which is the change directory. We have pwd, which stands for print working directory. cp source dest, it stands for copy files or directories. Then we've got mv source dest, which is move rename files. rm is for remove files or directories. Stop is for displaying system processes. ps aux is for showing process status. chmod permission file is for changing file permissions. chown user group file is for changing file ownership. grep pattern file is for searching text patterns. cat file is for displaying file content. ping host is to test network connection. SSH is for securing shell connection. And at last, we've got wget URL to download the files. And that's the full Linux system tool. Now you know exactly where Linux keep your files, settings, and even hardware. Once you get comfortable with these, navigating Linux just feel as natural as browsing folders in Windows. Maybe even better.
Hey everyone, today we will explore the world of cybersecurity with HackerGPT, specialized version of ChatGPT designed for ethical hacking and cybersecurity. In a digital landscape where cyber attacks occur every 39 seconds, causing billions in damages annually. HackerGPT provides the essential tools and knowledge to defend against these threats. So HackerGPT offers guidance on a wide range of topics including security practices, ethical hacking techniques, and scripting for system security. Cybercrime damages are expected to reach $6 trillion annually, making it a major challenge for organizations. And if we talk about some of the breaches, so in 2020, over 36 billion records were exposed due to data breaches. And the infamous Equifax breach of 2017, where 147 million people's information was compromised, highlights the importance of regular security assessments and vulnerability management. These are the areas where HackerGPT excels, and HackerGPT strictly adheres to ethical guidelines, refusing to assist with any unethical or illegal queries. So our commitment is to provide guidance that adheres to legal and professional standards, helping you become a responsible cybersecurity professional. So guys, let's get started with HackerGPT that equip you with the knowledge and skills to defend against cyber threats ethically and effectively. So guys, this is ChatGPT and this is the paid version of ChatGPT 4.0. And what I was telling you is this is the Explore GPT section. So here you can find all the GPTs that are created by ChatGPT, OpenAI, or the individuals, or you can find the companies who have created GPTs. So you can find these are the recently used, and this is the most used HackerGPT. You can find other GPTs also, that is HackerGPT, and you could see that, and they have been used by 5,000 plus users, and this have been used by 10,000 plus users. So you can just search for Ethical Hacker GPT here, and it has been rated 4.5 stars, 10,000 plus conversations, and these are the conversation starters if you need any assistance. And the capabilities you can see here, and the ratings given by users, and more by the creator who has created this. So we'll start with this. We'll start the chat here, and I want to tell you guys that ChatGPT doesn't answer non-ethical questions. So if you try to extract that information from ChatGPT, that won't be possible. But we can do a bit, like we can cross a bit line with Ethical Hacker GPT, but that should be used for ethical purposes only. So I will show you guys how you can utilize this GPT. And one more thing guys, if you want to create your own GPT, you can also create that also. You can go to Explore GPT section, and here's the create option. Click on create, and here you can start creating your GPT. If you click on configure, you can write the name of your GPT, description, instructions, and the conversation starters as you just saw with the Hacker GPT, Ethical Hacker GPT, and the capabilities what you want to be enabled, you can do that. And here in the create section, you could write the prompts here, and it will take that information and use it for more purposes. And here you could attach more files that could help create your GPT. Okay guys, so here you could see the configuration and the preview of your GPT, and you can finalize that. So moving back, we will get back to Ethical Hacker GPT and start with our conversation with him. So starting with the first thing we can do is we can ask him like, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? So if I tell you guys, performing a basic security assessment on a web application is crucial for identifying vulnerabilities and ensuring the application is secure. And this process involves using various tools and techniques to test the application for common security issues. So you could ask him that, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? And just wait for a few seconds, and you could have the response from Ethical Hacker GPT. So you could see that performing a basic security assessment on a web application involves several key steps, and these are the key steps. Number one is preparation and information gathering. And how you can do that, these are the steps: identify the scope, gather information. Then is the second step, that is reconnaissance, and you can use the tools Burpsuit, Nikto, and others. Similarly, you could see all the steps here. So I won't be guiding, or I won't be reading what responses are generated by Ethical Hacker GPT. I have used that, and he provides very accurate, like I would say around 95 to 96% accurate results. Here I want to show you guys how you can utilize it. So I will show you prompts and what things you can ask him. So this was all about, repeat. So this was about the general security thing. Now we'll move to ethical hacking, and we can ask him how we can perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment. So these are the prompts that you can write. That would be, how do I perform a SQL injection attack, and that too ethically. If you write this, that would be good on a test environment. And if I tell you guys, so SQL injection is one of the most common web application vulnerabilities, and understanding how to perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment can help you identify and mitigate this risk in your own applications. And you could see he has responded, and he has provided you the steps that you can set up a control test environment first thing, then preparation, and you could use these tools. Then you have the manual SQL injection testing. So these are the methods that you could use, that is or 1 equal to 1 for the database, and automated SQL injection testing. So this is the command for that, and you could verify vulnerability, documentation, reporting. So you could see that this GPT is capable of answering the basic questions, as we have discussed the basics question till now. Now we'll move to scripting and automation. So here you could see how he respond to this. So we'll ask him, can you provide a Python script to scan open ports on a network? So let's see what he provides. Provide a Python script, and that too to scan ports on a network. So scanning open ports on a network is a fundamental step in identifying potential vulnerabilities, and a Python script that can automate this process, making it easier to regularly check for open ports and secure them. So this is the Python script. You can use any ID and run on that, and you could see that he is explaining the code also. Yeah, you can ask him like, can you explain the code line by line, and this hacker GPT will do that for you. And how to run the script, that also he has provided you. And similarly, we can also ask him that how we can write a bash script to monitor and log unauthorized login attempts. And if you want, I can also run this prompt. How do I write a bash script, and that too to monitor and log unauthorized access, unauthorized login attempts. So we can monitor and log unauthorized login attempts, and that would be essential for maintaining the security of your system. So as you can see, he has written a bash script, and that can help you automate this process, and this will provide real-time alerts and logs for further analysis. And you could see that he's providing the explanation and how you can run the script, and he's writing the note also. Like, you can write more prompts if you have any doubts in any of the script or any of the responses that hacker GPT has responded, and he will definitely provide you with good responses. So now moving on, now we'll ask this ethical hacker GPT about some specific security tools, and we could ask him about burp suit. And so let's write a prompt. Can you explain how to configure and use burp suit? Or we can write for web application testing. So if I sum you up, so burp suit is a powerful tool for web application security testing, and understanding how to configure and use it effectively can help you identify and address a wide range of security vulnerabilities in your applications. So you could see he has provided the initial steps, that would be downloading and installing burp suit, configuring your browser to use burp suit as a proxy, and then intercept and inspect traffic, and then you can use it for testing purpose, logging and reporting, and tips for effective testing. So this is the response for the security tools. And if we talk about incident response, we can ask him to write a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So collecting system logs is a critical part of incident response and forensic analysis. And this script can automate processes that can ensure that you have all the necessary data to investigate security incidents effectively. So if I write here, we can ask this hacker GPT, and I'm sure he will provide the response for that and write the script. So can you provide a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis? So as I told you, this is the critical part of incident response, and we have covered about the tools, that is burp suit. We have asked him about the automation process, general cybersecurity question, ethical hacking, that would be SQL injection attack, and the Python script to scan open ports on a network. So he can write scripts also, automation tasks, and he could respond with the general cybersecurity questions also. And if you see here, for the incident response, he has written the script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So I won't be explaining this code, as we're just looking for the prompts that we can give to Ethicalhacker GPT. If you want, you could just ask him also that explain this code line by line. And here he has mentioned also the explanation, that is directories and files to collect. And after that, he is collecting the logs, and that would be copied in the directory, that is, he has mentioned it, a variable that is output directory. Archiving logs, cleanup, and how to run the script. So this was about the incident response. Now we'll move to some advanced topics. And in advanced topics, what we can ask him is how to perform a man-in-the-middle attack in a controlled environment. And remember these, that you have to mention some of the keywords that would be in a controlled environment. And for that thing only, he will respond or provide the response to you. So I will start here, that how do I perform a man in the middle attack in a controlled environment. So if you understand man in the middle attack that works in a controlled environment, this can help you develop better defenses against such attacks. And it's important to learn and practice these techniques ethically. So you can see here that he's providing the prerequisites and the step-by-step guide how you can conduct a man-in-the-middle attack. So first is set up the control environment, then install necessary tools, enable IP forwarding, perform ARP spoofing, and then capture and analyze traffic, clean up and restore the network, and conclusion. So you could just follow up with more prompts, that I want more information about setting up the control environment. Just write this prompt, and this Ethicalhacker GPT will provide more responses to you. So he will provide you how you can set up the control environment. So now moving on, we will ask some more prompts, and that could be about the reverse engineering. So we could ask him that, can you explain the processes of reverse engineering a malware sample? Or we can also ask about honeypot to detect malicious activity. That could be, how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? Or what are the techniques for securing a Docker container? So we'll ask him one prompt here. Let's see what he responds to that. So how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? So you could see that he has started responding to that. And if I tell you the sum, so a honeypot is a security mechanism set to detect, deflect, or in mechanism to some manner, and it counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information systems. Implementing a honeypot can help you monitor and understand attack patterns. And this is the step-by-step guide to implement a honeypot. You can choose the type of honeypot, prepare your environment, install and configure the honeypot software, and these are all the commands how you can configure it. Then you can monitor and analyze the honeypot and regular maintenance and updates. And this is the simple honeypot using honeyD. You could install that and run these commands. So with that, guys, And in the last, we will also cover cybersecurity policies and compliance. So he could also answer to those prompts also, that you can ask him that what should be included in a company's cybersecurity policy, and you could mention which type of company you are running. So I will ask him that, so you could ask him that what should be included in a edtech company's cybersecurity policy. So let's see. So you could see here that creating comprehensive security policy for an edtech company involves adding various aspects, and that would be introduction. First is the purpose for cybersecurity policy, scope, roles and responsibilities, data protection and privacy, network security, application security, user security awareness and training, incident response and management, compliance and legal requirements, physical security, device and endpoint security. So similarly, you could ask him that draft me the company's cybersecurity policy and start with the introduction. So he will provide you all the introduction points, and then you can ask him that draft roles and responsibilities. He will draft that also. So you could like break it into parts and ask the ethical hacker GPT, and he will respond to you, as it has some limitations of some words and some of the responses. So you could ask him in the breaking parts and he will respond to you.
Hey there learners, welcome to Simplilearn. Today, we will see the starting journey in cybersecurity that is super exciting but can be a bit daunting. So to help you out, we are going to talk about some common mistakes that beginners often make and how you can avoid them. If you're just getting started or looking to improve your skills, this guide will set you on the right path. So let's dive in and make sure your cybersecurity career gets off to a strong start. So let's get started, and we'll see the worst beginner cybersecurity mistakes everyone makes. And we'll start with the number one point, that is ignoring basics. So many beginners rush into advanced topics without mastering the basics, which can lead to confusion and frustration later on. It's essential to build a strong foundation before diving into complex subjects. If we talk about, number one is understanding networking. Networking is the backbone of cybersecurity. Learn how data travels across networks, different types of networks like LAN and WAN, and basic networking protocols. Knowing how network protocol functions help you understand how attacks occur and how to defend against them. Then comes mastering operating systems. So operating systems are another critical area. Whether it's Windows, Linux or Mac OS, you need to know how different OS work and learn about file systems, user management, and basic command line skills. So this knowledge is crucial for tasks like malware analysis and system hardening. Then comes the basic coding skills. So coding is an invaluable skill in cybersecurity. You can start with a simple language like Python and learn how to write scripts to automate tasks, analyze data, and understand the logic behind software vulnerabilities. So basic coding skills will help you comprehend how attacks are carried out and how to develop countermeasures. So taking the time to master these basics will make advanced topics much easier to understand and will set a solid foundation for your career in cybersecurity. So remember, it's a journey, and starting with the basics will ensure you build strong, lasting knowledge. Now we'll come to number second point, that is skipping hands-on practice. So this is also one of the cybersecurity mistakes that beginners make. Cybersecurity isn't just about theory. Practical experience is crucial, and many beginners focus too much on reading and studying without applying what they have learned. This creates a gap between knowledge and real world skills. So, the number one point here is setting up a home lab. So, create a home lab with an old computer or virtual machine to practice what you learn. Install different operating systems, set up networks, and simulate attacks in a controlled environment. Then comes real world scenarios. So, use your home lab to practice real world scenarios like configuring firewalls and detecting intrusions. Platforms like Hack the Box and Try Hack Me offer cybersecurity challenges that mimic real life networks and systems. Then comes building confidence. So, hands on practice builds confidence. So, solving real problems and seeing the results of your actions make you more comfortable with cybersecurity tools and techniques. And this confidence is crucial when making quick, informed decisions in this field. So, gaining practical experience bridges the gap between theory and practice. making you a more effective and confident cybersecurity professional. So now we'll see the third mistake that cybersecurity beginners make, that is lack of documentation. So documenting your work is a crucial yet often overlooked aspect of cybersecurity. Many beginners focus solely on learning new skills and solving problems without keeping track of their progress. However, good documentation practices can significantly enhance your learning experience. And by keeping detailed notes on what you learn, the tools you use, and the methods you apply, you create a valuable resource for future reference. And this habit helps you review and reinforce your knowledge, making it easier to remember complex concepts. Additionally, well documented work allows you to share your insights and solutions with others, whether through blogs, presentations, or team collaborations. It also helps in troubleshooting, as you can quickly revisit your steps to identify where something might have gone wrong. So, in the professional world, documentation is essential for maintaining clear and efficient communication within a team. And by starting this practice early, you will develop a habit that will benefit you throughout your career. And now we'll move to the fourth cybersecurity mistake for beginners, that is waiting too long to start applying for jobs. So, a common mistake many beginners make is waiting until they feel perfectly qualified before applying for cybersecurity jobs. This approach can be counterproductive. The truth is, you might never feel completely ready, and waiting too long can cause you to miss out on an valuable opportunity. So, start applying for jobs early in your learning journey. The process of applying and interviewing is a learning experience in itself. It helps you understand what employers are looking for, and it can highlight areas where you need to improve. So, early job applications also provide you with real world feedback and networking opportunities. Remember, many entry level positions are designed for people who are still learning and growing in this field. So, employers often value enthusiasm, willingness to learn, and problem solving skills as much as they do technical knowledge. So, by starting early, you can gain experience and build confidence, even if you are not yet perfectly qualified. And then comes the next mistake, that is trying to qualify for all jobs. So, in the vast field of cybersecurity, trying to qualify for every job out, there is a common but misguided approach. Cybersecurity encompasses a wide range of specialties, from network security and ethical hacking to incident response and security analysis. Instead of spreading yourself thin trying to learn everything, focus on a key few areas and become proficient in them. Specializing in special fields make you more valuable to potential employers. It's better to be an expert in one or two areas than to have superficial knowledge in many. So by focusing on specific skills, you can develop a better understanding and expertise that sets you apart from others. So this focused approach also makes it easier to stay updated with the latest trends and advancements in your chosen areas. Remember, depth of knowledge often outweighs breadth when it comes to career advancement and job satisfaction. So, this was all about trying to qualify for all jobs. Now, we'll see the biggest mistake, that is IT foundation fallacy. So, many aspiring cybersecurity professionals believe they need a deep IT background to start their career. This is same as the number one point, but this is a misconception. While having a solid foundation in IT can be beneficial, it's not a prerequisite for success in cybersecurity. What you need are the specific skills and practical experience. Focus on learning about networks, operating system, and security tools. Engage in hands-on practice through labs and simulations to build real-world skills. Cybersecurity is a field where practical knowledge and the ability to apply concepts matter more than theoretical IT knowledge. And many successful cybersecurity professionals come from diverse backgrounds, including those with minimal IT experience. So they succeed by continuing learning and adapting to new challenges. So don't let the lack of deep IT foundation hold you back. Concentrate on gaining the skills and experience that are directly relevant to the cybersecurity roles you are interested in. Now moving to number 7, that is not attending cybersecurity events. So attending cybersecurity events is one of the best ways to stay updated and connected in the field. These events, including conferences, webinars, and meetups, offer a wealth of information on the latest trends, tools, and threats in cybersecurity. They provide a platform to learn from experts, gain insights into industry developments, and discover new technologies. Additionally, these events are excellent networking opportunities. Meeting other professionals that can lead to job opportunities, collaborations, and mentorship. Building a network within the cybersecurity community can provide support and guidance throughout your career. And many events also offer hands-on workshops and training sessions that can enhance your practical skills. So by actively participating in these events, you can demonstrate your commitment to continuous learning and professional development. Make it a habit to attend cybersecurity events regularly to stay engaged and informed. So this was all about number 7 point, that is not attending cybersecurity events. Now moving to number 8, that is obsessing over which specialization to choose. So when starting a career in cybersecurity, many beginners obsess over which specialization to choose. This can be overwhelming and counterproductive. Instead of stressing about making the perfect choice, allow yourself the freedom to explore different areas of cybersecurity. The field is diverse, with specializations like penetration testing, incident response, security analysis, and more. Take the time to experiment with various topics and see what interests you the most. This exploration phase is valuable for gaining a broad understanding of this field. So, over time, you will naturally gravitate toward areas that align with your strengths and interests. So, remember, your specialization can evolve as you gain more experience and insights. Early in your career, focus on building a solid foundation and gaining exposure to different aspects of cybersecurity. This approach allows you to make an informed decision about your specialization when the time comes, ensuring you choose a path that truly excites and motivates you.
In this tutorial for today, we will explore the most frequently asked and important interview questions and answers for cybersecurity for all the different levels of proficiency, starting from freshers to experienced. Cybersecurity is crucial in today's digital world, protecting sensitive data from cyber threats and attacks. As cybersecurity risks grow, businesses are investing heavily in security measures, creating a surge in cybersecurity job openings. Roles in security analyst, ethical hacker, and SOC analyst are in high demand across all the industries. Professionals with skills in network security, penetration testing, and cloud security are highly sought after. Preparing for cybersecurity job interviews require knowledge of key topics like encryption, firewalls, threat detection, and risk management. Having a strong list of frequently asked questions will help you boost confidence and readiness. Strong cybersecurity awareness also helps individuals and organizations stay safe in evolving threats. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the cybersecurity interview questions and answers. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, let's begin with the first question. What is the role of DNS in cybersecurity? Now, the answer for this question is DNS, or also known as the Domain Name System, translate domain names into IP addresses. Attackers exploit it using DNS spoofing, cache poisoning, or tunneling into redirect users or exfiltrate data. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the next question. What does phishing? Provide an example. So, phishing is a social engineering attack where attackers trick users to revealing credentials via fake emails or websites. For example, a fake email from PayPal asking login details, or an email claiming to be from a bank requesting the recipient to provide their login credentials by clicking a link that leads to a fake website. Now, the next question is how encryption is different from hashing. Encryption converts data into ciphertext and can be decrypted back. Hashing is a one-way function that transforms data into a fixed length hash, which cannot be reversed. Now, question number 4. What is a firewall and why is it used? A firewall monitors and controls incoming or outgoing network traffic based on security rules preventing unauthorized access and cyber threats. Now, proceeding to question number 5. What is a three-way handshake? It's a TCP process where a client and server establish a connection using SYN, and ACK packets, ensuring reliable data transmission. So basically, the client sends SYS, or also known as synchronized packet, to the server to check if the server is up or has open ports. The server sends SYN ACK packet to the client if it has open ports. Lastly, the client acknowledges this and sends back an ACK or acknowledgement packet back to the server. Proceeding ahead, we have the sixth question. What is a VPN and why is it used? A VPN, or also known as the Virtual Private Network, encrypts internet traffic, ensuring secured remote access and protecting data from interception. Now, the seventh question, what are the common techniques for securing a computer network? Techniques like firewalls, IDS or IPS, strong authentication, encryption, patch management, network segmentation, and endpoint protection are a couple of common techniques that can be used to secure a computer network. Proceeding ahead, we have the eighth question. Define the terms encryption and decryption. So the answer is, firstly, encryption. Encryption converts plain text into unreadable ciphertext. So the other end is the decryption, which reverses the process using a key to restore the plain text. Proceeding ahead, we have the ninth question. What are cookies in a web browser? So you can consider cookies as some specific details that are stored by the website to help you navigate to the website when you revisit the same website. So the answer is cookies are small data files stored in the browser to track users' session, preferences, and authentication. Malicious cookies can be exploited for tracking and session hijacking as well. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 10th question, which talks about what is the difference between IDS and IPS. So, firstly, IDS. IDS is also known as Intrusion Detection System, which monitors traffic for threats, while IPS is Intrusion Prevention System, which actively blocks malicious traffic. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 11th question. What is two-factor authentication? So, for all of those you're already using Gmails or any of the email accounts, and you want to log in from a remote location, which kind of seems different to your browser, then you get a notification. Authenticate yourself via mobile or your phone, etc. Right? Send an OTP or some secured questions. So that is known as two-factor authentication. The security method requiring two independent authentication factors like a password or a one-time code to verify identity is called as two-factor authentication. Proceeding ahead, we have the 12th question. What is SSL encryption? Secured sockets layer encrypted data between a web browser and a browser to prevent eavesdropping and tampering. Proceeding ahead, we have the 13th question. Explain a data security audit. So, a security audit is an organization's security control, policies, and vulnerabilities to identify and mitigate risks. Now, the 14th question. Explain cross-site scripting and SQL injection. XSS injects malicious scripts into web pages to steal data. SQL injection manipulates database queries to gain unauthorized access. Now, the 15th question. What is a zero-day vulnerability? So, it refers to a security vulnerability present in software or hardware that is undisclosed to the vendor and lacks an existing solution. This loophole can be leveraged by malicious actors before a remedy is created. So, proceeding ahead, we have our 16th question. Discuss the ISO 27001 and 27002 standards. So, it is a framework for information security management systems, which is ISMS, while ISO 27002 provides guidelines for implementing security controls and practices within an organization. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 17th question. Explain the principles of ethical hacking. Ethical hackers identify vulnerabilities legally, following rules and engagement, ensuring data integrity, and reporting findings responsibly. Now we have the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the different types of network security includes firewalls, IDS or IPS, encryption, VPNs, endpoint protection, network segmentation, and access controls. Proceeding ahead, we have the 19th question. So moving ahead, we have the 19th question. Discuss the concept of risk assessment in cybersecurity. Risk assessment evaluates threats, vulnerabilities, and potential impacts to prioritize security measures. Now, moving ahead, we have the next question, which is what is the incident response and how is it managed? So, the answer is incident response is handling security breaches using a structured approach, which is detection, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. Now, moving ahead, we have the 21st question, which talks about what is the CIA triad in cybersecurity. So CIA stands for C, confidentiality, which is data privacy, I for integrity, which is data accuracy, and A for availability, which is for data access when needed from the CIA triad. Proceeding ahead, we have the 22nd question. What is network sniffing? Capturing and analyzing network traffic using tools like Wireshark, which attackers exploit to intercept sensitive data, is called as network sniffing. Now, the 23rd question. How do you manage cryptographic keys? Using key management systems like KMS, rotate key regularly, use strong storage methods, and enforce least private access, you can manage the cryptographic keys. Now we have the 24th question. Define the terms virus, malware, and ransomware. So the answer for this question is, firstly, a virus. Virus replicates and spreads. Next is malware, includes all malicious software. And lastly, the ransomware, where data gets encrypted and the attacker demands payment for decrypting the data. Now, the 25th question. What is the difference between HIDS and NIDS? So HIDS is host-based IDS, which monitors systems activity on a device, while NIDS is network-based IDS, which analyzes network traffic for threats. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 26th question, which asks about explain data leakage. So unauthorized data exposure via breaches, insider threats, or misconfigurations prevented by DLP or data loss prevention tools is known as data leakage. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 27th question. What is port scanning? A technique used to identify open ports on a system, often used by attackers to find vulnerabilities, is called as port scanning. Proceeding ahead, we have the 28th question. How often should you perform patch management? So, standard-wise, the answer for this question is it should be done as soon as it is released. And in some cases, it should be done regularly based on risk-based approach, and typically for monthly standard patches and immediately for critical vulnerabilities. Proceeding ahead, we have the 29th question. How would you reset a password protected BIOS configuration? Now, the answer for this question is, since BIOS is a pre-boot system, it has its own storage mechanism for setting and preferences. A simple way to reset is by popping out the CMOS battery so that the memory storing the settings lose its power supply, and as a result, it will lose its setting. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 30th question. What is a botnet? So the answer for this question is a network of compromised devices controlled remotely to launch cyber attacks such as DDoS or spam campaigns is known as a botnet. Now the 31st question. What is the difference between a threat, a vulnerability, and a risk? So the answer is a threat is a potential danger. A vulnerability is a weakness. And lastly, a risk is a probability of exploitation. Now 32nd question. What is cognitive cybersecurity? AI-driven cybersecurity that uses machine learning and natural language processing to detect and respond to threats is known as cognitive cybersecurity. Now, the 33rd question. What is a block cipher? A block cipher is a symmetric encryption method that encrypts data in fixed-size blocks such as AES. Now, 34th question. What do you mean by shoulder surfing? So, it's a very simple answer. Basically, someone which is observing your screen or keypad to steal credentials or sensitive data is called as shoulder surfing. Now, 35th question. What do you mean by system hardening? So the answer for this question is strengthening a system's security by removing vulnerabilities, disabling unused services, and enforcing strict policies is known as system hardening. Now, the 36th question for the day. How to prevent MITM? So the answer is, to prevent MITM, you have to use SSL or TLS VPNs, multi-factor authentication, and avoid untrusted networks to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks. Now, 37th question is, what is a ransomware? So, the answer for this question, before we get started, we briefly had a discussion about ransomware in our previous questions. Now, let's have a detailed explanation for this one. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts data to make it inaccessible to computer users. Cybercriminals use it to extort money from the individuals and organizations as well that hack the data and hold the data hostage until a certain amount of ransom is paid. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 38th question. What is public key infrastructure? So, the PKI, or also known as the Public Key Infrastructure, issues digital certificates to secure communication, protect data, and provide unique identities. It uses public-private key pairs, requiring a strong infrastructure to safeguard public keys from the attackers. Now, 39th question. What is a proxy firewall? A firewall that filters traffic at the application layer, acting as an intermediary between users and the internet, is called as the proxy firewall. Now we have the 40th question. What do you mean by penetration testing? So a penetration testing is a simulated attack on systems to identify vulnerabilities before real attackers exploit them. Now the 41st question. Explain what a cybersecurity policy is. So basically, a cybersecurity policy is a set of rules and guidelines to protect an organization's information and systems. Now, 42nd question. How does a rootkit work and how would you detect it? So the answer is rootkits hide malware and avoid detection. In order to find one or detect one, you need to use rootkit scanners, behavioral analysis, and integrity checks to detect them. Now, the 43rd question. Explain the principle of least privilege. So, the users and processes should have the minimum permissions needed to perform their task to reduce security risks. So, this particular principle is known as least privilege. Now, 44th question. What are the key elements of a strong security policy? So, the answer for this question is access control, encryption, incident response, audit logging, risk management, and compliance requirements. So these are the key elements for a strong security policy. 45th question. Explain the concept of a digital signature. A cryptographic method ensuring the authenticity and integrity of digital messages using public key encryption is known as a digital signature. Now, the 46th question. What is a honeypot in cybersecurity? So the term honeypot is self-explanatory. So in terms of cybersecurity, it is a decoy system designed to attract the monitor attackers, helping identify the attack methods and also sometimes observe their behavior in order to understand what are their intentions. Now, 47th question. What are the common cybersecurity threats today? So some of the common cyber threats today are ransomware, phishing, DDoS attacks, insider threats, zero-day exploits, and supply chain attacks. Now, 48th question. How can you prevent a man-in-the-middle attack or MITM attack? So for that, you need to use encrypted communications like TLS or SSL, use VPNs, strong authentication, and avoid unsecured networks. 49th question. What is a DDoS attack and how does it work? So the answer for this question, firstly, DDoS, it is called as distributed denial of service, and DDoS overloads a system with excess traffic using a botnet, causing service disruption. So basically, it's kind of blocking the service. And with this, we come to the final question of today's session, which is, what is the difference between black hat, white hat, and gray hat hackers? So the answer for this question is, let's begin with the black hats. Black hats are malicious hackers. They exploit vulnerabilities for illegal purposes. And then we come with white hat. So ethical hackers who help to identify and fix vulnerabilities, who have positive ethics, are called as the white hat hackers. And gray hat, a kind of a mix and match between the both black hat and white hat. So these hackers help identify vulnerabilities without malicious intent, but may not always have authorization.
So guys, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.